Chapter 11 of Quentin Durward by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 11. The Hall of Roland. Painters show Cupid blind. Hath Hymen eyes? Or is his sight warped by those spectacles which parents, guardians, and advisers lent him, that he may look through them on lands and mansions, on jewels, gold, and all such rich dotations, and see their value 10 times magnified? Methinks it will brook a question. The miseries of enforced marriage. Louis XI. of France, though the sovereign in Europe who was fondest and most jealous of power, desired only its substantial enjoyment, and though he knew well enough, and at times exacted strictly, the observances due to his rank, he was in general singularly careless of show. In a prince of sounder moral qualities, the familiarity with which he invited subjects to his board, nay, occasionally sat at theirs, must have been highly popular; and even such as he was, the king's homeliness of manners atoned for many of his vices with that class of his subjects who were not particularly exposed to the consequences of his suspicion and jealousy. The tiers état, or commons of France, who rose to more opulence and consequence under the reign of this sagacious prince, respected his person, though they loved him not, and it was resting on their support that he was enabled to make his party good against the hatred of the nobles, who conceived that he diminished the honour of the French crown, and obscured their own splendid privileges by that very neglect of form which gratified the citizens and commons, with patience which most other princes would have considered as degrading, and not without a sense of amusement. The monarch of France waited till his life guardsman had satisfied the keenness of a youthful appetite. It may be supposed, however, that Quentin had too much sense and prudence to put the royal patience to a long or tedious proof, and indeed he was repeatedly desirous to break off his repast ere Louis would permit him. "I see it in thine eyes," he said good-naturedly, "that thy courage is not half abated. Go on. God and Saint Denis, charge again. I tell thee that meat and mass," crossing himself, "never hindered the work of a good Christian man. Take a cup of wine, but mind thou be cautious of the wine pot. It is the vice of thy countrymen, as well as of the English, who, lacking that folly, are the choicest soldiers ever wore armour. And now wash speedily, forget not thy benedicite, and follow me." Quentin obeyed, and conducted by a different but as maze-like an approach as he had formerly passed, he followed Louis into the Hall of Roland. "Take notice," said the king imperatively, "thou hast never left this post. Let that be thine answer to thy kinsmen and comrades. And hark thee, to bind the recollection on thy memory, I give thee this gold chain," flinging on his arm one of considerable value. "If I go not brave myself, those whom I trust have ever the means to ruffle it with the best. But when such chains as these bind not the tongue from wagging too freely, my gossip, La Hermitie hath an amulet for the throat, which never fails to work a certain cure. And now attend. No man, save Oliver or I myself, enters here this evening, but ladies will come hither, perhaps from the one extremity of the hall, perhaps from the other, perhaps one from each. You may answer if they address you, but being on duty, your answer must be brief, and you must neither address them in your turn, nor engage in any prolonged discourse, but hearken to what they say. Thine ears as well as thy hands are mine. I have bought thee body and soul. Therefore, if thou hearest aught of their conversation, thou must retain it in memory until it is communicated to me, and then forget it. And now I think better on it, it will be best that thou pass for a Scottish recruit, who hath come straight down from his mountains, and hath not yet acquired our most Christian language. Right. So, if they speak to thee, thou wilt not answer. This will free you from embarrassment, and lead them to converse without regard to your presence. You understand me? Farewell, be wary, and thou hast a friend." The king had scarce spoken these words ere he disappeared behind the arras, leaving Quentin to meditate on what he had seen and heard. The youth was in one of those situations from which it is pleasanter to look forward than to look back, for the reflection that he had been planted like a marksman in a thicket, who watches for a stag to take the life of the noble Count of Crevecoeur, had in it nothing ennobling. It was very true that the king's measures seemed on this occasion merely cautionary and defensive, but how did the youth know how he might be soon commanded on some offensive operation of the same kind? This would be an unpleasant crisis, since it was plain, from the character of his master, that there would be destruction in refusing, while his honour told him that there would be disgrace in complying. He turned his thoughts from this subject of reflection with the sage consolation so often adopted by youth when prospective dangers intrude themselves on their mind, that it was time enough to think what was to be done when the emergence actually arrived, and that sufficient for the day was the evil thereof. Quentin made use of this sedative reflection the more easily that the last commands of the king had given him something more agreeable to think of than his own condition. The Lady of the Lute was certainly one of those to whom his attention was to be dedicated, and well in his mind did he promise to obey one part of the king's mandate, and listen with diligence to every word that might drop from her lips, that he might know if the magic of her conversation equalled that of her music. But with as much sincerity did he swear to himself that no part of her discourse should be reported by him to the king, which might affect the fair speaker otherwise than favourably. Meantime, there was no fear of his again slumbering on his post. Each passing breath of wind, which, finding its way through the open lattice, waved the old arras, sounded like the approach of the fair object of his expectation. He felt, in short, all that mysterious anxiety and eagerness of expectation which is always the companion of love, and sometimes hath a considerable share in creating it. At length a door actually creaked and jingled, for the doors even of palaces did not, in the 15th century, turn on their hinges so noiseless as ours. But, alas! it was not at that end of the hall from which the lute had been heard. It opened, however, and a female figure entered, followed by 2 others, whom she directed by a sign to remain without, while she herself came forward into the hall. By her imperfect and unequal gait, which showed to peculiar disadvantage as she traversed this long gallery, Quentin at once recognized the Princess Joan, and with the respect which became his situation, drew himself up in an attitude of silent vigilance, and lowered his weapon to her as she passed. She acknowledged the courtesy by a gracious inclination of her head, and he had an opportunity of seeing her countenance more distinctly than he had in the morning. There was little in the features of this ill-fated princess to atone for the misfortune of her shape and gait. Her face was indeed by no means disagreeable in itself, though destitute of beauty, and there was a meek impression of suffering patience in her large blue eyes, which were commonly fixed upon the ground. But besides that she was extremely pallid in complexion, her skin had the yellowish discoloured tinge which accompanies habitual bad health, and though her teeth were white and regular, her lips were thin and pale. The princess had a profusion of flaxen hair, but it was so light coloured as to be almost of a bluish tinge, and her tire-woman, who doubtless considered the luxuriance of her mistress's tresses as a beauty, had not greatly improved matters by arranging them in curls around her pale countenance, to which they added an expression almost corpse-like and unearthly. To make matters still worse, she had chosen a vest or cymar of a pale green silk, which gave her, on the whole, a ghastly and even spectral appearance. While Quentin followed this singular apparition with eyes in which curiosity was blended with compassion, for every look and motion of the princess seemed to call for the latter feeling, two ladies entered from the upper end of the apartment. One of these was the young person who, upon Louis's summons, had served him with fruit, while Quentin made his memorable breakfast at the fleur-de-lis, invested now with all the mysterious dignity belonging to the nymph of the veil and lute, and proved, besides, at least in Quentin's estimation, to be the high-born heiress of a rich earldom. Her beauty made 10 times the impression upon him which it had done when he beheld in her one whom he deemed the daughter of a paltry innkeeper, in attendance upon a rich and humorous old burgher. He now wondered what fascination could ever have concealed from him her real character. Yet her dress was nearly as simple as before, being a suit of deep mourning, without any ornaments. Her head-dress was but a veil of crape, which was entirely thrown back so as to leave her face uncovered, and it was only Quentin's knowledge of her actual rank which gave, in his estimation, new elegance to her beautiful shape, a dignity to her step which had before remained unnoticed, and to her regular features, brilliant complexion, and dazzling eyes, an air of conscious nobleness that enhanced their beauty. Had death been the penalty, Durward must needs have rendered to this beauty and her companion the same homage which he had just paid to the royalty of the princess. They received it as those who were accustomed to the deference of inferiors, and returned it with courtesy, but he thought perhaps it was but a youthful vision, that the young lady coloured slightly, kept her eyes on the ground, and seemed embarrassed, though in a trifling degree, as she returned his military salutation. This must have been owing to her recollection of the audacious stranger in the neighbouring turret at the fleur-de-lis. But did that discomposure express displeasure? This question he had no means to determine. The companion of the youthful countess, dressed like herself simply and in deep mourning, was at the age when women are apt to cling most closely to that reputation for beauty which has for years been diminishing. She had still remains enough to show what the power of her charms must once have been, and remembering past triumphs, it was evident from her manner that she had not relinquished the pretensions to future conquests. She was tall and graceful, though somewhat haughty in her deportment, and returned the salute of Quentin with a smile of gracious condescension, whispering the next instant something into her companion's ear, who turned towards the soldier as if to comply with some hint from the elder lady, but answered nevertheless without raising her eyes. Quentin could not help suspecting that the observation called on the young lady to notice his own good mien, and he was, I do not know why, pleased with the idea that the party referred to did not choose to look at him, in order to verify with her own eyes the truth of the observation. Probably he thought there was already a sort of mysterious connection beginning to exist between them, which gave importance to the slightest trifle. This reflection was momentary, for he was instantly wrapped up in attention to the meeting of the Princess Joan with these stranger ladies. She had stood still upon their entrance in order to receive them, conscious, perhaps, that motion did not become her well, and as she was somewhat embarrassed in receiving and repaying their compliments, the elder stranger, ignorant of the rank of the party whom she addressed, was led to pay her salutation in a manner rather as if she conferred than received an honour through the interview. "I rejoice," she said, with a smile which was meant to express condescension at once and encouragement, "that we are at length permitted the society of such a respectable person of our own sex as you appear to be. I must say that my niece and I have had but little for which to thank the hospitality of King Louis. Nay, niece, never pluck my sleeve. I am sure I read in the looks of this young lady sympathy for our situation. Since we came hither, fair madam, we have been used little better than mere prisoners, and after 1,000 invitations to throw our cause and our persons under the protection of France, the most Christian king has afforded us at first but a base inn for our residence, and now a corner of this moth-eaten palace, out of which we are only permitted to creep towards sunset, as if we were bats or owls, whose appearance in the sunshine is to be held matter of ill omen." "I am sorry," said the princess, faltering with the awkward embarrassment of the interview, "that we have been unable hitherto to receive you according to your deserts. Your niece, I trust, is better satisfied?" "Much, much better than I can express," answered the youthful countess. "I sought but safety, and I have found solitude and secrecy besides. The seclusion of our former residence, and the still greater solitude of that now assigned to us, augment, in my eye, the favour which the king vouchsafed to us unfortunate fugitives." "Silence, my silly cousin," said the elder lady, "and let us speak according to our conscience. Since at last we are alone with one of our own sex, I say alone, for that handsome young soldier is a mere statue, since he seems not to have the use of his limbs, and I am given to understand he wants that of his tongue, at least in civilized language. I say, since no one but this lady can understand us, I must own there is nothing I have regretted equal to taking this French journey. I looked for a splendid reception, tournaments, carousals, pageants, and festivals, instead of which all has been seclusion and obscurity, and the best society whom the king introduced to us was a Bohemian vagabond, by whose agency he directed us to correspond with our friends in Flanders. Perhaps, said the lady, it is his politic intention to mew us up here until our lives end, that he may seize on our estates after the extinction of the ancient house of Croy. The Duke of Burgundy was not so cruel. He offered my niece a husband, though he was a bad one. I should have thought the veil preferable to an evil husband, said the princess, with difficulty finding opportunity to interpose a word. One would at least wish to have the choice, madam, replied the voluble dame. It is, heaven knows, on account of my niece that I speak. For myself, I have long laid aside thoughts of changing my condition. I see you smile, but by my halidome it is true. Yet that is no excuse for the king, whose conduct, like his person, hath more resemblance to that of old Michaud, the money-changer of Ghent, than to the successor of Charlemagne. Hold, said the princess, with some asperity in her tone, remember you speak of my father. Of your father, replied the Burgundian lady in surprise. Of my father, repeated the princess, with dignity. I am Joan of France. But fear not, madam, she continued, in the gentle accent which was natural to her. You designed no offence, and I have taken none. Command my influence to render your exile and that of this interesting young person more supportable. Alas, it is but little I have in my power, but it is willingly offered. Deep and submissive was the reverence with which the Countess Hamelin de Croy, so was the elder lady called, received the obliging offer of the princess's protection. She had been long the inhabitant of courts, was mistress of the manners which are there acquired, and held firmly the established rule of courtiers of all ages, who, although their usual private conversation turns upon the vices and follies of their patrons, and on the injuries and neglect which they themselves have sustained, never suffer such hints to drop from them in the presence of the sovereign or those of his family. The lady was therefore scandalized to the last degree at the mistake which had induced her to speak so indecorously in presence of the daughter of Louis. She would have exhausted herself in expressing regret and making apologies, had she not been put to silence and restored to equanimity by the princess, who requested, in the most gentle manner, yet which from a daughter of France had the weight of a command, that no more might be said in the way either of excuse or of explanation. The Princess Joan then took her own chair with a dignity which became her, and compelled the two strangers to sit, one on either hand, to which the younger consented with unfeigned and respectful diffidence, and the elder with an affectation of deep humility and deference, which was intended for such. They spoke together, but in such a low tone that the sentinel could not overhear their discourse, and only remarked that the princess seemed to bestow much of her regard on the younger and more interesting lady, and that the Countess Hamelin, though speaking a great deal more, attracted less of the princess's attention by her full flow of conversation and compliment, than did her kinswoman by her brief and modest replies to what was addressed to her. The conversation of the ladies had not lasted a quarter of an hour when the door at the lower end of the hall opened, and a man entered, shrouded in a riding cloak. Mindful of the king's injunction, and determined not to be a second time caught slumbering, Quentin instantly moved towards the intruder, and interposing between him and the ladies, requested him to retire instantly. "By whose command?" said the stranger, in a tone of contemptuous surprise. "By that of the king," said Quentin firmly, "which I am placed here to enforce." "Not against Louis of Orleans," said the Duke, dropping his cloak. The young man hesitated a moment, but how enforce his orders against the first prince of the blood about to be allied, as the report now generally went, with the king's own family? "Your Highness," he said, "is too great that your pleasure should be withstood by me. I trust your Highness will bear me witness that I have done the duty of my post, so far as your will permitted." "Go to, you shall have no blame, young soldier," said Orleans, and passing forward, paid his compliments to the princess, with that air of constraint which always marked his courtesy when addressing her. He had been dining, he said, with de Noailles, and understanding there was society in Roland's gallery, he had ventured on the freedom of adding one to the number. The colour which mounted into the pale cheek of the unfortunate Joan, and which for the moment spread something of beauty over her features, evinced that this addition to the company was anything but indifferent to her. She hastened to present the Prince to the two Ladies of Croy, who received him with the respect due to his eminent rank, and the Princess, pointing to a chair, requested him to join their conversation party. The Duke declined the freedom of assuming a seat in such society, but taking a cushion from one of these settles, he laid it at the feet of the beautiful young Countess of Croy, and so seated himself that without appearing to neglect the Princess, he was enabled to bestow the greater share of his attention on her lovely neighbour. At first it seemed as if this arrangement rather pleased than offended his destined bride. She encouraged the Duke in his gallantries towards the fair stranger, and seemed to regard them as complimentary to herself. But the Duke of Orleans, though accustomed to subject his mind to the stern yoke of his uncle when in the king's presence, had enough of princely nature to induce him to follow his own inclinations whenever that restraint was withdrawn, and his high rank giving him a right to overstep the ordinary ceremonies, and advance at once to familiarity, his praises of the Countess Isabel's beauty became so energetic, and flowed with such unrestrained freedom, owing perhaps to his having drunk a little more wine than usual, for de Noailles was no enemy to the worship of Bacchus, that at length he seemed almost impassioned, and the presence of the Princess appeared well nigh forgotten. The tone of compliment which he indulged was grateful only to one individual in the circle, for the Countess Hamelin already anticipated the dignity of an alliance with the first prince of the blood, by means of her whose birth, beauty, and large possessions rendered such an ambitious consummation by no means impossible, even in the eyes of a less sanguine projector. Could the views of Louis XI. have been left out of the calculation of chances? The younger Countess listened to the Duke's gallantries with anxiety and embarrassment, and ever and anon turned an entreating look towards the Princess, as if requesting her to come to her relief. But the wounded feelings and the timidity of Joan of France rendered her incapable of an effort to make the conversation more general, and at length, accepting a few interjectional civilities of the Lady Hamelin, it was maintained almost exclusively by the Duke himself, though at the expense of the younger Countess of Croy, whose beauty formed the theme of his high-flown eloquence. Nor must I forget that there was a third person, the unregarded sentinel, who saw his fair visions melt away like wax before the sun, as the Duke persevered in the warm tenor of his passionate discourse. At length the Countess Isabel de Croy made a determined effort to cut short what was becoming intolerably disagreeable to her, especially from the pain to which the conduct of the Duke was apparently subjecting the Princess. Addressing the latter, she said modestly, but with some firmness, that the first boon she had to claim from her promised protection was, that her Highness would undertake to convince the Duke of Orleans that the ladies of Burgundy, though inferior in wit and manners to those of France, were not such absolute fools as to be pleased with no other conversation than that of extravagant compliment. "I grieve, lady," said the Duke, preventing the Princess's answer, "that you will satirize in this same sentence the beauty of the dames of Burgundy and the sincerity of the knights of France. If we are hasty and extravagant in the expression of our admiration, it is because we love as we fight, without letting cold deliberation come into our bosoms, and surrender to the fair with the same rapidity with which we defeat the valiant. The beauty of our countrywomen," said the young Countess, with more of reproof than she had yet ventured to use towards the high-born suitor, "is as unfit to claim such triumphs, as the valour of the men of Burgundy is incapable of yielding them." "I respect your patriotism, Countess," said the Duke, "and the last branch of your theme shall not be impugned by me, till a Burgundian knight shall offer to sustain it with lance in rest. But for the injustice which you have done to the charms which your land produces, I appeal from yourself to yourself. Look there," he said, pointing to a large mirror, the gift of the Venetian Republic, and then of the highest rarity and value, "and tell me, as you look, what is the heart that can resist the charms there represented?" The Princess, unable to sustain any longer the neglect of her lover, here sunk backwards on her chair with a sigh, which at once recalled the Duke from the land of romance, and induced the Lady Hamelin to ask whether her Highness found herself ill. "A sudden pain shot through my forehead," said the Princess, attempting to smile, "but I shall be presently better." Her increasing paleness contradicted her words, and induced the Lady Hamelin to call for assistance, as the Princess was about to faint. The Duke, biting his lip, and cursing the folly which could not keep guard over his tongue, ran to summon the Princess's attendants, who were in the next chamber, and when they came hastily with the usual remedies, he could not, but, as a cavalier and gentleman, give his assistance to support and to recover her. His voice, rendered almost tender by pity and self-reproach, was the most powerful means of recalling her to herself, and just as the swoon was passing away, the King himself entered the apartment. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Quentin Durward by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 12. The Politician. This is a lecturer so skilled in policy that, no disparagement to Satan's cunning, he well might read a lesson to the devil, and teach the old seducer new temptations. Old Play. As Louis entered the gallery, he bent his brows in the manner we have formerly described as peculiar to him, and sent from under his gathered and gloomy eyebrows a keen look on all around, in darting which, as Quentin afterwards declared, his eyes seemed to turn so small, so fierce, and so piercing, as to resemble those of an aroused adder looking through the bush of heath in which he lies coiled. When by this momentary and sharpened glance the king had reconnoitred the cause of the bustle which was in the apartment, his first address was to the Duke of Orleans. "You here, my fair cousin," he said, and turning to Quentin, added sternly, "had you not charge?" "Forgive the young man, sire," said the Duke. "He did not neglect his duty, but I was informed that the Princess was in this gallery, and I warrant you would not be withstood when you came hither to pay your court," said the King, whose detestable hypocrisy persisted in representing the Duke as participating in a passion which was felt only on the side of his unhappy daughter. "And it is thus you debauch the sentinels of my guard, young man? But what cannot be pardoned to a gallant who only lives par amours?" The Duke of Orleans raised his head, as if about to reply in some manner which might correct the opinion conveyed in the King's observation; but the instinctive reverence, not to say fear, of Louis, in which he had been bred from childhood, chained up his voice. "And Joan hath been ill?" said the King. "But do not be grieved, Louis, it will soon pass away. Lend her your arm to her apartment, while I will conduct these strange ladies to theirs." The order was given in a tone which amounted to a command, and Orleans accordingly made his exit with the Princess at one extremity of the gallery, while the King, ungloving his right hand, courteously handed the Countess Isabel and her kinswoman to their apartment, which opened from the other. He bowed profoundly as they entered, and remained standing on the threshold for a minute after they had disappeared. Then, with great composure, shut the door by which they had retired, and turning the huge key, took it from the lock and put it into his girdle, an appendage which gave him still more perfectly the air of some old miser, who cannot journey in comfort unless he bear with him the key of his treasure closet. With slow and pensive step, and eyes fixed on the ground, Louis now paced towards Quentin Durward, who, expecting his share of the royal displeasure, viewed his approach with no little anxiety. "Thou hast done wrong," said the King, raising his eyes, and fixing them firmly on him when he had come within a yard of him. "Thou hast done foul wrong, and deservest to die. Speak not a word in defence. What hadst thou to do with dukes or princesses? What with any thing but my order?" "So please your Majesty," said the young soldier, "what could I do?" "What couldst thou do when thy post was forcibly passed?" answered the King, scornfully. "What is the use of that weapon on thy shoulder? Thou shouldst have levelled thy piece, and if the presumptuous rebel did not retire on the instant, he should have died within this very hall. Go, pass into these farther apartments. In the first thou wilt find a large staircase, which leads to the inner bailey. There thou wilt find Oliver Dane. Send him to me. Do thou begone to thy quarters. As thou dost value thy life, be not so loose of thy tongue as thou hast been this day slack of thy hand. Well pleased to escape so easily, yet with a soul which revolted at the cold-blooded cruelty which the King seemed to require from him in the execution of his duty, Durward took the road indicated, hastened downstairs, and communicated the royal pleasure to Oliver, who was waiting in the court beneath. The wily tonsor bowed, sighed, and smiled, as, with a voice even softer than ordinary, he wished the youth a good evening. and they parted, Quentin to his quarters, and Oliver to attend the king. In this place, the memoirs which we have chiefly followed in compiling this true history were unhappily defective, for founded chiefly on information supplied by Quentin, they do not convey the purport of the dialogue which, in his absence, took place between the king and his secret counsellor. Fortunately, the library of Hautlow contains a manuscript copy of the Chronique Scandaleuse of Jean de Troyes, much more full of that than which has been printed, to which are added several curious memoranda, which we incline to think must have been written down by Oliver himself after the death of his master, and before he had the happiness to be rewarded with the halter which he had so long merited. From this we have been able to extract a very full account of the obscure favourite's conversation with Louis upon the present occasion, which throws a light upon the policy of that prince which we might otherwise have sought for in vain. When the favourite attendant entered the gallery of Roland, he found the king pensively seated upon the chair which his daughter had left some minutes before. Well acquainted with his temper, he glided on with his noiseless step until he had just crossed the line of the king's sight, so as to make him aware of his presence, then shrank modestly backward and out of sight until he should be summoned to speak or to listen. The monarch's first address was an unpleasant one. "So, Oliver, your fine schemes are melting like snow before the south wind. I pray to Our Lady of Embrun that they resemble not the ice heaps of which the Switzer churls tell such stories, and come rushing down upon our heads." "I have heard with concern that all is not well, sire," answered Oliver. "Not well!" exclaimed the king, rising and hastily marching up and down the gallery. "All is ill, man, and as ill nearly as possible. So much for thy fond romantic advice, that I of all men should become a protector of distressed damsels. I tell thee, Burgundy is arming, and on the eve of closing an alliance with England, and Edward, who hath his hands idle at home, will pour his thousands upon us through that unhappy gate of Calais. Singly I might cajole or defy them, but united, and with the discontent and treachery of that villain St. Paul, all thy fault, Oliver, who counselled me to receive the women, and to use the services of that damned Bohemian to carry messages to their vassals." "My lord," said Oliver, "you know my reasons. The Countess's domains lie between the frontiers of Burgundy and Flanders. Her castle is almost impregnable. Her rights over neighbouring estates are such as, if well supported, cannot but give much annoyance to Burgundy, were the lady but wedded to one who should be friendly to France." It is a tempting bait," said the king, "and could we have concealed her being here, we might have arranged such a marriage for this rich heiress as would have highly profited France. But that cursed Bohemian, how couldst thou recommend such a heathen hound for a commission which required trust?" "Please you," said Oliver, "to remember it was your Grace's self who trusted him too far, much farther than I recommended. He would have borne a letter trustily enough to the Countess's kinsman, telling him to hold out her castle, and promising speedy relief, but your Highness must needs put his prophetic powers to the test, and thus he became possessed of secrets which were worth betraying to Duke Charles." I am ashamed, said Louis. And yet, Oliver, they say that these heathen people are descended from the sage Chaldeans, who did read the mysteries of the stars in the plains of Shinar. Well aware that his master, with all his acuteness and sagacity, was but the more prone to be deceived by soothsayers, astrologers, diviners, and all that race of pretenders to occult science, and that he even conceived himself to have some skill in these arts, Oliver dared to press this point no farther, and only observed that the Bohemian had been a bad prophet on his own account, else he would have avoided returning to Tours, and saved himself from the gallows he had merited. It often happens that those who are gifted with prophetic knowledge, answered Louis, with much gravity, have not the power of foreseeing those events in which they themselves are personally interested. Under your Majesty's favour, replied the confidant, that seems as if a man could not see his own hand by means of the candle which he holds, and which shows him every other object in the apartment. He cannot see his own features by the light which shows the faces of others, replied Louis. And that is the more faithful illustration of the case. But this is foreign to my purpose at present. The Bohemian hath had his reward, and peace be with him. But these ladies, not only does Burgundy threaten us with war for harbouring them, but their presence is like to interfere with my projects in my own family. My simple cousin of Orleans hath barely seen this damsel, and I venture to prophesy that the sight of her is like to make him less pliable in the matter of his alliance with Joan. Your Majesty, answered the counsellor, may send these ladies of Croy back to Burgundy, and so make your peace with the Duke. Many might murmur at this as dishonourable, but if necessity demands the sacrifice. If profit demanded the sacrifice, Oliver, the sacrifice should be made without hesitation, answered the king. I am an old experienced salmon, and use not to gulp the angler's hook, because it is busked up with a feather called honour. But what is worse than a lack of honour, there were, in returning those ladies to Burgundy, a forfeiture of those views of advantage which moved us to give them an asylum. It were heartbreaking to renounce the opportunity of planting a friend to ourselves and an enemy to Burgundy in the very centre of his dominions, and so near to the discontented cities of Flanders. Oliver, I cannot relinquish the advantages which our scheme of marrying the maiden to a friend of our own house seems to hold out to us. Your Majesty, said Oliver, after a moment's thought, might confer her hand on some right trusty friend, who would take all blame on himself, and serve your Majesty secretly, while in public you might disown him. And where am I to find such a friend? said Louis. Were I to bestow her upon any one of our mutinous and ill-ruled nobles, would it not be rendering him independent? And hath it not been my policy for years to prevent them from becoming so? Dunois, indeed, him and him only, I might perchance trust. He would fight for the crown of France, whatever were his condition. But honours and wealth change men's natures. Even Dunois I will not trust. Your Majesty may find others, said Oliver, in his smoothest manner, and in a tone more insinuating than that which he usually employed in conversing with the king, who permitted him considerable freedom. man dependent entirely on your own grace and favour, and who could no more exist without your countenance than without sun or air, man rather of head than of action, man who resemble thyself, ha!" said King Louis. "No, Oliver, by my faith, that arrow was too rashly shot. What! because I indulge thee with my confidence, and let thee, in reward, pull my lieges a little now and then, dost thou think it makes thee fit to be the husband of that beautiful vision, and a count of the highest class to boot? Thee, I say, low born and lower bred, whose wisdom is at best a sort of dinning, and whose courage is more than doubtful. Your Majesty imputes to me a presumption of which I am not guilty, in supposing me to aspire so highly," said Oliver. "I am glad to hear it, man," said the King, "and truly I hold your judgment the healthier that you disown such a reverie. But methinks thy speech sounded strangely in that key. Well, to return, I dare not wed this beauty to one of my subjects. I dare not return her to Burgundy. I dare not transmit her to England or to Germany, where she is likely to become the prize of some one more apt to unite with Burgundy than with France, and who would be more ready to discourage the honest malcontents in Ghent and Liege, than to yield them that wholesome countenance which might always find Charles the hardy enough to exercise his valour on, without stirring from his domains. And they were in so ripe a humour for insurrection, the men of Liege in especial, that they alone, well heated and supported, would find my fair cousin work for more than a 12-month, and backed by a warlike Count of Croy. Oh, Oliver, the plan is too hopeful to be resigned without a struggle. Cannot thy fertile brain devise some scheme?" Oliver paused for a long time, then at last replied, "What if a bridal could be accomplished betwixt Isabel of Croy and young Adolphus, the Duke of Guelders?" "What!" said the King in astonishment, "sacrifice her, and she too so lovely a creature, to the furious wretch who deposed, imprisoned, and has often threatened to murder his own father? No, Oliver, no, that were too unutterably cruel even for you and me, who look so steadfastly to our excellent end, the peace and the welfare of France, and respect so little the means by which it is attained. Besides, he lies distant from us, and is detested by the people of Ghent and Liege. No, no, I will none of Adolphus of Guelders. Think on some one else." "My invention is exhausted, sire," said the counsellor. "I can remember no one who, as husband to the Countess of Croy, would be likely to answer your Majesty's views. He must unite such various qualities: a friend to your Majesty, an enemy to Burgundy, of policy enough to conciliate the Gentois and Liegeois, and of valour sufficient to defend his little dominions against the power of Duke Charles, of noble birth besides, that your Highness insists upon, and of excellent and virtuous character to the boot of all." "Nay, Oliver," said the King, "I leaned not so much, that is so very much, on character; but methinks Isabel's bridegroom should be something less publicly and generally abhorred than Adolphus of Guelders. For example, since I myself must suggest some one, why not William de la Mark?" "On my halidome, sire," said Oliver, "I cannot complain of your demanding too high a standard of moral excellence in the happy man, if the wild boar of Ardennes can serve your turn. De la Mark! Why, he is the most notorious robber and murderer on all the frontiers, excommunicated by the Pope for 1,000 crimes." "We will have him released from the sentence, friend Oliver. Holy Church is merciful." "Almost an outlaw," continued Oliver, "and under the ban of the empire, by an ordinance of the chamber at Ratisbon." "We will have the ban taken off, friend Oliver," continued the King, in the same tone. "The imperial chamber will hear reason." "And admitting him to be of noble birth," said Oliver, "he hath the manners, the face, and the outward form, as well as the heart, of a Flemish butcher, she will never accept of him." "His mode of wooing, if I mistake him not," said Louis, "will render it difficult for her to make a choice." "I was far wrong indeed when I taxed your Majesty with being over scrupulous," said the councillor. "On my life, the crimes of Adolphus are but virtues to those of de la Mark. And then how is he to meet with his bride? Your Majesty knows he dare not stir far from his own forest of Ardennes." "That must be cared for," said the King; "and in the first place, the two ladies must be acquainted privately that they can be no longer maintained at this court, except at the expense of a war between France and Burgundy, and that, unwilling to deliver them up to my fair cousin of Burgundy, I am desirous they should secretly depart from my dominions." "They will demand to be conveyed to England," said Oliver, "and we shall have her return to Flanders with an island lord, having a round, fair face, long brown hair, and 3,000 archers at his back." "No, no," replied the King, "we dare not, you understand me, so far offend our fair cousin of Burgundy as to let her pass to England. It would bring his displeasure as certainly as our maintaining her here. No, no, to the safety of the church alone we will venture to commit her, and the utmost we can do is to connive at the Ladies Hamelin and Isabel de Croy departing in disguise, and with a small retinue, to take refuge with the Bishop of Liege, who will place the fair Isabel for the time under the safeguard of a convent; and if that convent protect her from William de la Mark, when he knows of your Majesty's favourable intentions, I have mistaken the man." "Why, yes," answered the King, "thanks to our secret supplies of money, de la Mark hath together a handsome handful as of unscrupulous soldiery as ever were outlawed, with which he contrives to maintain himself among the woods in such a condition as makes him formidable both to the Duke of Burgundy and the Bishop of Liege. He lacks nothing but some territory which he may call his own, and this being so fair an opportunity to establish himself by marriage, I think that, pasque Dieu, he will find means to win and wed, without more than a hint on our part. The Duke of Burgundy will then have such a thorn in his side as no lancet of our time will easily cut out from his flesh. The boar of Ardennes, whom he has already outlawed, strengthened by the possession of that fair lady's lands, castles, and seigneury, with the discontented liegeois to boot, who, by may faith, will not be in that case unwilling to choose him for their captain and leader. Let Charles then think of wars with France when he will, or rather let him bless his stars if she war not with him. How dost thou like the scheme, Oliver, ha?" "Rarely," said Oliver, save and accept the doom which confers the lady on the wild boar of Ardennes, by my halidome, saving in a little outward show of gallantry, Tristan, the provost marshal, were the more proper bridegroom of the two." "Anon thou didst propose Master Oliver the barber," said Louis; "but friend Oliver and gossip Tristan, though excellent men in the way of counsel and execution, are not the stuff that men make counts of. Know you not that the burghers of Flanders value birth in other men, precisely because they have it not themselves? A plebeian mob ever desired an aristocratic leader. Yonder cad, or cade, or how they called him in England, was fain to lure his rascal rout after him, by pretending to the blood of the Mortimers. William de la Mark comes of the blood of the princes of Sedan, as noble as mine own. And now to business. I must determine the Ladies of Croy to a speedy and secret flight, under sure guidance. This will be easily done. We have but to hint the alternative of surrendering them to Burgundy. Thou must find means to let William de la Mark know of their motions, and let him choose his own time and place to push his suit. I know a fit person to travel with them." "May I ask to whom your Majesty commits such an important charge?" asked the tonsor. "To a foreigner, be sure," replied the King, "one who has neither kin nor interest in France to interfere with the execution of my pleasure, and who knows too little of the country and its factions to suspect more of my purpose than I choose to tell him. In a word, I design to employ the young Scot who you sent hither but now." Oliver paused in a manner which seemed to imply a doubt of the prudence of the choice, and then added, "Your Majesty has reposed confidence in that stranger boy earlier than is your wont." "I have my reasons," answered the King. "Thou knowest," and he crossed himself, "my devotion for the blessed Saint Julian. I had been saying my orisons to that holy saint late in the night before last, wherein, as he is known to be the guardian of travellers, I made it my humble petition that he would augment my household with such wandering foreigners as might best establish throughout our kingdom unlimited devotion to our will, and I vowed to the good saint in Guerdon that I would, in his name, receive and relieve and maintain them." "And did Saint Julian," said Oliver, "send your Majesty this long legged importation from Scotland, in answer to your prayers?" Although the barber, who well knew that his master had superstition in a large proportion to his want of religion, and that on such topics nothing was more easy than to offend him; although, I say, he knew the royal weakness, and therefore carefully put the preceding question in the softest and most simple tone of voice, Louis felt the innuendo which it contained, and regarded the speaker with high displeasure. "Sirrah," he said, "thou art well called Oliver the Devil, who darest thus to sport at once with thy master and with the blessed saints. I tell thee, wert thou one grain less necessary to me, I would have thee hung up on yonder oak before the castle, as an example to all who scoff at things holy. Know, thou infidel slave, that mine eyes were no sooner closed than the blessed Saint Julian was visible to me, leading a young man whom he presented to me, saying that his fortune should be to escape the sword, the cord, the river, and to bring good fortune to the side which he should espouse, and to the adventures in which he should be engaged. I walked out on the succeeding morning, and I met with this youth, whose image I had seen in my dream. In his own country he hath escaped the sword amid the massacre of his whole family, and here within the brief compass of 2 days he hath been strangely rescued from drowning and from the gallows, and hath already, on a particular occasion, as I but lately hinted to thee, been of the most material service to me. I received him as sent hither by Saint Julian to serve me in the most difficult, the most dangerous, and even the most desperate services. The king, as he thus expressed himself, doffed his hat, and selecting from the numerous little leaden figures with which the hatband was garnished, that which represented Saint Julian, he placed it on the table, as was often his wont when some peculiar feeling of hope, or perhaps of remorse, happened to thrill across his mind, and kneeling down before it, muttered, with an appearance of profound devotion, Sancte Juliana, adsis precibus nostris, ora, ora pro nobis. This was one of those ague fits of superstitious devotion which often seized on Louis in such extraordinary times and places, that they gave one of the most sagacious monarchs who ever reigned the appearance of a madman, or at least one of whose mind was shaken by some deep consciousness of guilt. While he was thus employed, his favourite looked on him with an expression of sarcastic contempt, which he scarce attempted to disguise. Indeed, it was one of this man's peculiarities, that in his whole intercourse with his master he laid aside that fondling, purring affectation of officiousness and humility which distinguished his conduct to others, and if he still bore some resemblance to a cat, it was when the animal is on its guard, watchful, animated, and alert for sudden exertion. The cause of this change was probably Oliver's consciousness that his master was himself too profound a hypocrite not to see through the hypocrisy of others. The features of this youth then, if I may presume to speak, said Oliver, resemble those of whom your dream exhibited? Closely and intimately, said the king, whose imagination, like that of superstitious people in general, readily imposed upon itself. I have had his horoscope cast, besides, by Galeotti Mardiaval, and I have plainly learned, through his art and mine own observation, that in many respects this unfriended youth has his destiny under the same constellation with mine. Whatever Oliver might think of the causes thus boldly assigned for the preference of an inexperienced stripling, he dared make no farther objections, well knowing that Louis, who, while residing in exile, had bestowed much of his attention on the supposed science of judicial astrology, would listen to no raillery of any kind which impeached his skill. He therefore only replied that he trusted the youth would prove faithful in the discharge of a task so delicate. We will take care he hath no opportunity to be otherwise, said Louis, for he shall be privy to nothing, save that he is sent to escort the Ladies of Croy to the residence of the Bishop of Liege. Of the probable interference of William de la Marck he shall know as little as they themselves. None shall know that secret but the guide, and Tristan, or thou must find one fit for our purpose. But in that case, said Oliver, judging of him from his country, and his appearance, the young man is like to stand to his arms as soon as the wild boar comes on them, and may not come off so easily from the tusks as he did this morning." "If they rend his heartstrings," said Louis composedly, "St. Julian, blessed be his name, can send me another in his stead. It skills as little that the messenger is slain after his duty is executed, as that the flask is broken when the wine is drunk out. Meanwhile, we must expedite the lady's departure, and then persuade the Count de Crevecoeur that it has taken place without our connivance, we having been desirous to restore them to the custody of our fair cousin, which their sudden departure has unhappily prevented. The Count is perhaps too wise, and his master too prejudiced, to believe it." "Holy Mother," said Louis, "what unbelief would that be in Christian men? But, Oliver, they shall believe us. We will throw into our whole conduct towards our fair cousin, Duke Charles, such thorough and unlimited confidence, that, not to believe we have been sincere with him in every respect, he must be worse than an infidel. I tell thee, so convinced am I that I could make Charles of Burgundy think of me in every respect as I would have him, that, were it necessary for silencing his doubts, I would ride unarmed and on a palfrey to visit him in his tent, with no better guard about me than thine own simple person, friend Oliver." "And I," said Oliver, "though I pique not myself upon managing steel in any other shape than that of a razor, would rather charge a Swiss battalion of pikes than I would accompany your Highness upon such a visit of friendship to Charles of Burgundy, when he hath so many grounds to be well assured that there is enmity in your Majesty's bosom against him." "Thou art a fool, Oliver," said the King, "with all thy pretensions to wisdom, and art not aware that deep policy must often assume the appearance of the most extreme simplicity, as courage occasionally shrouds itself under the show of modest timidity. Were it needful, full surely would I do what I have said, the saints always blessing our purpose, and the heavenly constellations bringing round in their course a proper conjuncture for such an exploit." In these words did King Louis XI give the first hint of the extraordinary resolution which he afterwards adopted in order to dupe his great rival, the subsequent execution of which had very nearly proved his own ruin. He parted with his counsellor, and presently afterwards went to the apartment of the Ladies of Croy. Few persuasions beyond his mere licence would have been necessary to determine their retreat from the court of France, upon the first hint that they might not be eventually protected against the Duke of Burgundy, but it was not so easy to induce them to choose Liege for the place of their retreat. They entreated and requested to be transferred to Bretagne or Calais, where, under protection of the Duke of Bretagne or King of England, they might remain in a state of safety until the sovereign of Burgundy should relent in his rigorous purpose towards them. But neither of these places of safety at all suited the plans of Louis, and he was at last successful in inducing them to adopt that which did coincide with them. The power of the Bishop of Liege for their defence was not to be questioned, since his ecclesiastical dignity gave him the means of protecting the fugitives against all Christian princes, while on the other hand his secular forces, if not numerous, seemed at least sufficient to defend his person, and all under his protection, from any sudden violence. The difficulty was to reach the little court of the bishop in safety; but for this Louis promised to provide, by spreading a report that the ladies of Croy had escaped from Tours by night, under fear of being delivered up to the Burgundian envoy, and had taken their flight towards Bretagne. He also promised them the attendance of a small but faithful retinue, and letters to the commanders of such towns and fortresses as they might pass, with instructions to use every means for protecting and assisting them in their journey. The ladies of Croy, although internally resenting the ungenerous and discourteous manner in which Louis thus deprived them of the promised asylum in his court, were so far from objecting to the hasty departure which he proposed, that they even anticipated his project, by entreating to be permitted to set forward that same night. The Lady Hamelin was already tired of a place where there were neither admiring courtiers nor festivities to be witnessed, and the Lady Isabel thought she had seen enough to conclude that, were the temptation to become a little stronger, Louis XI, not satisfied with expelling them from his court, would not hesitate to deliver her up to her irritated suzerain, the Duke of Burgundy. Lastly, Louis himself readily acquiesced in their hasty departure, anxious to preserve peace with Duke Charles, and alarmed lest the beauty of Isabel should interfere with and impede the favourite plan which he had formed for bestowing the hand of his daughter Joan upon his cousin of Orleans. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Quentin Durward by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 13. The Journey. Talk not of kings. I scorn the poor comparison. I am a sage, and can command the elements. At least men think I can, and on that thought I found unbounded empire. Albumazar. Occupation and adventure might be said to crowd upon the young Scottishman with the force of a spring tide, for he was speedily summoned to the apartment of his captain, the Lord Crawford, where, to his astonishment, he again beheld the king. After a few words respecting the honour and trust which were about to be reposed in him, which made Quentin internally afraid that they were again about to propose to him such a watch as he had kept upon the Count of Crevecoeur, or perhaps some duty still more repugnant to his feelings, he was not relieved merely, but delighted with hearing that he was selected with the assistance of 4 others under his command, one of whom was a guide, to escort the ladies of Croy to the little court of their relative, the Bishop of Liege, in the safest and most commodious, and at the same time in the most secret manner possible. A scroll was given him, in which were set down directions for his guidance, for the places of halt, generally chosen in obscure villages, solitary monasteries, and situations remote from towns, and for the general precautions which he was to attend to, especially on approaching the frontier of Burgundy. He was sufficiently supplied with instructions what he ought to say and do to sustain the personage of the maitre d'hotel of 2 English ladies of rank, who had been on a pilgrimage to St. Martin of Tours, and were about to visit the holy city of Cologne, and worship the relics of the sage Eastern monarchs, who came to adore the nativity of Bethlehem. For under that character the Ladies of Croy were to journey. Without having any defined notions of the cause of his delight, Quentin Durward's heart leapt for joy at the idea of approaching thus nearly to the person of the beauty of the turret, and in a situation which entitled him to her confidence, since her protection was in so great a degree entrusted to his conduct and courage. He felt no doubt in his own mind that he should be her successful guide through the hazards of her pilgrimage. Youth seldom thinks of dangers, and bred up free and fearless and self-confiding, Quentin, in particular, only thought of them to defy them. He longed to be exempted from the restraint of the royal presence, that he might indulge the secret glee with which such unexpected tidings filled him, and which prompted him to bursts of delight which would have been totally unfitting for that society. But Louis had not yet done with him. That cautious monarch had to consult a counsellor of a different stamp from Oliver le Diable, who was supposed to derive his skill from the superior and astral intelligences, as men, judging from their fruits, were apt to think the counsels of Oliver sprang from the devil himself. Louis therefore led the way, followed by the impatient Quentin, to a separate tower of the castle of Plessis, in which was installed, in no small ease and splendour, the celebrated astrologer, poet, and philosopher Galeotti Mardi, or Mardius, or Mardavale, a native of Narni in Italy, the author of the famous treatise De Vulgo Incognitus, and the subject of his age's admiration, and of the panegyrics of Paulus Jovius. He had long flourished at the court of the celebrated Matthias Corvinus, King of Hungary, from whom he was in some measure decoyed by Louis, who grudged the Hungarian monarch the society and the counsels of a sage accounted so skilful in reading the decrees of heaven. Mardavale was none of those ascetic, withered, pale professors of mystic learning of those days, who bleared their eyes over the midnight furnace, and macerated their bodies by out-watching the polar bear. He indulged in all courtly pleasures, and until he grew corpulent, had excelled in all martial sports and gymnastic exercises, as well as in the use of arms, insomuch that Janus Pannonius has left a Latin epigram upon a wrestling match betwixt Galeotti and a renowned champion of that art, in the presence of the Hungarian king and court, in which the astrologer was completely victorious. The apartments of this courtly and martial sage were far more splendidly furnished than any which Quentin had yet seen in the royal palace, and the carving and ornamented woodwork of his library, as well as the magnificence displayed in the tapestries, showed the elegant taste of the learned Italian. Out of his study one door opened to his sleeping apartment, another led to the turret which served as his observatory. A large open table in the midst of the chamber was covered with a rich Turkey carpet, the spoils of the tent of a pasha after the great battle of Jeza, where the astrologer had fought abreast with the valiant champion of Christendom, Matthias Corvinus. On the table lay a variety of mathematical and astrological instruments, all of the most rich materials and curious workmanship. His astrolabe of silver was the gift of the Emperor of Germany, and his Jacob's staff of ebony, jointed with gold and curiously inlaid, was a mark of esteem from the reigning Pope. There were various other miscellaneous articles disposed on the table or hanging around the walls, amongst others 2 complete suits of armour, one of mail, the other of plate, both of which, from their great size, seemed to call the gigantic astrologer their owner, a Spanish Toledo, a Scottish broadsword, a Turkish scimitar, with bows, quivers, and other warlike weapons, musical instruments of several different kinds, a silver crucifix, a sepulchral antique vase, and several of the little brazen pennants of the ancient heathens, with other curious nondescript articles, some of which, in the superstitious opinions of that period, seemed to be designed for magical purposes. The library of this singular character was of the same miscellaneous description, with its other effects. Curious manuscripts of classical antiquity lay mingled with the voluminous labours of Christian divines, and of those painstaking sages who professed the chemical science, and proffered to guide their students into the most secret recesses of nature, by means of the hermetical philosophy. Some were written in the Eastern character, and others concealed their sense or nonsense under the veil of hieroglyphics and cabalistic characters. The whole apartment and its furniture of every kind formed a scene very impressive on the fancy, considering the general belief then indisputably entertained concerning the truth of the occult sciences, and that effect was increased by the manners and appearance of the individual himself, who, seated in a huge chair, was employed in curiously examining a specimen, just issued from the Frankfurt press, of the newly invented art of printing. Galeatti Mardivalli was a tall, bulky, yet stately man, considerably past his prime, and whose youthful habits of exercise, though still occasionally resumed, had not been able to contend with his natural tendency to corpulence, increased by sedentary study and indulgence in the pleasures of the table. His features, though rather overgrown, were dignified and noble, and a Santon might have envied the dark and downward sweep of his long descending beard. His dress was a chamber robe of the richest Genoa velvet, with ample sleeves, clasped with frogs of gold, and lined with sables. It was fastened round his middle by a broad belt of virgin parchment, round which were represented, in crimson characters, the signs of the zodiac. He rose and bowed to the king, yet with the air of one to whom such exalted society was familiar, and who was not at all likely, even in the royal presence, to compromise the dignity then especially affected by the pursuers of science. "You are engaged, father," said the king, "and, as I think, with this new-fashioned art of multiplying manuscripts by the intervention of machinery. Can things of such mechanical and terrestrial import interest the thoughts of one before whom heaven has unrolled her own celestial volumes?" "My brother," replied Mardivalli, "for so the tenant of this cell must term even the King of France, when he deigns to visit him as a disciple, believe me, that in considering the consequences of this invention, I read with as certain augury as by any combination of the heavenly bodies, the most awful and portentous changes. When I reflect with what slow and limited supplies the stream of science hath hitherto descended to us, how difficult to be obtained by those most ardent in its search, how certain to be neglected by all who regard their ease, how liable to be diverted, altogether dried up, by the invasions of barbarism, can I look forward without wonder and astonishment to the lot of a succeeding generation, on whom knowledge will descend like the first and second rain, uninterrupted, unabated, unbounded, fertilizing some grounds and overflowing others, changing the whole form of social life, establishing and overthrowing religions, erecting and destroying kingdoms. "Hold, Galeotti," said Louis, "shall these changes come in our time?" "No, my royal brother," replied Martivali, "this invention may be likened to a young tree which is now newly planted, but shall in succeeding generations bear fruit as fatal, yet as precious as that of the Garden of Eden, the knowledge, namely, of good and evil." Louis answered after a moment's pause, "Let futurity look to what concerns them. We are men of this age, and to this age we will confine our care. Sufficient for the day is the evil thereof. Tell me, hast thou proceeded farther in the horoscope which I sent to thee, and of which you made me some report? I have brought the party hither, that you may use palmistry or chiromancy, if such is your pleasure. The matter is pressing." The bulky sage arose from his seat, and approaching the young soldier, fixed on him his keen, large, dark eyes, as if he were in the act of internally spelling and dissecting every lineament and feature. Blushing, and borne down by this close examination on the part of one whose expression was so reverend at once and commanding, Quentin bent his eyes on the ground, and did not again raise them till in the act of obeying the sonorous command of the astrologer, "Look up, and be not afraid, but hold forth thy hand." When Martivali had inspected his palm according to the form of the mystic arts which he practised, he led the king some steps aside. "My royal brother," he said, "the physiognomy of this youth, together with the lines impressed on his hand, confirm in a wonderful degree the report which I founded on his horoscope, as well as that judgment which your own proficiency in our sublime arts induced you at once to form of him. All promises that this youth will be brave and fortunate." "And faithful," said the king, "for valour and fortune square not always with fidelity." "And faithful also," said the astrologer, "for there is manly firmness in look and eye, and his linea vitae is deeply marked and clear, which indicates a true and upright adherence to those who do benefit or lodge trust in him. But yet—" "But what?" said the king. "Farther, Galeotti, wherefore do you now pause?" "The ears of kings," said the sage, "are like the palates of those dainty patients which are unable to endure the bitterness of the drugs necessary for their recovery." "My ears and my palate have no such niceness," said Louis. "Let me hear what is useful counsel, and swallow what is wholesome medicine. I quarrel not with the rudeness of the one or the harsh taste of the other. I have not been cockered in wantonness or indulgence. My youth was one of exile and suffering. My ears are used to harsh counsel, and take no offence at it." "Then plainly, sire," replied Galeotti, "if you have aught in your purposed commission which, in short, may startle a scrupulous conscience, entrust it not to this youth, at least not till a few years' exercise in your service has made him as unscrupulous as others. And this is what you hesitated to speak, my good Galeotti? And didst thou think thy speaking it would offend me? Said the king. Alack, I know that thou art well sensible that the path of royal policy cannot be always squared, as that of private life ought invariably to be, by the abstract maxims of religion and of morality. Wherefore do we, the princes of the earth, found churches and monasteries, make pilgrimages, undergo penances, and perform devotions with which others may dispense, unless it be because the benefit of the public and the welfare of our kingdoms force us upon measures which grieve our consciences as Christians. But heaven has mercy. The Church, an unbounded stock of merits, and the intercession of Our Lady of Embrun and the blessed saints, is urgent, everlasting, and omnipotent. He laid his hat on the table, and devoutly kneeling before the images stuck into the hatband, repeated in an earnest tone, Sancte Huberte, Sancte Juliane, Sancte Martine, Sancte Rosalia, Sancti quoquat Adestus, orate pro me peccatori. He then smote his breast, arose, reassumed his hat, and continued, Be assured, good father, that whatever there may be in our commission of the nature at which you have hinted, the execution shall not be entrusted to this youth, nor shall he be privy to such part of our purpose. In this, said the astrologer, you, my royal brother, will walk wisely. Something may be apprehended likewise from the rashness of this your young commissioner, a failing inherent in those of sanguine complexion. But I hold that, by the rules of art, this chance is not to be weighed against the other properties discovered from his horoscope and otherwise. Will this next midnight be a propitious hour in which to commence a perilous journey? Said the king. See, here is your ephemerid. You see the position of the moon in regard to Saturn, and the ascendance of Jupiter. That should argue, methinks, in submission to your better art, success to him who sends forth the expedition at such an hour. To him who sends forth the expedition, said the astrologer, after a pause, this conjunction doth indeed promise success, but methinks that Saturn, being combust, threatens danger and infortune to the party sent, whence I infer that the errand may be perilous, or even fatal, to those who are to journey. Violence and captivity, methinks, are intimated in that adverse conjunction. Violence and captivity to those who are sent, answered the king, but success to the wishes of the sender. Runs it not thus, my learned father? Even so, replied the astrologer. The king paused, without giving any farther indication how far this presaging speech, probably hazarded by the astrologer from his conjecture that the commission related to some dangerous purpose, squared with his real object, which, as the reader is aware, was to betray the Countess Isabel of Croy into the hands of William de la Marck, a nobleman indeed of high birth, but degraded by his crimes into a leader of banditti, distinguished for his turbulent disposition and ferocious bravery. The king then pulled forth a paper from his pocket, and ere he gave it to Mardavalli, said in a tone which resembled that of an apology, Learned Galeotti, Be not surprised that, possessing in you an oracular treasure superior to that lodged in the breast of any now alive, not excepting the great Nostradamus himself, I am desirous frequently to avail myself of your skill in those doubts and difficulties which beset every prince who hath to contend with rebellion within his land, and with external enemies, both powerful and inveterate. When I was honoured with your request, sire, said the philosopher, and abandoned the court of Buddha for that of Plessis, it was with the resolution to place at the command of my royal patron whatever my art had that might be of service to him. Enough, good Mardavalli. I pray thee attend to the import of this question. He proceeded to read from the paper in his hand. A person having on hand a weighty controversy, which is like to draw to debate either by law or by force of arms, is desirous for the present to seek accommodation by a personal interview with his antagonist. He desires to know what day will be propitious for the execution of such a purpose. Also, what is likely to be the success of such a negotiation, and whether his adversary will be moved to answer the confidence thus reposed in him with gratitude and kindness, or may rather be likely to abuse the opportunity and advantage which such meeting may afford him. It is an important question, said Mardavalli, when the king hath done reading, and requires that I should set a planetary figure, and give it instant and deep consideration. Let it be so, my good father in the sciences, and thou shalt know what it is to oblige a king of France. We are determined, if the constellations forbid not, and our own humble art leads us to think that they approve our purpose, to hazard something, even in our own person, to stop these anti-Christian wars. May the saints forward your majesty's pious intent, said the astrologer, and guard your sacred person. Thanks, learned father. Here is something the while to enlarge your curious library. He placed under one of the volumes a small purse of gold, for economical even in his superstitions, Louis conceived the astrologer sufficiently bound to his service by the pensions he had assigned him, and thought himself entitled to the use of his skill at a moderate rate, even upon great exigencies. Louis, having thus, in legal phrase, added a refreshing fee to his general retainer, turned from him to address Durward. Follow me, he said, my bonny Scot, as one chosen by destiny and a monarch to accomplish a bold adventure. All must be got ready, that thou mayest put foot in stirrup the very instant the bell of St. Martin's tolls 12. 1 minute sooner, 1 minute later, were to forfeit the favourable aspect of the constellations which smile on your adventure. Thus saying, the king left the apartment, followed by his young guardsman, and no sooner were they gone than the astrologer gave way to very different feelings from those which seemed to animate him during the royal presence. The niggardly slave, he said, weighing the purse in his hand, for being a man of unbounded expense, he had almost constant occasion for money. The base sordid scullion, a coxswain's wife would give more to know that her husband had crossed the narrow seas in safety. He acquire any tincture of humane letters. Yes, when prowling foxes and yelling wolves become musicians. He read the glorious blazoning of the firmament. Ay, when sordid moles shall become lynxes. Post taught promissa, after so many promises made to entice me from the court of the magnificent Matthias, where Hun and Turk, Christian and infidel, the Czar of Muscovia and the Cham of Tartary themselves contended to load me with gifts, doth he think I am to abide in this old castle like a bullfinch in a cage, fain to sing as oft as he chooses to whistle, and all for seed and water? Not so. Aut inveniam viam, aut faciam. I will discover or contrive a remedy. The Cardinal Baloo is politic and liberal. This query shall to him, and it shall be his Eminence's own fault, if the stars speak not as he would have them. He again took the despised guerdon, and weighed it in his hand. It may be, he said, there is some jewel or pearl of price concealed in this paltry case. I have heard he can be liberal even to lavishness, when it suits his caprice or interest. He emptied the purse, which contained neither more nor less than 10 gold pieces. The indignation of the astrologer was extreme. Thinks he that for such paltry rate of hire I will practise that celestial science which I have studied with the Armenian abbot of Istrahoff, who had not seen the sun for 40 years, with the Greek Dupravius, who is said to have raised the dead, and have even visited the Sheik Ebn Hali in his cave in the deserts of Thebai. No, by heaven, he that contemns art shall perish through his own ignorance. 10 pieces, a pittance which I am half ashamed to offer to Tonette to buy her new breast laces. So saying, the indignant sage nevertheless plunged the contemned pieces of gold into a large pouch, which he wore at his girdle, which Toinette and other abettors of lavish expense generally contrived to empty fully faster than the philosopher with all his art could find the means of filling. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Quentin Durward by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 14. The Journey. I see thee yet, fair France, thou favoured land of art and nature. Thou art still before me. Thy sons, to whom their labour is a sport, so well thy grateful soil returns its tribute. Thy sunburnt daughters, with their laughing eyes and glossy raven locks. But, favoured France, thou hast had many a tale of woe to tell in ancient times as now. Anonymous. Avoiding all conversation with any one, for such was his charge, Quentin Durward proceeded hastily to array himself in a strong but plain cuirass, with thigh and arm pieces, and placed on his head a good steel cap without any visor. To these was added a handsome cassock of chamois leather, finely dressed, and laced down the seams with some embroidery, such as might become a superior officer in a noble household. These were brought to his apartment by Oliver, who, with his quiet, insinuating smile and manner, acquainted him that his uncle had been summoned to mount guard purposely that he might make no inquiries concerning these mysterious movements. "Your excuse will be made to your kinsman," said Oliver, smiling again, "and, my dearest son, when you return safe from the execution of this pleasing trust, I doubt not you will be found worthy of such promotion as will dispense with your accounting for your motions to any one, while it will place you at the head of those who must render an account of theirs to you." So spoke Oliver le Diable, calculating, probably, in his own mind, the great chance there was that the poor youth, whose hand he squeezed affectionately as he spoke, must necessarily encounter death or captivity in the commission entrusted to his charge. He added to his fair words a small purse of gold to defray necessary expenses on the road, as a gratuity on the king's part. At a few minutes before 12 at midnight, Quentin, according to his directions, proceeded to the second courtyard, and paused under the Dauphin's Tower, which, as the reader knows, was assigned for the temporary residence of the Countesses of Croy. He found at this place of rendezvous the men and horses appointed to compose the retinue, leading 2 sumpter mules already loaded with baggage, and holding 3 palfreys for the 2 countesses, and a faithful waiting woman with a stately war horse for himself, whose steel-plated saddle glanced in the pale moonlight. Not a word of recognition was spoken on either side. The men sat still in their saddles as if they were motionless, and by the same imperfect light Quentin saw with pleasure that they were all armed, and held long lances in their hands. They were only 3 in number, but one of them whispered to Quentin in a strong Gascon accent that their guide was to join them beyond Tours. Meantime, lights glanced to and fro at the lattices of the tower, as if there was bustle and preparation among its inhabitants. At length a small door, which led from the bottom of the tower to the court, was unclosed, and 3 females came forth, attended by a man wrapped in a cloak. They mounted in silence the palfreys which stood prepared for them, while their attendant on foot led the way, and gave the passwords and signals to the watchful guards, whose posts they passed in succession. Thus they at length reached the exterior of these formidable barriers. Here the man on foot, who had hitherto acted as their guide, paused, and spoke low and earnestly to the 2 foremost females. "May Heaven bless you, sire," said a voice which thrilled upon Quentin Durward's ear, "and forgive you, even if your purposes be more interested than your words express. To be placed in safety under the protection of the good Bishop of Liege is the utmost extent of my desire." The person whom she thus addressed muttered an inaudible answer, and retreated back through the barrier gate, while Quentin thought that, by the moon glimpse, he recognised in him the king himself, whose anxiety for the departure of his guests had probably induced him to give his presence, in case scruples should arise on their part, or difficulties on that of the guards of the castle. When the riders were beyond the castle, it was necessary for some time to ride with great precaution, in order to avoid the pitfalls, snares, and similar contrivances which were placed for the annoyance of strangers. The Gascon was, however, completely possessed of the clue to this labyrinth, and in a quarter of an hour's riding they found themselves beyond the limits of Plessis le Parc, and not far distant from the city of Tours. The moon, which had now extricated herself from the clouds through which she was formerly waiting, shed a full sea of glorious light upon a landscape equally glorious. They saw the princely Loire rolling his majestic tide through the richest plain in France, and sweeping along between banks ornamented with towers and terraces, and with olives and vineyards. They saw the walls of the city of Tours, the ancient capital of Touraine, raising their portal towers and embattlements white in the moonlight, while from within their circle rose the immense Gothic mass, which the devotion of the sainted Bishop Perpetuus erected as early as the 5th century, and which the zeal of Charlemagne and his successors had enlarged with such architectural splendour as rendered it the most magnificent church in France. The towers of the church of Saint Gatien were also visible, and the gloomy strength of the castle, which was said to have been, in ancient times, the residence of the Emperor Valentinian. Even the circumstances in which he was placed, though of a nature so engrossing, did not prevent the wonder and delight with which the young Scottishman, accustomed to the waste, though impressive landscape of his own mountains, and the poverty even of his country's most stately scenery, looked on a scene which art and nature seem to have vied in adorning with their richest splendour. But he was called to the business of the moment by the voice of the elder lady, pitched at least an octave higher than those soft tones which bade adieu to King Louis, demanding to speak with the leader of the band. Spurring his horse forward, Quentin respectfully presented himself to the ladies in that capacity, and thus underwent the interrogatories of the Lady Hamelin. What was his name, and what his degree? He told both. Was he perfectly acquainted with the road? He could not, he replied, pretend to much knowledge of the route, but he was furnished with full instructions, and he was, at their first resting place, to be provided with a guide, in all respects competent to the task of directing their farther journey. Meanwhile, a horseman, who had just joined them and made the number of their guard 4, was to be their guide for the first stage. "And wherefore were you selected for such a duty, young gentleman?" said the lady. "I am told you are the same youth who was lately upon guard in the gallery in which we met the Princess of France. You seem young and inexperienced for such a charge. A stranger, too, in France, and speaking the language as a foreigner." "I am bound to obey the commands of the King, madam, but am not qualified to reason on them," answered the young soldier. "Are you of noble birth?" demanded the same querist. "I may safely affirm so, madam," replied Quentin. "And are you not," said the younger lady, addressing him in her turn, but with a timorous accent, "the same whom I saw when I was called to wait upon the King at yonder inn?" Lowering his voice, perhaps from similar feelings of timidity, Quentin answered in the affirmative. "Then methinks, my cousin," said the Lady Isabel, addressing the Lady Hamelin, "we must be safe under this young gentleman's safeguard. He looks not, at least, like one to whom the execution of a plan of treacherous cruelty upon 2 helpless women could be with safety entrusted." "On my honour," said Durward, "by the fame of my house, by the bones of my ancestry, I could not, for France and Scotland laid into one, be guilty of treachery or cruelty towards you." "You speak well, young man," said the Lady Hamelin, "but we are accustomed to hear fair speeches from the King of France and his agents. It was by these that we were induced, when the protection of the Bishop of Liege might have been attained with less risk than now, or when we might have thrown ourselves on that of Wenceslaus of Germany, or of Edward of England, to seek refuge in France. And in what did the promises of the King result? In an obscure and shameful concealing of us under plebeian names, as a sort of prohibited wares in yonder paltry hostelry, when we, who, as thou knowest, Marthen," addressing her domestic, never put on our head tire save under a canopy, and upon a dais of 3 degrees, were compelled to attire ourselves standing on the simple floor as if we had been 2 milkmaids. Marthen admitted that her lady spoke a most melancholy truth. "I would that had been the sorest evil, dear kinswoman," said the Lady Isabel. "I could gladly have dispensed with state." "But not with society," said the elder Countess. "That, my sweet cousin, was impossible." "I would have dispensed with all, my dearest kinswoman," answered Isabel, in a voice which penetrated to the very heart of her young conductor and guard, "with all, for a safe and honourable retirement. I wish not, God knows I never wished, to occasion war betwixt France and my native Burgundy, or that lives should be lost for such as I am. I only implored permission to retire to the convent of Marmoutier, or to any other holy sanctuary." "You spoke then like a fool, my cousin," answered the elder lady, "and not like a daughter of my noble brother. It is well there is still one alive who hath some of the spirit of the noble house of Croy. How should a high born lady be known from a sunburnt milkmaid, save that spears are broken for the one, and only hazel poles shattered for the other? I tell you, maiden, that while I was in the very earliest bloom, scarcely older than yourself, the famous passage of arms at Haflingham was held in my honour. The challengers were 4, the assailants so many as 12. It lasted 3 days, and cost the lives of 2 adventurous knights, the fracture of 1 backbone, 1 collarbone, 3 legs, and 2 arms, besides flesh wounds and bruises beyond the herald's counting. And thus have the ladies of our house ever been honoured. Ah, had you but half the heart of your noble ancestry, you would find means at some court where ladies' love and fame in arms are still prized, to maintain a tournament at which your hand should be the prize, as was that of your great-grandmother of blessed memory, at the spear-running of Strasbourg, and thus should you gain the best lance in Europe, to maintain the rights of the house of Croy, both against the oppression of Burgundy and the policy of France." "But, fair kinswoman," answered the younger Countess, "I have been told by my old nurse, that although the Rhinegrave was the best lance at the great tournament at Strasbourg, and so won the hand of my respected ancestor, yet the match was no happy one, as he used often to scold, and sometimes even to beat, my great-grandmother of blessed memory." "And wherefore not?" said the elder Countess, in her romantic enthusiasm for the profession of chivalry. "Why should those victorious arms, accustomed to deal blows when abroad, be bound to restrain their energies at home? 1,000 times rather would I be beaten twice a day by a husband whose arm was as much feared by others as by me, than be the wife of a coward who dared neither to lift hand to his wife nor to any one else." "I should wish you joy of such an active mate, fair aunt," replied Isabel, "without envying you; for if broken bones be lovely in tourneys, there is nothing less amiable in lady's bower." "Nay, but the beating is no necessary consequence of wedding with a knight of fame in arms," said the Lady Hamelin, "though it is true that your ancestor of blessed memory, the Rhinegrave Gottfried, was something rough-tempered, and addicted to the use of Rhine wine. The very perfect knight is a lamb among ladies, and a lion among lances. There was Thibaut of Montigny, God be with him! he was the kindest soul alive, and not only was he never so discourteous as to lift hand against his lady, but, by our own good dame, he who beat all enemies without doors, found a fair foe who could belabour him within. Well, 'twas his own fault. He was one of the challengers at the passage of Haflingham, and so well bestirred himself, that if it had pleased Heaven and your grandfather, there might have been a lady of Montigny who had used his gentle nature more gently. The Countess Isabel, who had some reason to dread this passage of Haflingham, it being a topic upon which her aunt was at all times very diffuse, suffered the conversation to drop, and Quentin, with the natural politeness of one who had been gently nurtured, dreading lest his presence might be a restraint on their conversation, rode forward to join the guide, as if to ask him some questions concerning their route. Meanwhile, the ladies continued their journey in silence, or in such conversation as is not worth narrating, until day began to break, and as they had then been on horseback for several hours, Quentin, anxious lest they should be fatigued, became impatient to know their distance from the nearest resting place. "I will show it you," answered the guide, "in half an hour." "And then you leave us to other guidance?" continued Quentin. "Even so, Signor Archer," replied the man. "My journeys are always short and straight. When you and others, Signor Archer, go by the bow, I always go by the cord." The moon had by this time long been down, and the lights of dawn were beginning to spread bright and strong in the east, and to gleam on the bosom of a small lake, on the verge of which they had been riding for a short space of time. This lake lay in the midst of a wide plain, scattered over with single trees, groves, and thickets, but which might be yet termed open, so that objects began to be discerned with sufficient accuracy. Quentin cast his eye on the person whom he rode beside, and under the shadow of a slouched overspreading hat, which resembled the sombrero of a Spanish peasant, he recognized the facetious features of the same petty Andre, whose fingers, not long since, had, in concert with those of his lugubrious brother, Troy Achilles, been so unpleasantly active about his throat. Impelled by aversion, not altogether unmixed with fear, for in his own country the executioner is regarded with almost superstitious horror, which his late narrow escape had not diminished, Durward instinctively moved his horse's head to the right, and pressing him at the same time with the spur, made a demi-volte, which separated him 8 feet from his hateful companion. "Ho, ho, ho, ho!" exclaimed petty Andre. "By Our Lady of the Grave, our young soldier remembers us of old. What, comrade! You bear no malice, I trust? Every one wins his bread in this country. No man need be ashamed of having come through my hands, for I will do my work with any that ever tied a living weight to a dead tree, and God hath given me grace to be such a merry fellow withal. Ha, ha, ha! I could tell you such jests I have cracked between the foot of a ladder and the top of the gallows, that by my halidome I have been obliged to do my job rather hastily, for fear the fellows would die with laughing, and so shame my mystery." As he thus spoke, he edged his horse sideways, to regain the interval which the Scot had left between them, saying at the same time, "Come, Signor Archer, let there be no unkindness betwixt us. For my part, I always do my duty without malice. and with a light heart, and I never love a man better than when I have put my scant of wind collar about his neck, to dub him Knight of the Order of Saint Patibularius, as the provost's chaplain, the worthy Father Vaconel Diablo, is wont to call the patron saint of the provostry. "Keep back, thou wretched object!" exclaimed Quentin, as the finisher of the law again sought to approach him closer, "or I shall be tempted to teach you the distance that should be betwixt men of honour and such an outcast." "La, you there, how hot you are!" said the fellow. "Had you said men of honesty, there had been some savour of truth in it; but for men of honour, good lack, I have to deal with them every day, as nearly and closely as I was about to do business with you. But peace be with you, and keep your company to yourself. I would have bestowed a flagon of Auvergnat upon you to wash away every unkindness, but it is like you scorn my courtesy. Well, be as churlish as you list. I never quarrel with my customers, my jerry come tumbles, my merry dancers, my little playfellows, as Jock Butcher says to his lambs, those, in fine, who, like your signorship, have H.E.M.P. written on their foreheads. No, no, let them use me as they list. They shall have my good service at last, and yourself shall see, when you next come under petty Andre's hands, that he knows how to forgive an injury." So saying, and summing up the whole with a provoking wink, and such an interjectional chick as men quicken a dull horse with, petty Andre drew off to the other side of the path, and left the youth to digest the taunts he had treated him with, as his proud Scottish stomach best might. A strong desire had Quentin to have belaboured him while the staff of his lance could hold together, but he put a restraint on his passion, recollecting that a brawl with such a character could be creditable at no time or place, and that a quarrel of any kind on the present occasion would be a breach of duty, and might involve the most perilous consequences. He therefore swallowed his wrath at the ill-timed and professional jokes of Monsieur Petty Andre, and contented himself with devoutly hoping that they had not reached the ears of his fair charge, on which they could not be supposed to make an impression in favour of himself as one obnoxious to such sarcasms. But he was speedily roused from such thoughts by the cry of both the ladies at once to "Look back! Look back! For the love of heaven, look yourself and us! We are pursued!" Quentin hastily looked back, and saw that two armed men were in fact following them, and riding at such a pace as must soon bring them up with their party. "It can," he said, "be only some of the provostry making their rounds in the forest. Do thou look," he said to Petty Andre, "and see what they may be." Petty Andre obeyed, and rolling himself jocosely in the saddle after he had made his observations, replied, "These, fair sir, are neither your comrades nor mine, neither archers nor marshal's men, for I think they wear helmets with visors lowered, and gorgets of the same. A plague upon these gorgets of all other pieces of armour. I have fumbled with them an hour before I could undo the rivets." "Do you, gracious ladies," said Durward, without attending to Petty Andre, "ride forward, not so fast as to raise an opinion of your being in flight, and yet fast enough to avail yourself of the impediment which I shall presently place between you and these men who follow us." The Countess Isabel looked to their guide, and then whispered to her aunt, who spoke to Quentin thus: "We have confidence in your care, fair archer, and will rather abide the risk of whatever may chance in your company, than we will go onward with that man, whose mien is, we think, of no good augury." "Be it as you will, ladies," said the youth. "There are but two who come after us, and though they be knights, as their arms seem to show, they shall, if they have any evil purpose, learn how a Scottish gentleman can do his devour in the presence and for the defence of such as you. Which of you," he continued, addressing the guards, whom he commanded, "is willing to be my comrade, and to break a lance with these gallants?" Two of the men obviously faltered in resolution, but the third, Bertrand Guyot, swore that cap de Dieu, were they knights of King Arthur's Round Table, he would try their mettle for the honour of Gascony. While he spoke, the two knights, for they seemed of no less rank, came up with the rear of the party, in which Quentin, with his sturdy adherent, had by this time stationed himself. They were fully accoutred in excellent armour of polished steel, without any device by which they could be distinguished. One of them, as they approached, called out to Quentin, "Sir Squire, give place. We come to relieve you of a charge which is above your rank and condition. You will do well to leave these ladies in our care, who are fitter to wait upon them, especially as we know that in yours they are little better than captives." "In return to your demand, sirs," replied Durward, "know in the first place that I am discharging the duty imposed upon me by my present sovereign, and next, that however unworthy I may be, the ladies desire to abide under my protection." "Out, sirrah!" exclaimed one of the champions. "Will you, a wandering beggar, put yourself on terms of resistance against belted knights?" "They are indeed terms of resistance," said Quentin, "since they oppose your insolent and unlawful aggression, and if there be difference of rank between us, which as yet I know not, your discourtesy has done it away. Draw your sword, or if you will use the lance, take ground for your career." While the knights turned their horses and rode back to the distance of about 150 yards, Quentin, looking to the ladies, bent low on his saddle bow, as if desiring their favourable regard, and as they streamed towards him their kerchiefs, in token of encouragement, the two assailants had gained the distance necessary for their charge. Calling to the Gascon to bear himself like a man, Durward put his steed into motion, and the four horsemen met in full career in the midst of the ground which at first separated them. The shock was fatal to the poor Gascon, for his adversary, aiming at his face, which was undefended by a visor, ran him through the eye into the brain, so that he fell dead from his horse. On the other hand, Quentin, though labouring under the same disadvantage, swayed himself in the saddle so dexterously that the hostile lance, slightly scratching his cheek, passed over his right shoulder, while his own spear, striking his antagonist fair upon the breast, hurled him to the ground. Quentin jumped off to unhelm his fallen opponent, but the other knight, who had never yet spoken, seeing the fortune of his companion, dismounted still more speedily than Durward, and bestriding his friend, who lay senseless, exclaimed, "In the name of God and Saint Martin, mount, good fellow, and get thee gone with thy woman's wear. Ventre Saint Gris, they have caused mischief enough this morning." "By your leave, Sir Knight," said Quentin, who could not brook the menacing tone in which this advice was given, "I will first see whom I have had to do with, and learn who is to answer for the death of my comrade." "That shalt thou never live to know or to tell," answered the Knight. "Get thee back in peace, good fellow. If we were fools for interrupting your passage, we have had the worst, for thou hast done more evil than the lives of thee and thy whole hand could repay. Nay, if thou wilt have it," for Quentin now drew his sword and advanced on him, "take it with a vengeance." So saying, he dealt the Scot such a blow on the helmet as, till that moment, though bred where good blows were plenty, he had only read of in romance. It descended like a thunderbolt, beating down the guard with which the young soldier had raised to protect his head, and reaching his helmet of proof, cut it through so far as to touch his hair, but without farther injury, while Durward, dizzy, stunned, and beaten down on one knee, was for an instant at the mercy of the Knight, had it pleased him to second his blow. But compassion for Quentin's youth, or admiration of his courage, or a generous love of fair play, made him withhold from taking such advantage, while Durward, collecting himself, sprang up and attacked his antagonist with the energy of one determined to conquer or die, and at the same time with the presence of mind necessary for fighting the quarrel out to the best advantage. Resolved not again to expose himself to such dreadful blows as he had just obtained, he employed the advantage of superior agility, increased by the comparative lightness of his armour, to harass his antagonist by traversing on all sides with a suddenness of motion and rapidity of attack against which the Knight, in his heavy panoply, found it difficult to defend himself without much fatigue. It was in vain that this generous antagonist called aloud to Quentin that there now remained no cause of fight betwixt them, and that he was loath to be constrained to do him injury. Listening only to the suggestions of a passionate wish to redeem the shame of his temporary defeat, Durward continued to assail him with the rapidity of lightning, now menacing him with the edge, now with the point of his sword, and ever keeping such an eye on the motions of his opponent, of whose superior strength he had had terrible proof, that he was ready to spring backward or aside from under the blows of his tremendous weapon. "Now the devil be with thee for an obstinate and presumptuous fool," muttered the Knight, "that cannot be quiet till thou art knocked on the head." So saying, he changed his mode of fighting, collected himself, as if to stand on the defensive, and seemed contented with parrying, instead of returning, the blows which Quentin unceasingly aimed at him, with the internal resolution that the instant when either loss of breath, or any false or careless pass of the young soldier should give an opening, he would put an end to the fight by a single blow. It is likely he might have succeeded in this artful policy, but fate had ordered it otherwise. The duel was still at the hottest, when a large party of horse rode up, crying, "Hold, in the King's name!" Both champions stepped back, and Quentin saw, with surprise, that his captain, Lord Crawford, was at the head of the party who had thus interrupted their combat. There was also Tristan l'Hermit, with 2 or 3 of his followers, making in all perhaps 20 horse. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Quentin Durward by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 15. The Guide. He was a son of Egypt, as he told me, and one descended from those dread magicians who waged rash war when Israel dwelt in Goshen, with Israel and her prophet matching rod with his, the sons of Levies, and encountering Jehovah's miracles with incantations, till upon Egypt came the avenging angel, and those proud sages wept for their firstborn, as wept the unlettered peasant. Anonymous. The arrival of Lord Crawford and his guard put an immediate end to the engagement, which we endeavoured to describe in the last chapter, and the knight, throwing off his helmet, hastily gave the old lord his sword, saying, "Crawford, I render myself, but hither and lend me your ear, a word for God's sake, save the Duke of Orleans." "How? What? The Duke of Orleans?" exclaimed the Scottish commander. "How came this, in the name of the foul fiend? It will ruin the gallant with the king for ever and a day." "Ask no questions," said Dunois, "for it was no other than he. It was all my fault. See, he stirs. I came forth but to have a snatch at yonder damsel, and make myself a landed and a married man, and see what is come on it. Keep back your canaille. Let no man look upon him." So saying, he opened the visor of Orleans, and threw water on his face, which was afforded by the neighbouring lake. Quentin Durward, meanwhile, stood like one planet struck. So fast did new adventures pour in upon him. He had now, as the pale features of his first antagonist assured him, born to the earth the first prince of the blood in France, and had measured swords with her best champion, the celebrated Dunois, both of them achievements honourable in themselves, but whether they might be called good service to the king, or so esteemed by him, was a very different question. The Duke had now recovered his breath, and was able to sit up and give attention to what passed betwixt Dunois and Crawford, while the former pleaded eagerly that there was no occasion to mention in the matter the name of the most noble Orleans, while he was ready to take the whole blame on his own shoulders, and to avouch that the Duke had only come thither in friendship to him. Lord Crawford continued listening, with his eyes fixed on the ground, and from time to time he sighed and shook his head. At length he said, looking up, "Thou knowest, Dunois, that for thy father's sake, as well as thine own, I would full fain do thee a service." "It is not for myself I demand anything," answered Dunois. "Thou hast my sword, and I am your prisoner. What needs more? But it is for this noble prince, the only hope of France, if God should call the Dauphin. He only came hither to do me a favour in an effort to make my fortune in a matter which the king had partly encouraged." "Dunois," replied Crawford, "if another had told me thou hadst brought the noble prince into this jeopardy to serve any purpose of thine own, I would have told him it was false. And now that thou dost pretend so thyself, I can hardly believe it is for the sake of speaking the truth." "Noble Crawford," said Orleans, who had now entirely recovered from his swoon, "you are too like in character to your friend Dunois not to do him justice. It was indeed that I dragged him hither, most unwillingly, upon an enterprise of harebrained passion, suddenly and rashly undertaken. Look on me all who will," he added, rising up and turning to the soldiery. "I am Louis of Orleans, willing to pay the penalty of my own folly. I trust the king will limit his displeasure to me, as is but just. Meanwhile, as a child of France must not give up his sword to any one, not even to you, brave Crawford. Fare thee well, good Steele." So saying, he drew his sword from its scabbard and flung it into the lake. It went through the air like a stream of lightning, and sank in the flashing waters, which speedily closed over it. All remained standing in irresolution and astonishment, so high was the rank, and so much esteemed was the character of the culprit, while at the same time all were conscious that the consequences of his rash enterprise, considering the views which the king had upon him, were likely to end in his utter ruin. Dunois was the first who spoke, and it was in the chiding tone of an offended and distrusted friend. "So your highness hath judged it fit to cast away your best sword in the same morning when it was your pleasure to fling away the king's favour, and to slight the friendship of Dunois?" "My dearest kinsman," said the Duke, "when or how was it in my purpose to slight your friendship by telling the truth, when it was due to your safety and my honour? What had you to do with my safety, my most princely cousin? I would pray to know," answered Dunois gruffly. "What in God's name was it to you if I had a mind to be hanged, or strangled, or flung into the Loire, or poniarded, or broke on the wheel, or hung up alive in an iron cage, or buried alive in a castle fosse, or disposed of in any other way in which it might please King Louis to get rid of his faithful subject? You need not wink and frown and point to Tristan l'Hermit. I see the scoundrel as well as you do. But it would not have stood so hard with me, and so much for my safety, and then for your own honour. By the blush of Saint Magdalen, I think the honour would have been to have missed this morning's work, or kept it out of sight. Here has your highness got yourself unhorsed by a wild Scottish boy." "Tut, tut," said Lord Crawford, "never shame his highness for that. It is not the first time a Scottish boy hath broke a good lance. I am glad the youth had borne him well." "I will say nothing to the contrary," said Dunois. "Yet had your lordship come something later than you did, there might have been a vacancy in your band of archers." "Ay, ay," answered Lord Crawford, "I can read your handwriting in that cleft morion. Some one take it from the lad and give him a bonnet, which, with its steel lining, will keep his head better than that broken loom. And let me tell your lordship that your own armour of proof is not without some marks of good Scottish handwriting. But, Dunois, I must now request the Duke of Orleans and you to take horse and accompany me, as I have power and commission to convey you to a place different from that which my good will might assign you." "May I not speak one word, my Lord of Crawford, to yonder fair ladies?" said the Duke of Orleans. "Not one syllable," answered Lord Crawford. "I am too much a friend of your highness to permit such an act of folly." Then addressing Quentin, he added, "You, young man, have done your duty. Go on to obey the charge with which you are entrusted." "Under favour, my lord," said Tristan, with his usual brutality of manner, "the youth must find another guide. I cannot do without petty Andre, when there is so like to be business on hand for him. "The young man," said Petty Andre, now coming forward, "has only to keep the path which lies straight before him, and it will conduct him to a place where he will find the man who is to act as his guide. I would not for 1,000 ducats be absent from my chief this day. I have hanged knights and esquires many a one, and wealthy achevens and burgomasters to boot. Even counts and marquises have tasted of my handiwork. But, humph," he looked at the Duke, as if to intimate that he would have filled up the blank with a prince of the blood. "Ho, ho, ho! Petty Andre, thou wilt be read of in chronicle. Do you permit your ruffians to hold such language in such a presence?" said Crawford, looking sternly to Tristan. "Why do you not correct him yourself, my lord?" said Tristan sullenly. "Because thy hand is the only one in this company that can beat him without being degraded by such an action." "Then rule your own men, my lord, and I will be answerable for mine," said the provost marshal. Lord Crawford seemed about to give a passionate reply, but as if he had thought better of it, turned his back short upon Tristan, and requesting the Duke of Orleans and de Noailles to ride one on either hand of him, he made a signal of adieu to the ladies, and said to Quentin, "God bless thee, my child. Thou hast begun thy service valiantly, though in an unhappy cause." He was about to go off, when Quentin could hear de Noailles whisper to Crawford, "Do you carry us to Plessis?" "No, my unhappy and rash friend," answered Crawford, with a sigh, "to Laux." "To Laux!" The name of a castle, or rather prison, yet more dreaded than Plessis itself, fell like a death toll upon the ear of the young Scotsman. He had heard it described as a place destined to the workings of those secret acts of cruelty with which even Louis shamed to pollute the interior of his own residence. These were, in this place of terror, dungeons under dungeons, some of them unknown even to the keepers themselves, living graves, to which men were consigned with little hope of farther employment during the rest of their life than to breathe impure air and feed on bread and water. At this formidable castle were also those dreadful places of confinement called cages, in which the wretched prisoner could neither stand upright nor stretch himself at length, an invention, it is said, of the Cardinal Balue. It is no wonder that the name of this place of horrors, and the consciousness that he had been partly the means of dispatching thither to such illustrious victims, struck so much sadness into the heart of the young Scot, that he rode for some time with his head dejected, his eyes fixed on the ground, and his heart filled with the most painful reflections. As he was now again at the head of the little troop, and pursuing the road which had been pointed out to him, the Lady Hamelin had an opportunity to say to him, "Methinks, fair sir, you regret the victory which your gallantry has attained in our behalf." There was something in the question which sounded like irony, but Quentin had tact enough to answer simply and with sincerity, "I can regret nothing that is done in the service of such ladies as you are, but methinks, had it consisted with your safety, I would rather have fallen by the sword of so good a soldier as de Noailles, than have been the means of consigning that renowned knight and his unhappy chief, the Duke of Orleans, to yonder fearful dungeons." "It was, then, the Duke of Orleans," said the elder lady, turning to her niece. "I thought so. even at the distance from which we beheld the fray. You see, kinswoman, what we might have been, had this sly and avaricious monarch permitted us to be seen at his court, the first prince of the blood of France, and the valiant de Noailles, whose name is known as wide as that of his heroic father. This young gentleman did his devoir bravely and well, but methinks it is pity that he did not succumb with honour, since his ill-advised gallantry has stood betwixt us and these princely rescuers. The Countess Isabel replied in a firm and almost a displeased tone, with an energy, in short, which Quentin had not yet observed her use. She said, "But that I know you jest, I would say your speech is ungrateful to our brave defender, to whom we owe more, perhaps, than you are aware of. Had these gentlemen succeeded so far in their rash enterprise as to have defeated our escort, is it not still evident that on the arrival of the royal guard we must have shared their captivity? For my own part, I give tears, and will soon bestow masses on the brave man who has fallen. And I trust," she continued more timidly, "that he who lives will accept my grateful thanks." As Quentin turned his face towards her to return the fitting acknowledgments, she saw the blood which streamed down on one side of his face, and exclaimed, in a tone of deep feeling, "Holy Virgin, he is wounded, he bleeds. Dismount, sir, and let your wound be bound." In spite of all that Durward could say of the slightness of his hurt, he was compelled to dismount, and to seat himself on a bank, and unhelmet himself, while the ladies of Croy, who, according to a fashion not as yet antiquated, pretended some knowledge of leechcraft, washed the wound, staunched the blood, and bound it with the kerchief of the younger countess, in order to exclude the air, for so their practice prescribed. In modern times, gallants seldom or never take wounds for ladies' sake, and damsels on their side never meddle with the cure of wounds. Each has a danger the less. That which the men escape will be generally acknowledged, but the peril of dressing such a slight wound as that of Quentin's, which involved nothing formidable or dangerous, was perhaps as real in its way as the risk of encountering it. We have already said the patient was eminently handsome, and the removal of his helmet, or more properly of his morion, had suffered his fair locks to escape in profusion, around a countenance in which the hilarity of youth was qualified by a blush of modesty at once and pleasure, and then the feelings of the younger countess, which compelled to hold the kerchief to the wound, while her aunt sought in their baggage for some vulnerary remedy, were mingled at once with a sense of delicacy and embarrassment, a thrill of pity for the patient, and of gratitude for his services, which exaggerated in her eyes his good mien and handsome features. In short, this incident seemed intended by fate to complete the mysterious communication which she had, by many petty and apparently accidental circumstances, established betwixt two persons, who, though far different in rank and fortune, strongly resembled each other in youth, beauty, and the romantic tenderness of an affectionate disposition. It was no wonder, therefore, that from this moment the thoughts of the Countess Isabel, already so familiar to his imagination, should become paramount in Quentin's bosom. nor that if the maiden's feelings were of a less decided character, at least so far as known to herself, she should think of her young defender, to whom she had just rendered a service so interesting, with more emotion than of any of the whole band of high-born nobles who had for 2 years past besieged her with their adoration. Above all, when the thought of Campo Basso, the unworthy favourite of Duke Charles, with his hypocritical mien, his base treacherous spirit, his wry neck, and his squint, occurred to her, his portrait was more disgustingly hideous than ever, and deeply did she resolve no tyranny should make her enter into so hateful a union. In the meantime, whether the good Lady Hamelin of Croy understood and admired masculine beauty as much as when she was 15 years younger, for the good Countess was at least 35, if the records of that noble house speak the truth, or whether she thought she had done their young protector less justice than she ought, in the first view which she had taken of his services, it is certain that he began to find favour in her eyes. "My niece," she said, "has bestowed on you a kerchief for the binding of your wound. I will give you one to grace your gallantry, and to encourage you in your farther progress in chivalry." So saying, she gave him a richly embroidered kerchief of blue and silver, and pointing to the housing of her palfrey, and the plumes in her riding cap, desired him to observe that the colours were the same. The fashion of the time prescribed one absolute mode of receiving such a favour, which Quentin followed accordingly by tying the napkin around his arm, yet his manner of acknowledgment had more of awkwardness and loss of gallantry in it than perhaps it might have had at another time and in another presence, for though the wearing of a lady's favour, given in such a manner, was merely matter of general compliment, he would much rather have preferred the right of displaying on his arm that which bound the wound inflicted by the sword of Dunois. Meantime they continued their pilgrimage, Quentin now riding abreast of the ladies, into whose society he seemed to be tacitly adopted. He did not speak much, however, being filled by the silent consciousness of happiness, which is afraid of giving too strong vent to its feelings. The Countess Isabel spoke still less, so that the conversation was chiefly carried on by the Lady Hamelin, who showed no inclination to let it drop, for to initiate the young archer, as she said, into the principles and practice of chivalry, she detailed to him at full length the passage of arms at Haflingham, where she had distributed the prizes among the victors. Not much interested, I am sorry to say, in the description of this splendid scene, or in the heraldic bearings of the different Flemish and German knights, which the lady blazoned with pitiless accuracy, Quentin began to entertain some alarm lest he should have passed the place where his guide was to join him, a most serious disaster, from which, should it really have taken place, the very worst consequences were to be apprehended. While he hesitated whether it would be better to send back one of his followers to see whether this might not be the case, he heard the blast of a horn, and looking in the direction from which the sound came, beheld a horseman riding very fast towards them. The low size and wild, shaggy, untrained state of the animal reminded Quentin of the mountain breed of horses in his own country, but this was much more finely limbed, and with the same appearance of hardiness was more rapid in its movements, the head particularly, which in the Scottish pony is often lumpish and heavy, was small and well placed in the neck of this animal, with thin jaws, full sparkling eyes, and expanded nostrils. The rider was even more singular in his appearance than the horse which he rode, though that was extremely unlike the horses of France. Although he managed his palfrey with great dexterity, he sat with his feet in broad stirrups, something resembling shovels, so short in the leathers that his knees were well nigh as high as the pommel of his saddle. His dress was a red turban of small size, in which he wore a sullied plume, secured by a clasp of silver. His tunic, which was shaped like those of the Estratiats, a sort of troops whom the Venetians at that time levied in the provinces on the eastern side of their gulf, was green in colour, and tawdrily laced with gold. He wore very wide drawers or trousers of white, though none of the cleanest, which gathered beneath the knee, and his swarthy legs were quite bare, unless for the complicated laces, which bound a pair of sandals on his feet. He had no spurs, the edge of his large stirrups being so sharp as to serve to goad the horse in a very severe manner. In a crimson sash, this singular horseman wore a dagger on the right side, and on the left a short, crooked, Moorish sword, and by a tarnished baldric over the shoulder hung the horn which announced his approach. He had a swarthy and sunburnt visage, with a thin beard, and piercing dark eyes, a well-formed mouth and nose, and other features which might have been pronounced handsome, but for the black elf locks which hung around his face, and the air of wildness and emaciation, which rather seemed to indicate a savage than a civilized man. "He also is a Bohemian," said the ladies to each other. "Holy Mary, will the king again place confidence in these outcasts?" "I will question the man, if it be your pleasure," said Quentin, "and assure myself of his fidelity as I best may." Durward, as well as the ladies of Croy, had recognized in this man's dress and appearance the habit and the manners of those vagrants with whom he had nearly been confounded by the hasty proceedings of Troy Echelles and Petty Andre, and he too entertained very natural apprehensions concerning the risk of reposing trust in one of that vagrant race. "Art thou come hither to seek us?" was his first question. The stranger nodded. "And for what purpose?" "To guide you to the palace of him of Liege." "Of the bishop?" The Bohemian again nodded. "What token canst thou give me that we should yield credence to thee?" "Even the old rhyme, and no other," answered the Bohemian. "The page slew the boar, the peer had the glore." "A true token," said Quentin. "Lead on, good fellow. I will speak farther with thee presently." Then falling back to the ladies, he said, "I am convinced this man is the guide we are to expect, for he hath brought me a password, known, I think, but to the king and me. But I will discourse with him farther, and endeavour to ascertain how far he is to be trusted." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Quentin Durward by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 16. The Vagrant. I am as free as nature first made man, ere the base laws of servitude began, when wild in woods the noble savage ran. The Conquest of Granada. While Quentin held the brief communication with the ladies, necessary to assure them that this extraordinary addition to their party was the guide whom they were to expect on the king's part, he noticed, for he was as alert in observing the motions of the stranger as the Bohemian could be on his part, that the man not only turned his head as far back as he could to peer at them, but that with a singular sort of agility, more resembling that of a monkey than of a man, he had screwed his whole person around on the saddle, so as to sit almost sidelong upon the horse, for the convenience, as it seemed, of watching them more attentively. Not greatly pleased with this manoeuvre, Quentin rode up to the Bohemian, and said to him, as he suddenly assumed his proper position on the horse, "Methinks, friend, you will prove but a blind guide if you look at the tail of your horse rather than his ears." "And if I were actually blind," answered the Bohemian, "I could not the less guide you through any country in this realm of France, or in those adjoining to it." "Yet you are no Frenchman," said the Scot. "I am not," answered the guide. "What countryman, then, are you?" demanded Quentin. "I am of no country," answered the guide. "How, of no country?" repeated the Scot. "No," answered the Bohemian, "of none. I am a Zingaro, a Bohemian, an Egyptian, or whatever the Europeans, in their different languages, may choose to call our people, but I have no country." "Are you a Christian?" asked the Scotchman. The Bohemian shook his head. "Dog," said Quentin, for there was little toleration in the spirit of Catholicism in those days, "dost thou worship Mahoun?" "No," was the indifferent and concise answer of the guide, who neither seemed offended nor surprised at the young man's violence of manner. "Are you a pagan, then, or what are you?" "I have no religion," answered the Bohemian. Durward started back, for though he had heard of Saracens and idolaters, it had never entered into his ideas or belief that any body of men could exist who practised no mode of worship whatever. He recovered from his astonishment to ask his guide where he usually dwelt. "Wherever I chance to be for the time," replied the Bohemian. "I have no home." "How do you guard your property?" "Excepting the clothes which I wear and the horse I ride on, I have no property." "Yet you dress gaily and ride gallantly," said Durward. "What are your means of subsistence?" "I eat when I am hungry, drink when I am thirsty, and have no other means of subsistence than chance throws in my way," replied the vagabond. "Under whose laws do you live?" "I acknowledge obedience to none, but an it suits my pleasure or my necessities," said the Bohemian. "Who is your leader, and commands you?" "The father of our tribe, if I choose to obey him," said the guide. "Otherwise I have no commander." "You are then," said the wondering querist, "destitute of all that other men are combined by. You have no law, no leader, no settled means of subsistence, no house or home. You have, may Heaven compassionate you, no country, and may Heaven enlighten and forgive you, you have no God. What is it that remains to you, deprived of government, domestic happiness, and religion?" "I have liberty," said the Bohemian. "I crouch to no one, obey no one, respect no one. I go where I will, live as I can, and die when my day comes. But you are subject to instant execution at the pleasure of the judge. "Be it so," returned the Bohemian. "I can but die so much the sooner." "And to imprisonment also," said the Scot. "And where then is your boasted freedom?" "In my thoughts," said the Bohemian, "which no chains can bind, while yours, even when your limbs are free, remain fettered by your laws and your superstitions, your dreams of local attachment, and your fantastic visions of civil policy. Such as I are free in spirit when our limbs are chained. You are imprisoned in mind, even when your limbs are most at freedom." "Yet the freedom of your thoughts," said the Scot, "relieves not the pressure of the gyves on your limbs." "For a brief time that may be endured," answered the vagrant; "and if within that period I cannot extricate myself, and fail of relief from my comrades, I can always die, and death is the most perfect freedom of all." There was a deep pause of some duration, which Quentin at length broke by resuming his queries. "Yours is a wandering race, unknown to the nations of Europe. Whence do they derive their origin?" "I may not tell you," answered the Bohemian. "When will they relieve this kingdom from their presence, and return to the land from whence they came?" said the Scot. "When the day of their pilgrimage shall be accomplished," replied his vagrant guide. "Are you not sprung from those tribes of Israel which were carried into captivity beyond the great river Euphrates?" said Quentin, who had not forgotten the lore which had been taught him at Aberbrothick. "Had we been so," answered the Bohemian, "we had followed their faith and practised their rites." "What is thine own name?" said Durward. "My proper name is only known to my brethren. The men beyond our tents call me Hayradin Maghribin, that is, Hayradin the African Moor." "Thou speakest too well for one who hath lived always in thy filthy hoard," said the Scot. "I have learned some of the knowledge of this land," said Hayradin. "When I was a little boy, our tribe was chased by the hunters after human flesh. An arrow went through my mother's head, and she died. I was entangled in the blanket on her shoulders, and was taken by the pursuers. A priest begged me from the provost's archers, and trained me up in Frankish learning for 2 or 3 years." "How came you to part with him?" demanded Durward. "I stole money from him, even the God which he worshipped," answered Hayradin with perfect composure. "He detected me, and beat me. I stabbed him with my knife, fled to the woods, and was again united to my people." "Wretch!" said Durward, "did you murder your benefactor?" "What had he to do to burden me with his benefits? The Zingaro boy was no house-bred cur to dog the heels of his master, and crouch beneath his blows for scraps of food. He was the imprisoned wolf whelp, which at the first opportunity broke his chain, rended his master, and returned to his wilderness." There was another pause, when the young Scot, with a view of still farther investigating the character and purpose of this suspicious guide, asked Hayradin whether it was not true that his people, amid their ignorance, pretended to a knowledge of futurity which was not given to the sages, philosophers, and divines of more polished society. "We pretend to it," said Hayradin, "and it is with justice." "How can it be that so high a gift is bestowed on so abject a race?" said Quentin. "Can I tell you?" answered Hayradin. "Yes, I may indeed, but it is when you shall explain to me why the dog can trace the footsteps of a man, while man, the nobler animal, hath not power to trace those of the dog. These powers, which seem to you so wonderful, are instinctive in our race. From the lines on the face and on the hand, we can tell the future fate of those who consult us, even as surely as you know from the blossom of the tree in spring what fruit it will bear in the harvest. I doubt of your knowledge, and defy you to the proof. Defy me not, Sir Squire, said Hayradin Maghraben. I can tell you that, say what you will of your religion, the goddess whom you worship rides in this company. Peace, said Quentin, in astonishment. On thy life, not a word farther. But in answer to what I ask thee, canst thou be faithful? I can, all men can, said the Bohemian. But wilt thou be faithful? Wouldst thou believe me the more should I swear it? Answered Maghraben with a sneer. Thy life is in my hand, said the young Scot. Strike, and see whether I fear to die, answered the Bohemian. Will money render thee a trusty guide? Demanded Durward. If I be not such without it, no, replied the heathen. Then what will bind thee? Asked the Scot. Kindness, replied the Bohemian. Shall I swear to show thee such, if thou art true guide to us on this pilgrimage? No, replied Hayradin, it were extravagant waste of a commodity so rare. To thee I am bound already. How? Exclaimed Durward, more surprised than ever. Remember the chestnut trees on the banks of the Cher? The victim whose body thou didst cut down was my brother, Zamet the Maghraben. And yet, said Quentin, I find you in correspondence with those very officers by whom your brother was done to death, for it was one of them who directed me where to meet with you, the same, doubtless, who procured yonder ladies your services as a guide. What can we do? Answered Hayradin gloomily. These men deal with us as the sheep dogs do with the flock. They protect us for a while, drive us hither and thither at their pleasure, and always end by guiding us to the shambles. Quentin had afterwards occasion to learn that the Bohemian spoke truth in this particular, and that the provost guard employed to suppress the vagabond bands by which the kingdom was infested, entertained correspondence among them, and forbore for a certain time the exercise of their duty, which always at last ended in conducting their allies to the gallows. This is a sort of political relation between thief and officer for the profitable exercise of their mutual professions, which has subsisted in all countries, and is by no means unknown to our own. Durward, parting from the guide, fell back to the rest of the retinue, very little satisfied with the character of Hayradin, and entertaining little confidence in the professions of gratitude which he had personally made to him. He proceeded to sound the other two men who had been assigned him for attendance, and he was concerned to find them stupid and as unfit to assist him with counsel as in the rencounter they had shown themselves reluctant to use their weapons. It is all the better, said Quentin to himself, his spirit rising with the apprehended difficulties of his situation. That lovely young lady shall owe all to me. What one hand, ay, and one head can do, methinks I can boldly count upon. I have seen my father's house on fire, and he and my brothers lying dead amongst the flames. I gave not an inch back, but fought it out to the last. Now I am 2 years older, and have the best and fairest cause to bear me well, that ever kindled metal within a brave man's bosom. Acting upon this resolution, the attention and activity which Quentin bestowed during the journey had in it something that gave him the appearance of ubiquity. His principal and most favourite post was of course by the side of the ladies, who, sensible of his extreme attention to their safety, began to converse with him in almost the tone of familiar friendship, and appeared to take great pleasure in the naivete yet shrewdness of his conversation. Yet Quentin did not suffer the fascination of this intercourse to interfere with the vigilant discharge of his duty. If he was often by the side of the countesses, labouring to describe to the natives of a level country the Grampian mountains, and above all the beauties of Glen Hulican, he was as often riding with Hayradin in the front of the cavalcade, questioning him about the road and the resting places, and recording his answers in his mind, to ascertain whether upon cross-examination he could discover anything like meditated treachery. As often again he was in the rear, endeavouring to secure the attachment of the two horsemen by kind words, gifts, and promises of additional recompense when their task should be accomplished. In this way they travelled for more than a week, through bypaths and unfrequented districts, and by circuitous routes, in order to avoid large towns. Nothing remarkable occurred, though they now and then met strolling gangs of Bohemians, who respected them as under the conduct of one of their tribe, straggling soldiers, or perhaps banditti, who deemed their party too strong to be attacked, or parties of the Marchesi, as they would now be termed, whom Louis, who searched the wounds of the land with steel and cautery, employed to suppress the disorderly bands which infested the interior. These last suffered them to pursue their way unmolested by virtue of a password with which Quentin had been furnished for that purpose by the king himself. Their resting places were chiefly the monasteries, most of which were obliged by the rules of their foundation to receive pilgrims, under which character the ladies travelled with hospitality and without any troublesome inquiries into their rank and character, which most persons of distinction were desirous of concealing while in the discharge of their vows. The pretence of weariness was usually employed by the Countesses of Croy as an excuse for instantly retiring to rest, and Quentin, as their major domo, arranged all that was necessary betwixt them and their entertainers, with a shrewdness which saved them all trouble, and an alacrity that failed not to excite a corresponding degree of goodwill on the part of those who were thus sedulously attended to. One circumstance gave Quentin peculiar trouble, which was the character and nation of his guide, who, as a heathen and an infidel vagabond, addicted besides to occult arts, the badge of all his tribe, was often looked upon as a very improper guest for the holy resting places at which the company usually halted, and was not in consequence admitted within even the outer circuit of their walls, save with extreme reluctance. This was very embarrassing, for on the one hand it was necessary to keep in good humour a man who was possessed of the secret of their expedition, and on the other, Quentin deemed it indispensable to maintain a vigilant though secret watch on Hayradin's conduct, in order that, as far as might be, he should hold no communication with any one without being observed. This, of course, was impossible, if the Bohemian was lodged without the precincts of the convent at which they stopped, and Durward could not help thinking that Hayradin was desirous of bringing about this latter arrangement, for, instead of keeping himself still and quiet in the quarters allotted to him, his conversation, tricks, and songs were at the same time so entertaining to the novices and younger brethren, and so unedifying in the opinion of the seniors of the fraternity, that in more cases than one it required all the authority, supported by threats, which Quentin could exert over him, to restrain his irreverent and untimorous jocularity, and all the interest he could make with the superiors, to prevent the heathen hound from being thrust out of the doors. He succeeded, however, by the adroit manner in which he apologized for the acts of indecorum committed by their attendant, and the skill with which he hinted the hope of his being brought to a better sense of principles and behaviour by the neighbourhood of holy relics, consecrated buildings, and above all by men dedicated to religion. But upon the 10th or 12th day of their journey, after they had entered Flanders and were approaching the town of Namur, all the efforts of Quentin became inadequate to suppress the consequences of the scandal given by his heathen guide. The scene was a Franciscan convent, and of a strict and reformed order, and the prior a man who afterwards died in the odour of sanctity. After rather more than the usual scruples, which were indeed, in such a case, to be expected, had been surmounted, the obnoxious Bohemian at length obtained quarters in an outhouse inhabited by a lay brother, who acted as gardener. The ladies retired to their apartment as usual, and the prior, who chanced to have some distant alliances and friends in Scotland, and who was fond of hearing foreigners tell of their native countries, invited Quentin, with whose mien and conduct he seemed much pleased, to a slight monastic refection in his own cell. Finding the father a man of intelligence, Quentin did not neglect the opportunity of making himself acquainted with the state of affairs in the country of Liege, of which, during the last 2 days of their journey, he had heard such reports as made him very apprehensive for the security of his charge during the remainder of their route, nay, even of the bishop's power to protect them when they should be safely conducted to his residence. The replies of the prior were not very consolatory. He said that the people of Liege were wealthy burghers, who, like Jeshurun of old, had waxed fat and kicked, that they were uplifted in heart because of their wealth and their privileges, that they had divers disputes with the Duke of Burgundy, their liege lord, upon the subject of imports and immunities, and that they had repeatedly broken out into open mutiny, whereat the Duke was so much incensed, as being a man of a hot and fiery nature, that he had sworn by St. George, on the next provocation, he would make the city of Liege like to the desolation of Babylon, and the downfall of Tyre, a hissing and a reproach to the whole territory of Flanders. "And he is a prince by all report likely to keep such a vow," said Quentin, "so the men of Liege will probably beware how they give him occasion." "It were to be so hoped," said the prior, "and such are the prayers of the godly in the land, who would not that the blood of the citizens were poured forth like water, and that they should perish even as utter castaways, ere they make their peace with heaven. Also the good bishop labours night and day to preserve peace, as well becometh a servant of the altar. For it is written in Holy Scripture, Beati Pacifici. But here the good prior stopped with a deep sigh. Quentin modestly urged the great importance of which it was to the ladies, whom he attended, to have some assured information respecting the internal state of the country, and what an act of Christian charity it would be if the worthy and reverend father would enlighten them upon that subject. It is one, said the prior, on which no man speaks with willingness, for those who speak evil of the powerful, etiam in cubiculo, may find that a winged thing shall carry the matter to his ears. Nevertheless, to render you, who seem an ingenuous youth, and your ladies, who are devout votaresses accomplishing a holy pilgrimage, the little service that is in my power, I will be plain with you. He then looked cautiously round and lowered his voice, as if afraid of being overheard. The people of Liege, he said, are privily instigated to their frequent mutinies by men of Belial, who pretend, but as I hope, falsely, to have commission to that effect from our most Christian king, whom, however, I hold to deserve that term better than were consistent with his thus disturbing the peace of a neighbouring state. Yet so it is, that his name is freely used by those who uphold and inflame the discontents at Liege. There is, moreover, in the land a nobleman of good descent, and fame in warlike affairs, but otherwise, so to speak, lapis offensionis et petra scandali, and a stumbling block of offence to the counties of Burgundy and Flanders. His name is William de la Marck. Called William with the beard, said the young Scot, or the wild boar of Ardennes? And rightly so called, my son, said the prior, because he is as the wild boar of the forest, which treadeth down with his hoofs and rendeth with his tusks, and he hath formed to himself a band of more than 1,000 men, all, like himself, contemners of civil and ecclesiastical authority, and holds himself independent of the Duke of Burgundy, and maintains himself and his followers by rapine and wrong, wrought without distinction upon churchmen and laymen. Imposuit manus in Christos Domini. He hath stretched forth his hand upon the anointed of the Lord, regardless of what is written, touch not mine anointed, and do my prophets no wrong. Even to our poor house did he send for sums of gold and sums of silver, as a ransom for our lives, and those of our brethren, to which we returned a Latin supplication, stating our inability to answer his demand, and exhorting him, in the words of the preacher, Ne molieris amico tuo malum cum habet in te fiducium. Nevertheless, this Guilelmus Barbatus, this William de la Marck, as completely ignorant of humane letters as of humanity itself, replied in his ridiculous jargon, Si non pietas brulabo monasterium vestrum. Of which rude Latin, however, you, my good father, said the youth, were at no loss to conceive the meaning. Alas, my son, said the prior, fear and necessity are shrewd interpreters, and we were obliged to melt down the silver vessels of our altar to satisfy the rapacity of this cruel chief. May heaven requite it to him sevenfold. Pereat improbus, amen, amen, anathema esto. "I marvel," said Quentin, "that the Duke of Burgundy, who is so strong and powerful, doth not bait this boar to purpose, of whose ravages I have already heard so much." "Alas, my son," said the Prior, "the Duke Charles is now at Peronne, assembling his captains of hundreds and his captains of thousands to make war against France. And thus, while heaven hath set discord between the hearts of those great princes, the country is misused by such subordinate oppressors. But it is in evil time that the Duke neglects the cure of these internal gangrenes, for this William de la Marck hath of late entertained open communication with Rouslayer and Pavillon, the chiefs of the discontented at Liege, and it is to be feared he will soon stir them up to some desperate enterprise." "But the Bishop of Liege," said Quentin, "he hath still power enough to subdue this disquieted and turbulent spirit, hath he not, good father? Your answer to this question concerns me much." "The Bishop, my child," replied the Prior, "hath the sword of Saint Peter as well as the keys. He hath power as a secular prince, and he hath the protection of the mighty house of Burgundy. He hath also spiritual authority as a prelate, and he supports both with a reasonable force of good soldiers and men at arms. This William de la Marck was bred in his household, and bound to him by many benefits, but he gave vent, even in the court of the bishop, to his fierce and bloodthirsty temper, and was expelled thence for a homicide committed on one of the bishop's chief domestics. From thenceforward, being banished from the good prelate's presence, he hath been his constant and unrelenting foe, and now, I grieve to say, he hath girded his loins, and strengthened his horn against him." "You consider, then, the situation of the worthy prelate as being dangerous?" said Quentin, very anxiously. "Alas, my son," said the good Franciscan, "what or who is there in this weary wilderness whom we may not hold as in danger? But heaven forfend I should speak of the reverend prelate as one whose peril is imminent. He has much treasure, true counsellors, and brave soldiers, and, moreover, a messenger who passed hither to the eastward yesterday saith that the Duke of Burgundy hath dispatched, upon the bishop's request, 100 men at arms to his assistance. This reinforcement, with the retinue belonging to each lance, are enough to deal with William de la Marck, on whose name be sorrow. Amen." At this crisis their conversation was interrupted by the sacristan, who, in a voice almost inarticulate with anger, accused the Bohemian of having practised the most abominable arts of delusion among the younger brethren. He had added to their nightly meal cups of a heady and intoxicating cordial of 10 times the strength of the most powerful wine, under which several of the fraternity had succumbed, and indeed, although the sacristan had been strong to resist its influence, they might yet see, from his inflamed countenance and thick speech, that even he, the accuser himself, was in some degree affected by this unhallowed potation. Moreover, the Bohemian had sung songs of worldly vanity and impure pleasures. He had derided the cord of Saint Francis, made jest of his miracles, and termed his votaries fools and lazy knaves. Lastly, he had practised palmistry, and foretold to the young Father Cherubin that he was helped by a beautiful lady who should make him father to a thriving boy. The Father Prior listened to these complaints for some time in silence, as struck with mute horror by their enormous atrocity. When the sacristan had concluded, he rose up, descended to the court of the convent, and ordered the lay brethren, on pain of the worst consequences of spiritual disobedience, to beat Hayradin out of the sacred precincts with their broom staves and cart whips. This sentence was executed accordingly in the presence of Quentin Durward, who, however vexed at the occurrence, easily saw that his interference would be of no avail. The discipline inflicted upon the delinquent, notwithstanding the exhortations of the superior, was more ludicrous than formidable. The Bohemian ran hither and thither through the court, amongst the clamour of voices and noise of blows, some of which reached him not, because purposely misaimed; others, sincerely designed for his person, were eluded by his activity; and the few that fell upon his back and shoulders he took without either complaint or reply. The noise and riot was the greater, that the inexperienced cudgel players, among whom Hayradin ran the gauntlet, hit each other more frequently than they did him, till at length, desirous of ending a scene which was more scandalous than edifying, the prior commanded the wicket to be flung open, and the Bohemian, darting through it with the speed of lightning, fled forth into the moonlight. During this scene, a suspicion which Durward had formerly entertained recurred with additional strength. Hayradin had that very morning promised to him more modest and discreet behaviour than he was wont to exhibit, when they rested in a convent on their journey. Yet he had broken his engagement, and had been even more offensively obstreperous than usual. Something probably lurked under this, for whatever were the Bohemian's deficiencies, he lacked neither sense, nor, when he pleased, self-command, and might it not be probable that he wished to hold some communication, either with his own hoard or some one else, from which he was debarred in the course of the day by the vigilance with which he was watched by Quentin, and had recourse to this stratagem in order to get himself turned out of the convent. No sooner did this suspicion dart once more through Quentin's mind, than, alert as he always was in his motions, he resolved to follow his cudgelled guide, and observe, secretly if possible, how he disposed of himself. Accordingly, when the Bohemian fled, as already mentioned, out at the gate of the convent, Quentin, hastily explaining to the prior the necessity of keeping sight of his guide, followed in pursuit of him. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Quentin Durward by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 17. The Espied Spy. What! The rude ranger, and spied spy? Hands off! You are for no such rustics. Ben Jonson's Tale of Robin Hood. When Quentin sallied from the convent, he could mark the precipitate retreat of the Bohemian, whose dark figure was seen in the far moonlight, flying with the speed of a flogged hound, quite through the street of the little village, and across the level meadow that lay beyond. "My friend runs fast," said Quentin to himself, "but he must run faster yet, to escape the fleetest foot that ever pressed the heather of Glenhullican." Being fortunately without his cloak and armour, the Scottish mountaineer was at liberty to put forth a speed which was unrivalled in his own glens, and which, notwithstanding the rate at which the Bohemian ran, was likely soon to bring his pursuer up with him. This was not, however, Quentin's object, for he considered it more essential to watch Hayradin's motions than to interrupt them. He was the rather led to this by the steadiness with which the Bohemian directed his course, and which, continuing even after the impulse of the violent expulsion had subsided, seemed to indicate that his career had some more certain goal for its object than could have suggested itself to a person unexpectedly turned out of good quarters when midnight was approaching, to seek a new place of repose. He never even looked behind him, and consequently Durward was enabled to follow him unobserved. At length the Bohemian, having traversed the meadow and attained the side of a little stream, the banks of which were clothed with alders and willows, Quentin observed that he stood still, and blew a low note on his horn, which was answered by a whistle at some little distance. "This is a rendezvous," thought Quentin, "but how shall I come near enough to overhear the import of what passes? The sound of my steps and the rustle of the boughs through which I must force my passage will betray me, unless I am cautious. I will stalk them, by St. Andrew, as if they were Glen Isla deer. They shall learn that I have not conned woodcraft for naught. Yonder they meet, the two shadows, and two of them there are. Odds against me, if I am discovered, and if their purpose be unfriendly, as is much to be doubted. And then the Countess Isabel loses her poor friend. Well, and if he were not worthy to be called such, if he were not ready to meet a dozen in her behalf. Have I not crossed swords with Dunois, the best knight in France? And shall I fear a tribe of yonder vagabonds? Pshaw! God and St. Andrew to friend, they will find me both stout and wary." Thus resolving, and with a degree of caution taught him by his sylvan habits, our friend descended into the channel of the little stream, which varied in depth, sometimes scarce covering his shoes, sometimes coming up to his knees, and so crept along, his form concealed by the boughs overhanging the bank, and his steps unheard amid the ripple of the water. We have ourselves, in the days of yore, thus approached the nest of the wakeful raven. In this manner the Scot drew near unperceived, until he distinctly heard the voices of those who were the subject of his observation, though he could not distinguish the words. Being at this time under the drooping branches of a magnificent weeping willow, which almost swept the surface of the water, he caught hold of one of its boughs, by the assistance of which, exerting at once much agility, dexterity, and strength, he raised himself up into the body of the tree, and sat, secure from discovery, among the central branches. From this situation he could discover that the person with whom Hayradin was now conversing was one of his own tribe, and at the same time he perceived, to his great disappointment, that no approximation could enable him to comprehend their language, which was totally unknown to him. They laughed much, and as Hayradin made a sign of skipping about, and ended by rubbing his shoulder with his hand, Durward had no doubt that he was relating the story of the bastinading which he had sustained previous to his escape from the convent. On a sudden, a whistle was again heard in the distance, which was once more answered by a low tone or two of Hayradin's horn. Presently afterwards, a tall, stout, soldierly-looking man, a strong contrast in point of thews and sinews to the small and slender-limbed Bohemians, made his appearance. He had a broad baldric over his shoulder, which sustained a sword that hung almost across his person. His hose were much slashed, through which slashes was drawn silk or tiffany of various colours. They were tied by at least 500 points or strings made of ribbon to the tight buff jacket which he wore, the right sleeve of which displayed a silver boar's head, the crest of his captain. A very small hat sat jauntily on one side of his head, from which descended a quantity of curled hair, which fell on each side of a broad face, and mingled with as broad a beard, about 4 inches long. He held a long lance in his hand, and his whole equipment was that of one of the German adventurers, who were known by the name of Landsknechts in English, spearmen, who constituted a formidable part of the infantry of the period. These mercenaries were, of course, a fierce and rapacious soldiery, and having an idle tale current among themselves, that a Landsknecht was refused admittance into heaven on account of his vices, and into hell on the score of his tumultuous, mutinous, and insubordinate disposition, they manfully acted as if they neither sought the one nor eschewed the other. Donner and Blitz was his first salutation in a sort of German French, which we can only imperfectly imitate. Why have you kept me dancing in attendance dis 3 nights? I could not see you sooner. Mynheer, said Hayradin very submissively, there is a young Scot, with as quick an eye as the wild cat, who watches my least motions. He suspects me already, and should he find his suspicion confirmed, I were a dead man on the spot, and he would carry back the women into France again. Was hanker, said the Landsknecht, we are 3. We will attack them tomorrow, and carry the women off without going farther. You said the 2 valets were cowards. You and your comrade may manage them, and the Teufel shall hold me, but I match your Scots wildcat. You will find that foolhardy, said Hayradin, for besides that we ourselves count not much in fighting, this spark hath matched himself with the best knight in France, and come off with honour. I have seen those who saw him press de Noy hard enough. Hagel and Sturmwetter, it is but your cowardice that speaks, said the German soldier. I am no more a coward than yourself, said Hayradin, but my trade is not fighting. If you keep the appointment where it was laid, it is well. If not, I guide them safely to the bishop's palace, and William de la Marck may easily possess himself of them there, provided he is half as strong as he pretended a week since. Pause, Tossend, said the soldier, we are as strong and stronger, but we hear of 100s of the lances of Burgund. Das ist, you see, 5 men to a lance do make 500s, and then hold me the devil, they will be fainer to seek for us than we to seek for them, for der Bischof hath a good force on footing. Ay, indeed. You must then hold to the ambuscade at the cross of the 3 kings, or give up the adventure, said the Bohemian. Gab up the adventure of the rich bride for our noble Hauptmann? Teufel, I will charge through hell first. Mine soul, we will be all princes and herzogs, whom they call dukes, and we will have a snab at the wine cellar, and at the mouldy French crowns, and it may be at the pretty garces too, when he with de beard is weary on them. The ambuscade at the cross of the Three Kings then still holds, said the Bohemian. Mean gob, ay, you will swear to bring them there, and when they are on their knees before the cross, and down from off their horses, which all men do, except such black heathens as thou, we will make in on them, and they are ours. Ay, but I promised this piece of necessary villainy only on one condition, said Hayradin. I will not have a hair of the young man's head touched. If you swear this to me, by your 3 dead men of Cologne, I will swear to you, by the 7 night walkers, that I will serve you truly as to the rest. And if you break your oath, the night walkers shall wake you 7 nights from your sleep between night and morning, and on the 8th they shall strangle and devour you. But Donner and Bagel, what need you be so curious about the life of this boy who is neither your blood nor kin, said the German. No matter for that, honest Heinrich. Some men have pleasure in cutting throats, some in keeping them whole. So swear to me that you will spare him life and limb, or by the bright star Aldebaran, this matter shall go no farther. Swear, and by the 3 Kings, as you call them, of Cologne, I know you care for no other oath. Du bist ein komisch man, said the Lanzknecht. I swear. Not yet, said the Bohemian. Face about, brave Lanzknecht, and look to the east, else the kings may not hear you. The soldier took the oath in the manner prescribed, and then declared that he would be in readiness, observing the place was quite convenient, being scarce 5 miles from their present leaguer. But were it not making sure work to have a fine line of riders on the other road by the left side of the inn, which may trap them if they go that way? The Bohemian considered a moment, and then answered, no, the appearance of their troops in that direction might alarm the garrison of Namur, and then they would have a doubtful fight instead of assured success. Besides, they shall travel on the right bank of the Maze, for I can guide them which way I will, for sharp as this same Scottish mountaineer is, he hath never asked any one's advice, save mine, upon the direction of their route. Undoubtedly, I was assigned to him by an assured friend, whose word no man mistrusts till they come to know him a little. Hark ye, friend Hayradin, said the soldier, I would ask you somewhat. You and your brother were, as you say yourself, gross Sternenduder, that is, star-lookers and geister-seers. Now, what henker was it made you not foresee him, your brother Hamet, to be hanged? I will tell you, Heinrich, said Hayradin, if I could have known my brother was such a fool as to tell the counsel of King Louis to Duke Charles of Burgundy, I could have foretold his death as sure as I can foretell fair weather in July. Louis hath both ears and hands at the court of Burgundy, and Charles's counsellors love the chink of gold coin, as well as thou dost the clatter of a wine pot. But fare thee well, and keep appointment. I must await my early Scot a bow shot without the gate of the den of the lazy swine yonder, else he will think me about some excursion which bodes no good to the success of his journey. Take a draught of comfort first, said the Lanzknecht, tendering him a flask. But I forget Thou art beast enough to drink nothing but water, like a vile vassal of Mahound and Termagant. Thou art thyself a vassal of the wine measure and the flagon, said the Bohemian. I marvel not that thou art only trusted with the bloodthirsty and violent part of executing what better heads have devised. He must drink no wine who would know the thoughts of others or hide his own. But why preach to thee, who hast a thirst as eternal as a sandbank in Arabia? Fare thee well. Take my comrade Tuisco with thee. His appearance about the monastery may breed suspicion. The two worthies parted, after each had again pledged himself to keep the rendezvous at the Cross of the Three Kings. Quentin Durward watched until they were out of sight, and then descended from his place of concealment, his heart throbbing at the narrow escape which he and his fair charge had made, if indeed it could yet be achieved, from a deep-laid plan of villainy. Afraid, on his return to the monastery, of stumbling upon Hayradin, he made a long detour, at the expense of traversing some very rough ground, and was thus enabled to return to his asylum on a different point from that by which he left it. On the route, he communed earnestly with himself concerning the safest plan to be pursued. He had formed the resolution, when he first heard Hayradin avow his treachery, to put him to death so soon as the conference broke up, and his companions were at a sufficient distance. But when he heard the Bohemian express so much interest in saving his own life, he felt it would be ungrateful to execute upon him, in its rigour, the punishment his treachery had deserved. He therefore resolved to spare his life, and even, if possible, still to use his services as a guide, under such precautions as should ensure the security of the precious charge, to the preservation of which his own life was internally devoted. But whither were they to turn? The Countesses of Croy could neither obtain shelter in Burgundy, from which they had fled, nor in France, from which they had been in a manner expelled. The violence of Duke Charles in the one country was scarcely more to be feared than the cold and tyrannical policy of King Louis in the other. After deep thought, Durward could form no better or safer plan for their security than that, evading the ambuscade, they should take the road to Liege by the left hand of the Maze, and throw themselves, as the ladies originally designed, upon the protection of the excellent bishop. That prelate's will to protect them could not be doubted, and if reinforced by this Burgundian party of men at arms, he might be considered at having the power. At any rate, if the dangers to which he was exposed from the hostility of William de la Marck, and from the troubles in the city of Liege, appeared imminent, he would still be able to protect the unfortunate ladies until they could be dispatched to Germany with a suitable escort. To sum up this reasoning, for when is a mental argument conducted without some reference to selfish consideration, Quentin imagined that the death or captivity to which King Louis had, in cold blood, consigned him, set him at liberty from his engagements to the crown of France, which, therefore, it was his determined purpose to renounce. The Bishop of Liege was likely, he concluded, to need soldiers, and he thought that, by the interposition of his fair friends, who now, especially the elder Countess, treated him with much familiarity, he might get some command, and perhaps might have the charge of conducting the Ladies of Croy to some place more safe than the neighbourhood of Liege. And to conclude, the ladies had talked, although almost in a sort of jest, of raising the Countess's own vassals, and as others did in those stormy times, fortifying her strong castle against all assailants whatever. They had jestingly asked Quentin whether he would accept the perilous office of their seneschal, and on his embracing the office with ready glee and devotion, they had, in the same spirit, permitted him to kiss both their hands on that confidential and honourable appointment. Nay, he thought that the hand of the Countess Isabel, one of the best formed and most beautiful to which true vassal ever did such homage, trembled when his lips rested on it a moment longer than ceremony required, and that some confusion appeared on her cheek and in her eye as she withdrew it. Something might come of all this, and what brave man at Quentin Durward's age but gladly would have taken the thoughts which it awakened into the considerations which were to determine his conduct. This point settled, he had next to consider in what degree he was to use the farther guidance of the faithless Bohemian. He had renounced his first thought of killing him in the wood, and if he took another guide and dismissed him alive, it would be sending the traitor to the camp of William de la Marck with intelligence of their motions. He thought of taking the prior into his counsels, and requesting him to detain the Bohemian by force until they should have time to reach the bishop's castle, but on reflection he dared not hazard such a proposition to one who was timid both as an old man and a friar, who held the safety of his convent the most important object of his duty, and who trembled at the mention of the wild boar of Ardennes. At length Durward settled a plan of operation, on which he could the better reckon, as the execution rested entirely upon himself, and in the cause of which he was engaged, he felt himself capable of everything. With a firm and bold heart, though conscious of the dangers of his situation, Quentin might be compared to one walking under a load, of the weight of which he is conscious, but which yet is not beyond his strength and power of endurance. Just as his plan was determined, he reached the convent. Upon knocking gently at the gate, a brother, considerately stationed for that purpose by the prior, opened it, and acquainted him that the brethren were to be engaged in the choir till daybreak, praying heaven to forgive to the community the various scandals which had that evening taken place among them. The worthy friar offered Quentin permission to attend their devotions, but his clothes were in such a wet condition that the young Scot was obliged to decline the opportunity, and request permission instead to sit by the kitchen fire, in order to his attire being dried before morning, as he was particularly desirous that the Bohemian, when they should next meet, should observe no traces of his having been abroad during the night. The friar not only granted his request, but afforded him his own company, which fell in very happily with the desire which Durward had to obtain information concerning the two routes which he had heard mentioned by the Bohemian in his conversation with the Lanzknecht. The friar, entrusted upon many occasions with the business of the convent abroad, was the person in the fraternity best qualified to afford him the information he requested, but observed that, as true pilgrims, it became the duty of the ladies whom Quentin escorted to take the road on the right side of the Maze, by the cross of the kings, where the blessed relics of Caspar, Melchior, and Balthazar, as the Catholic Church has named the Eastern Magi who came to Bethlehem with their offerings, had rested as they were transported to Cologne, and on which spot they had wrought many miracles. Quentin replied that the ladies were determined to observe all the holy stations with the utmost punctuality, and would certainly visit that of the cross, either in going to or from Cologne, but they had heard reports that the road by the right side of the river was at present rendered unsafe by the soldiers of the ferocious William de la Marck. "Now may Heaven forbid," said Father Francis, "that the wild boar of Ardennes should again make his lair so near us. Nevertheless, the broad Maze will be a good barrier betwixt us, even should it so chance. But it will be no barrier between my ladies and the marauder, should we cross the river and travel on the right," answered the Scot. "Heaven will protect its own, young man," said the friar, "for it were hard to think that the kings of yonder blessed city of Cologne, who will not endure that a Jew or infidel should even enter within the walls of their town, could be oblivious enough to permit their worshippers, coming to their shrine as true pilgrims, to be plundered and misused by such a miscreant dog as this boar of Ardennes, who is worse than a whole desert of Saracen heathens, and all the 10 tribes of Israel to boot." Whatever reliance Quentin, as a sincere Catholic, was bound to rest upon the special protection of Melchior, Caspar, and Balthazar, he could not but recollect that the pilgrim habits of the ladies being assumed out of mere earthly policy, he and his charge could scarcely expect their countenance on the present occasion, and therefore resolved as far as possible to avoid placing the ladies in any predicament where miraculous interposition might be necessary, whilst in the simplicity of his good faith he himself vowed a pilgrimage to the 3 kings of Cologne in his own proper person, provided the simulate design of those over whose safety he was now watching should be permitted by those reasonable and royal as well as sainted personages to attain the desired effect. That he might enter into this obligation with all solemnity, he requested the friar to show him into one of the various chapels which opened from the main body of the church of the convent, where upon his knees, and with sincere devotion, he ratified the vow which he had made internally. The distant sound of the choir, the solemnity of the deep and dead hour which he had chosen for this act of devotion, the effect of the glimmering lamp with which the little Gothic building was illuminated, all contributed to throw Quentin's mind into the state when it most readily acknowledges its human frailty, and seeks that supernatural aid and protection which in every worship must be connected with repentance for past sins and resolutions of future amendment. That the object of his devotion was misplaced was not the fault of Quentin, and its purpose being sincere, we can scarce suppose it unacceptable to the only true Deity, who regards the motives and not the forms of prayer, and in whose eyes the sincere devotion of a heathen is more estimable than the specious hypocrisy of a Pharisee. Having commended himself and his helpless companions to the saints, and to the keeping of Providence, Quentin at length retired to rest, leaving the friar much edified by the depth and sincerity of his devotion. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Quentin Durward by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 18. Palmistry. When many a tale and many a song cheered the rough road, we wished the rough road long. The rough road then, returning in a round, mocked our enchanted steps, for all was fairy ground. Samuel Johnson. By peep of day Quentin Durward had forsaken his little cell, had roused the sleepy grooms, and with more than his wonted care seen that everything was prepared for the day's journey. Girths and bridles, the horse furniture, and the shoes of the horses themselves were carefully inspected with his own eyes, that there might be as little chance as possible of the occurrence of any of those casualties which, petty as they seem, often interrupt or disconcert travelling. The horses were also, under his own inspection, carefully fed, so as to render them fit for a long day's journey, or, if that should be necessary, for a hasty flight. Quentin then betook himself to his own chamber, armed himself with unusual care, and belted on his sword with the feeling at once of approaching danger, and of stern determination to dare it to the uttermost. These generous feelings gave him a loftiness of step and a dignity of manner which the ladies of Croy had not yet observed in him, though they had been highly pleased and interested by the grace, yet naivete of his general behaviour and conversation, and the mixture of shrewd intelligence which naturally belonged to him, with the simplicity arising from his secluded education and distant country. He let them understand that it would be necessary that they should prepare for their journey this morning rather earlier than usual, and accordingly they left the convent immediately after a morning repast, for which, as well as the other hospitalities of the house, the ladies made acknowledgment by a donation to the altar, befitting rather their rank than their appearance. But this excited no suspicion, as they were supposed to be Englishwomen, and the attribute of superior wealth attached at that time to the insular character as strongly as in our own day. The prior blessed them as they mounted to depart, and congratulated Quentin on the absence of his heathen guide. For, said the venerable man, better stumble in the path than be upheld by the arm of a thief or robber. Quentin was not quite of his opinion, for, dangerous as he knew the Bohemian to be, he thought he could use his services, and at the same time baffle his treasonable purpose, now that he saw clearly to what it tended. But his anxiety upon this subject was soon at an end, for the little cavalcade was not 100 yards from the monastery and the village before Margraben joined it, riding as usual on his little active and wild-looking jennet. Their road led them along the side of the same brook where Quentin had overheard the mysterious conference the preceding evening, and Hayradin had not long rejoined them ere they passed under the very willow tree which had afforded Durward the means of concealment when he became an unsuspected hearer of what then passed betwixt that false guide and the Langsnecht. The recollections which the spot brought back stirred Quentin to enter abruptly into conversation with his guide, whom hitherto he had scarce spoken to. "Where hast thou found night quarter, thou profane knave?" said the Scot. "Your wisdom may guess by looking on my gaberdine," answered the Bohemian, pointing to his dress, which was covered with seeds of hay. "A good haystack," said Quentin, "is a convenient bed for an astrologer, and a much better than a heathen scoffer at our blessed religion and its ministers ever deserves." "It suited my clepper better than me, though," said Hayradin, patting his horse on the neck, "for he had food and shelter at the same time. The old bald fools turned him loose, as if a wise man's horse could have infected with wit or sagacity a whole convent of asses. Lucky that Klepper knows my whistle, and follows me as truly as a hound, or we had never met again, and you, in your turn, might have whistled for a guide." "I have told thee more than once," said Durward sternly, "to restrain thy ribaldry when thou chancest to be in worthy men's company, a thing which, I believe, hath rarely happened to thee in thy life before now, and I promise thee that did I hold thee as faithless a guide as I esteem thee a blasphemous and worthless caitiff, my Scottish dirk and thy heathenish heart had ere now been acquainted, although the doing such a deed were as ignoble as the sticking of swine." "A wild boar is near akin to a sow," said the Bohemian, without flinching from the sharp look with which Quentin regarded him, or altering in the slightest degree the caustic indifference which he affected in his language; "and many men," he subjoined, "find both pride, pleasure, and profit in sticking them." Astonished at the man's ready confidence, and uncertain whether he did not know more of his own history and feelings than was pleasant for him to converse upon, Quentin broke off a conversation in which he had gained no advantage over Margravin, and fell back to his accustomed post beside the ladies. We have already observed that a considerable degree of familiarity had begun to establish itself between them. The elder Countess treated him, being once well assured of the nobility of his birth, like a favoured equal; and though her niece showed her regard to their protector less freely, yet under every disadvantage of bashfulness and timidity, Quentin thought he could plainly perceive that his company and conversation were not by any means indifferent to her. Nothing gives such life and soul to youthful gaiety as the consciousness that it is successfully received, and Quentin had accordingly, during the former period of their journey, amused his fair charge with the liveliness of his conversation, and the songs and tales of his country, the former of which he sang in his native language, while his efforts to render the latter into his foreign and imperfect French gave rise to 100 little mistakes and errors of speech, as diverting as the narratives themselves. But on this anxious morning he rode beside the ladies of Croy without any of his usual attempts to amuse them, and they could not help observing his silence as something remarkable. "Our young companion has seen a wolf," said the Lady Hamelin, alluding to an ancient superstition, "and he has lost his tongue in consequence." To say I had tracked a fox were nearer the mark, thought Quentin, but gave the reply no utterance. "Are you well, Signor Quentin?" said the Countess Isabel, in a tone of interest at which she herself blushed, while she felt that it was something more than the distance between them warranted. "He hath sat up carousing with the jolly friars," said the Lady Hamelin. "The Scots are like the Germans, who spend all their mirth over the Rhine wine, and bring only their staggering steps to the dance in the evening, and their aching heads to the lady's bower in the morning." "Nay, gentle ladies," said Quentin, "I deserve not your reproach. The good friars were at their devotions almost all night, and for myself, my drink was barely a cup of their thinnest and most ordinary wine. It is the badness of his fare that has put him out of humour," said the Countess Isabel. "Cheer up, Signor Quentin, and should we ever visit my ancient castle of Brocamont together, if I myself should stand your cup bearer and hand it to you, you shall have a generous cup of wine, that the like never grew upon the vines of Hochheim or Johannesburg. A glass of water, noble lady, from your hand." Thus far did Quentin begin, but his voice trembled, and Isabel continued, as if she had been insensible of the tenderness of the accentuation upon the personal pronoun. "The wine was stocked in the deep vaults of Brocamont by my great grandfather, the Rhinegrave Godfrey," said the Countess Isabel. "Who won the hand of her great grandmother," interjected the Lady Hamelin, interrupting her niece, "by proving himself the best son of chivalry, at the great tournament of Strasbourg. 10 knights were slain in the lists. But those days are now over, and no one now thinks of encountering peril for the sake of honour, or to relieve distressed beauty." To this speech, which was made in the tone in which a modern beauty, whose charms are rather on the wane, may be heard to condemn the rudeness of the present age, Quentin took upon him to reply that there was no lack of that chivalry which the Lady Hamelin seemed to consider as extinct, and that were it eclipsed everywhere else, it would still glow in the bosoms of the Scottish gentlemen. "Hear him," said the Lady Hamelin. "He would have us believe that in his cold and bleak country still lives the noble fire which has decayed in France and Germany. The poor youth is like a Swiss mountaineer, mad with partiality to his native land. He will next tell us of the vines and olives of Scotland." "No, madam," said Durward, "of the wine and the oil of our mountains I can say little more than that our swords can compel these rich productions as tribute from our wealthier neighbours. But for the unblemished faith and unfaded honour of Scotland, I must now put to the proof how far you can repose trust in them, however mean the individual who can offer nothing more as a pledge of your safety. You speak mysteriously. You know of some pressing and present danger," said the Lady Hamelin. "I have read it in his eye for this hour past," exclaimed the Lady Isabel, clasping her hands. "Sacred Virgin, what will become of us?" "Nothing, I hope, but what you would desire," answered Durward. "And now I am compelled to ask, gentle ladies, can you trust me?" "Trust you!" answered the Countess Hamelin. "Certainly. But why the question? Or how far do you ask our confidence?" "I, on my part," said the Countess Isabel, "trust you implicitly, and without condition. If you can deceive us, Quentin, I will no more look for truth, save in heaven." "Gentle lady," replied Durward, highly gratified, "you do me but justice. My object is to alter our route by proceeding directly by the left bank of the Maze to Liege, instead of crossing at Namur. This differs from the order assigned by King Louis and the instructions given to the guide. But I heard news in the monastery of marauders on the right bank of the Maze, and of the march of Burgundian soldiers to suppress them. Both circumstances alarm me for your safety. Have I your permission so far to deviate from the route of your journey?" "My ample and full permission," answered the younger lady. "Cousin," said the Lady Hamelin, "I believe with you that the youth means us well; but, bethink you, we transgress the instructions of King Louis, so positively iterated." "And why should we regard his instructions?" said the Lady Isabel. "I am, I thank Heaven for it, no subject of his, and as a suppliant he has abused the confidence he induced me to repose in him. I would not dishonour this young gentleman by weighing his word for an instant against the injunctions of yonder crafty and selfish despot." "Now may God bless you for that very word, lady," said Quentin joyously; "and if I deserve not the trust it expresses, tearing with wild horses in this life and eternal tortures in the next were even too good for my deserts." So saying, he spurred his horse, and rejoined the Bohemian. This worthy seemed of a remarkably passive, if not a forgiving temper. Injury or threat never dwelt, or at least seemed not to dwell in his recollection, and he entered into the conversation which Durward presently commenced, just as if there had been no unkindly word betwixt them in the course of the morning. "The dog," thought the Scot, "snarls not now, because he intends to clear scores with me at once and for ever, when he can snatch me by the very throat; but he will try for once whether we cannot foil a traitor at his own weapons. Honest Hayradin," he said, "thou hast travelled with us for 10 days, yet hast never shown us a specimen of your skill in fortune telling, which you are, nevertheless, so fond of practising that you must needs display your gifts in every convent at which we stop, at the risk of being repaid by a night's lodging under a haystack." "You have never asked me for a specimen of my skill," said the gipsy. "You are, like the rest of the world, contented to ridicule those mysteries which they do not understand." "Give me then a present proof of your skill," said Quentin, and ungloving his hand, he held it out to the gipsy. Hayradin carefully regarded all the lines which crossed each other on the Scotchman's palm, and noted with equally scrupulous attention the little risings or swellings at the roots of the fingers, which were then believed as intimately connected with the disposition, habits, and fortunes of the individual, as the organs of the brain are pretended to be in our own time. "Here is a hand," said Hayradin, "which speaks of toils endured and dangers encountered. I read in it an early acquaintance with the hilt of the sword, and yet some acquaintance also with the clasps of the mass book." "This is of my past life you may have learned elsewhere," said Quentin. "Tell me something of the future." "This line from the Hill of Venus," said the Bohemian, not broken off abruptly, but attending and accompanying the line of life, argues a certain and large fortune by marriage, whereby the party shall be raised among the wealthy and the noble by the influence of successful love. "Such promises you make to all who ask your advice," said Quentin. "They are part of your art." "What I tell you is as certain," said Hayradin, "as that you shall in brief space be menaced with mighty danger, which I infer from this bright blood red line cutting the table line transversely, and intimating stroke of sword or other violence, from which you shall only be saved by the attachment of a faithful friend." "Thyself, ha!" said Quentin, somewhat indignant that the chiromantist should thus practise on his credulity, and endeavour to found a reputation by predicting the consequences of his own treachery. "My art," replied the Zingaro, "tells me naught that concerns myself. "In this, then, the seers of my land," said Quentin, "excel your boasted knowledge, for their skill teaches them the dangers by which they are themselves beset. I left not my hills without having felt a portion of the double vision with which their inhabitants are gifted, and I will give thee a proof of it in exchange for thy specimen of palmistry. Hayradin, the danger which threatens me lies on the right bank of the river. I will avoid it by travelling to Liege on the left bank." The guide listened with an apathy which, knowing the circumstances in which Margravin stood, Quentin could not by any means comprehend. "If you accomplish your purpose," was the Bohemian's reply, "the dangerous crisis will be transferred from your lot to mine." "I thought," said Quentin, "that you said but now that you could not presage your own fortune." "Not in the manner in which I have but now told you yours," answered Hayradin; "but it requires little knowledge of Louis of Valois to presage that he will hang your guide, because your pleasure was to deviate from the road which he recommended. The attaining with safety the purpose of the journey, and ensuring its happy termination," said Quentin, "must atone for a deviation from the exact line of the prescribed route." "Ay," replied the Bohemian, "if you are sure that the King had in his own eye the same termination of the pilgrimage which he insinuated to you. And of what other termination is it possible that he could have been meditating? Or why should you suppose he had any purpose in his thought other than was avowed in his direction?" inquired Quentin. "Simply," replied the Zingaro, "that those who know aught of the Most Christian King are aware that the purpose about which he is most anxious is always that which he is least willing to declare. Let our gracious Louis send 12 embassies, and I will forfeit my neck to the gallows a year before it is due, if in 11 of them there is not something at the bottom of the inkhorn more than the pen has written in the letters of credence." "I regard not your foul suspicions," answered Quentin. "My duty is plain and peremptory, to convey these ladies in safety to Liege, and I take it on me to think that I best discharge that duty in changing our prescribed route, and keeping the left side of the river Maze. It is likewise the direct road to Liege. By crossing the river we should lose time and incur fatigue to no purpose. Wherefore should we do so? Only because pilgrims, as they call themselves, destined for Cologne," said Hayradin, "do not usually descend the Maze so low as Liege, and that the route of the ladies will be accounted contradictory of their professed destination." "If we are challenged on that account," said Quentin, "we will say that alarms of the wicked Duke of Gelders, or of William de la Marck, or of the Ecorchers and Langsnacks on the right side of the river, justify our holding by the left instead of our intended route." "As you will, my good Signor," replied the Bohemian. "I am, for my part, equally ready to guide you down the left as down the right side of the Maze. Your excuse to your master you must make out for yourself." Quentin, although rather surprised, was at the same time pleased with the ready, or at least the unrepugnant acquiescence of Hayradin in their change of route, for he needed his assistance as a guide, and yet had feared that the disconcerting of his intended act of treachery would have driven him to extremity. Besides, to expel the Bohemian from their society would have been the ready mode to bring down William de la Marck, with whom he was in correspondence, upon their intended route, whereas if Hayradin remained with them, Quentin thought he could manage to prevent the Moor from having any communication with strangers, unless he was himself aware of it. Abandoning, therefore, all thoughts of their original route, the little party followed that by the left bank of the broad Maze so speedily and successfully that the next day early brought them to the proposed end of their journey. They found that the Bishop of Liege, for the sake of his health, as he himself alleged, but rather perhaps to avoid being surprised by the numerous and mutinous population of the city, had established his residence in his beautiful castle of Schwanwald, about a mile without Liege. Just as they approached the castle, they saw the prelate returning in long procession from the neighbouring city, in which he had been officiating at the performance of high mass. He was at the head of a splendid train of religious, civil, and military men, mingled together, or as the old ballad maker expresses it, with many a cross bearer before, and many a spear behind. The procession made a noble appearance, as winding along the verdant banks of the broad Maze, it wheeled into, and was as it were devoured by, the huge Gothic portal of the episcopal residence. But when the party came more near, they found that circumstances around the castle argued a doubt and sense of insecurity, which contradicted that display of pomp and power which they had just witnessed. Strong guards of the bishop's soldiers were heedfully maintained all around the mansion and its immediate vicinity, and the prevailing appearances in an ecclesiastical residence seemed to argue a sense of danger in the reverend prelate, who found it necessary thus to surround himself with all the defensive precautions of war. The Ladies of Croy, when announced by Quentin, were reverently ushered into the great hall, where they met with the most cordial reception from the bishop, who met them there at the head of his little court. He would not permit them to kiss his hand, but welcomed them with a salute, which had something in it of gallantry on the part of a prince to fine women, and something also of the holy affection of a pastor to the sisters of his flock. Louis of Bourbon, the reigning Bishop of Liege, was in truth a generous and kind-hearted prince, whose life had not indeed been always confined with precise strictness within the bounds of his clerical profession, but who, notwithstanding, had uniformly maintained the frank and honourable character of the house of Bourbon, from which he was descended. In latter times, as age advanced, the prelate had adopted habits more beseeming a member of the hierarchy than his early reign had exhibited, and was loved among the neighbouring princes as a noble ecclesiastic, generous and magnificent in his ordinary mode of life, though preserving no very ascetic severity of character, and governing with an easy indifference, which, amid his wealthy and mutinous subjects, rather encouraged than subdued rebellious purposes. The bishop was so fast an ally of the Duke of Burgundy, that the latter claimed almost a joint sovereignty in his bishopric, and repaid the good-natured ease with which the prelate admitted claims which he might easily have disputed, by taking his part on all occasions with the determined and furious zeal which was a part of his character. He used to say, he considered Liege as his own, the bishop as his brother. Indeed, they might be accounted such, in consequence of the Duke's having married for his first wife the bishop's sister, and that he who annoyed Louis of Bourbon had to do with Charles of Burgundy, a threat which, considering the character and the power of the prince who used it, would have been powerful with any but the rich and discontented city of Liege, where much wealth had, according to the ancient proverb, made wit waver. The prelate, as we have said, assured the ladies of Croy of such intercession as his interest at the court of Burgundy, used to the uttermost, might gain for them, and which, he hoped, might be the more effectual, as Campo Basso, from some late discoveries, stood rather lower than formerly in the Duke's personal favour. He promised them also such protection as it was in his power to afford. But the sigh with which he gave the warrant seemed to allow that his power was more precarious than in words he was willing to admit. "At every event, my dearest daughters," said the Bishop, with an air in which, as in his previous salute, a mixture of spiritual unction qualified the hereditary gallantry of the House of Bourbon, "Heaven forbid I should abandon the lamb to the wicked wolf, or noble ladies to the oppression of faitors. I am a man of peace, though my abode now rings with arms. But be assured I will care for your safety as for my own, and should matters become yet more distracted here, which, with Our Lady's grace, we trust will be rather pacified than inflamed, we will provide for your safe conduct to Germany, for not even the will of our brother and protector, Charles of Burgundy, shall prevail with us to dispose of you in any respect contrary to your own inclinations. We cannot comply with your request of sending you to a convent, for, alas, such is the influence of the sons of Belial among the inhabitants of Liege, that we know no retreat to which our authority extends beyond the bounds of our own castle and the protection of our soldiery. But here you are most welcome, and your train shall have all honourable entertainment, especially this youth whom you recommend so particularly to our countenance, and on whom, in especial, we bestow our blessing." Quentin kneeled, as in duty bound, to receive the episcopal benediction. "For yourselves," proceeded the good prelate, "you shall reside here with my sister Isabel, a canoness of Triers, with whom you may dwell in all honour, even under the roof of so gay a bachelor as the Bishop of Liege." He gallantly conducted the ladies to his sister's apartment as he concluded the harangue of welcome, and his master of the household, an officer who, having taken deacon's orders, held something between a secular and ecclesiastical character, entertained Quentin with the hospitality which his master enjoined, while the other personages of the retinue of the Ladies of Croy were committed to the inferior apartments. In this arrangement, Quentin could not help remarking that the presence of the Bohemian, so much objected to in the country convents, seemed, in the household of this wealthy, and perhaps we might say worldly prelate, to attract neither objection nor remark. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Quentin Durward by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 19. The City. Good friends, sweet friends, let me not stir you up to any sudden act of mutiny. Julius Caesar. Separated from the Lady Isabel, whose looks had been for so many days his lodestar, Quentin felt a strange vacancy and chillness of the heart which he had not yet experienced in any of the vicissitudes to which his life had subjected him. No doubt the cessation of the close and unavoidable intercourse and intimacy betwixt them was the necessary consequence of the Countess's having obtained a place of settled residence, for under what pretext could she, had she meditated such an impropriety, have had a gallant young squire, such as Quentin, in constant attendance upon her? But the shock of the separation was not the more welcome that it seemed unavoidable, and the proud heart of Quentin swelled at finding he was parted with like an ordinary postilion, or an escort whose duty is discharged, while his eyes sympathized so far as to drop a secret tear or two over the ruins of all those airy castles, so many of which he had employed himself in constructing during their too interesting journey. He made a manly, but at first a vain effort to throw off this mental dejection, and so, yielding to the feelings he could not suppress, he sat him down in one of the deep recesses formed by a window which lighted the great Gothic hall of Schwanwald, and there mused upon his hard fortune, which had not assigned him rank or wealth sufficient to prosecute his daring suit. Quentin tried to dispel the sadness which overhung him by dispatching Charlotte, one of the valets, with letters to the court of Louis, announcing the arrival of the Ladies of Croy at Liege. At length his natural buoyancy of temper returned, much excited by the title of an old romaunt which had been just printed at Strasbourg, and which lay beside him in the window, the title of which set forth how the squire of low degree loved the king's daughter of Hungary. While he was tracing the letters Blake of the ditty so congenial to his own situation, Quentin was interrupted by a touch on the shoulder, and looking up, beheld the Bohemian standing by him. Hayradin, never a welcome sight, was odious from his late treachery, and Quentin sternly asked him why he dared to take the freedom to touch a Christian and a gentleman. Simply, answered the Bohemian, because I wished to know if the Christian gentleman had lost his feeling as well as his eyes and ears. I have stood speaking to you these 5 minutes, and you have stared on that scrap of yellow paper as if it were a spell to turn you into a statue, and had already wrought half its purpose. Well, what dost thou want? Speak, and begone. I want what all men want, though few are satisfied with it, said Hayradin. I want my due, 10 crowns of gold for guiding the ladies hither. With what face darest thou ask any guerdon beyond my sparing thy worthless life? Said Durward fiercely. Thou knowest that it was thy purpose to have betrayed them on the road. But I did not betray them, said Hayradin. If I had, I would have asked no guerdon from you or from them, but from him whom their keeping on the right-hand side of the river might have benefited. The party that I have served is the party who must pay me. Thy guerdon perish with thee, then, traitor, said Quentin, telling out the money. Get thee to the boar of Ardennes, or go to the devil, but keep hereafter out of my sight, lest I send thee thither before thy time. The boar of Ardennes, repeated the Bohemian, with a stronger emotion of surprise than his feature usually expressed. It was then no vague guess, no general suspicion, which made you insist on changing the road? Can it be? Are there really in other lands arts of prophecy more sure than those of our wandering tribes? The willow tree under which we spoke could tell no tales. But No, 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 dolt that I was, I have it, I have it, the willow by the brook near yonder convent. I saw you look towards it as you passed it, about half a mile from yon hive of drones, that could not indeed speak, but it might hide one who could hear. I will hold my counsels in an open plain henceforth. Not a bunch of thistles shall be near me for a Scot to shroud amongst. Ha, ha! The Scot hath beat the Zingaro at his own subtle weapons. But know, Quentin Durward, that you have foiled me to the marring of thine own fortune. Yes, the fortune I have told thee of from the lines on thy hand had been richly accomplished but for thine own obstinacy. By Saint Andrew, said Quentin, thy impudence makes me laugh in spite of myself. How or in what should thy successful villainy have been of service to me? I heard, indeed, that you did stipulate to save my life, which condition your worthy allies would speedily have forgotten, had we once come to blows. But in what thy betrayal of these ladies could have served me, but by exposing me to death or captivity, is a matter beyond human brains to conjecture. No matter thinking of it then, said Hayradin, for I mean still to surprise you with my gratitude. Had you kept back my hire, I should have held that we were quit, and had left you to your own foolish guidance. As it is, I remain your debtor for yonder matter on the banks of the Cher. Methinks I have already taken out the payment in cursing and abusing thee, said Quentin. Hard words, or kind ones, said the Zingaro, but are wind, which make no weight in the balance, had you struck me, indeed, instead of threatening. I am likely enough to take out my payment in that way, if you provoke me longer. I would not advise it, said the Zingaro. Such payment, made by a rash hand, might exceed the debt, and unhappily leave a balance on your side, which I am not one to forget or forgive. And now farewell, but not for a long space. I go to bid adieu to the ladies of Croy. Thou, said Quentin in astonishment, thou be admitted to the presence of the ladies, and here, where they are in a manner recluses under the protection of the bishop's sister, a noble canoness? It is impossible. Marthon, however, waits to conduct me to their presence, said the Zingaro with a sneer, and I must pray your forgiveness if I leave you something abruptly. He turned as if to depart, but instantly coming back, said, with a tone of deep and serious emphasis, I know your hopes. They are daring, yet not vain if I aid them. I know your fears. They should teach prudence, not timidity. Every woman may be won. A count is but a nickname, which will befit Quentin, as well as the other nickname of Duke befits Charles, or that of King befits Louis. Ere Durward could reply, the Bohemian had left the hall. Quentin instantly followed, but better acquainted than the Scot with the passages of the house, Hayradin kept the advantage which he had gotten, and the pursuer lost sight of him as he descended a small back staircase. Still Durward followed, though without exact consciousness of his own purpose in doing so. The staircase terminated by a door opening into the alley of a garden, in which he again beheld the Zingaro hastening down a pleached walk. On two sides the garden was surrounded by the buildings of the castle, a huge old pile partly castellated and partly resembling an ecclesiastical building. On the other two sides, the enclosure was a high embattled wall. Crossing the alleys of the garden to another part of the building, where a postern door opened behind a large massive buttress, overgrown with ivy, Hayradin looked back, and waved his hand in a signal of an exulting farewell to his follower, who saw that in effect the postern door was opened by Marthon, and that the vile Bohemian was admitted into the precincts, as he naturally concluded, of the apartment of the Countesses of Croy. Quentin bit his lips with indignation, and blamed himself severely that he had not made the ladies sensible of the full infamy of Hayradin's character, and acquainted with his machinations against their safety. The arrogating manner in which the Bohemian had promised to back his suit added to his anger and his disgust, and he felt as if even the hand of the Countess Isabel would be profaned were it possible to attain it by such patronage. But it is all a deception, he said, a turn of his base juggling artifice. He has procured access to those ladies upon some false pretence, and with some mischievous intention. It is well I have learned where they lodge. I will watch Marthon, and solicit an interview with them, were it but to place them on their guard. It is hard that I must use artifice and brook delay, when such as he have admittance openly and without scruple. They will find, however, that though I am excluded from their presence, Isabel's safety is the chief subject of my vigilance. While the young lover was thus meditating, an aged gentleman of the bishop's household approached him from the same door by which he had himself entered the garden, and made him aware, though with the greatest civility of manner, that the garden was private, and reserved only for the use of the bishop and guests of the very highest distinction. Quentin heard him repeat this information twice ere he put the proper construction upon it, and then, starting as if from a reverie, he bowed and hurried out of the garden, the official person following him all the way, and overwhelming him with formal apologies for the necessary discharge of his duty. Nay, so pertinacious was he in his attempts to remove the offence which he conceived Durward to have taken, that he offered to bestow his own company upon him, to contribute to his entertainment until Quentin, internally cursing his formal foppery, found no better way of escape than pretending a desire of visiting the neighbouring city, and setting off thither at such a round pace as speedily subdued all desire in the gentleman usher to accompany him farther than the drawbridge. In a few minutes Quentin was within the walls of the city of Liege, then one of the richest in Flanders, and of course in the world. Melancholy, even love melancholy, is not so deeply seated, at least in minds of a manly and elastic character, as the soft enthusiasts who suffer under it are fond of believing. It yields to unexpected and striking impressions upon the senses, to change of place, to such scenes as create new trains of association, and to the influence of the busy hum of mankind. In a few minutes Quentin's attention was as much engrossed by the variety of objects presented in rapid succession by the busy streets of Liege, as if there had been neither a Countess Isabel nor a Bohemian in the world. The lofty houses, the stately though narrow and gloomy streets, the splendid display of the richest goods and most gorgeous armour in the warehouses and shops around, the walks crowded by busy citizens of every description, passing and repassing with faces of careful importance or eager bustle, the huge wains which transported to and fro the subjects of export and import, the former consisting of broadcloths and serge, arms of all kinds, nails and ironwork, while the latter comprehended every article of use or luxury, intended either for the consumption of an opulent city, or received in barter, and destined to be transported elsewhere. All these objects combined to form an engrossing picture of wealth, bustle, and splendour, to which Quentin had been hitherto a stranger. He admired also the various streams and canals, drawn from and communicating with the Maze, which, traversing the city in various directions, offered to every quarter the commercial facilities of water carriage, and he failed not to hear a mass in the venerable old church of St. Lambert, said to have been founded in the 8th century. It was upon leaving this place of worship that Quentin began to observe that he, who had been hitherto gazing on all around him with the eagerness of unrestrained curiosity, was himself the object of attention to several groups of substantial looking burghers, who seemed assembled to look upon him as he left the church, and amongst whom arose a buzz and whisper which spread from one party to another, while the number of gazers continued to augment rapidly, and the eyes of each who added to it were eagerly directed to Quentin with a stare which expressed much interest and curiosity, mingled with a certain degree of respect. At length he now formed the centre of a considerable crowd, which yet yielded before him while he continued to move forward, while those who followed or kept pace with him studiously avoided pressing on him or impeding his motions. Yet his situation was too embarrassing to be long endured without making some attempt to extricate himself and to obtain some explanation. Quentin looked around him, and fixing upon a jolly, stout-made, respectable man, whom by his velvet cloak and gold chain he concluded to be a burgher of eminence, and perhaps a magistrate, he asked him whether he saw anything particular in his appearance to attract public attention in a degree so unusual, or whether it was the ordinary custom of the people of Liege thus to throng around strangers who chanced to visit their city. "Surely not, good Signor," answered the burgher. "The Liegeois are neither so idly curious as to practise such a custom, nor is there anything in your dress or appearance, saving that which is most welcome to this city, and which our townsmen are both delighted to see and desirous to honour." "This sounds very polite, worthy sir," said Quentin, "but by the cross of St. Andrew, I cannot even guess at your meaning." "Your oath," answered the merchant of Liege, "as well as your accent, convinces me that we are right in our conjecture." "By my patron saint Quentin," said Durward, "I am farther off from your meaning than ever." "There again now," rejoined the Liegeois, looking, as he spoke, most provokingly, yet most civilly, politic, and intelligent. "It is surely not for us to see that which you, worthy Signor, deem it proper to conceal. But why swear by St. Quentin, if you would not have me construe your meaning? We know the good Count of St. Paul, who lies there at present, wishes well to our cause." "On my life," said Quentin, "you are under some delusion. I know nothing of St. Paul." "Nay, we question you not," said the burgher, "although, hark ye, I say hark in your ear, my name is Pavillon." "And what is my business with that, Signor Pavillon?" said Quentin. "Nay, nothing, only methinks it might satisfy you that I am trustworthy. Here is my colleague Rouslayer too." Rouslayer advanced, a corpulent dignitary, whose fair round belly, like a battering ram, did shake the press before him, and who, whispering caution to his neighbour, said in a tone of rebuke, "You forget, good colleague, the place is too open. The Signor will retire to your house or mine, and drink a glass of Rhenish and sugar, and then we shall hear more of our good friend and ally, whom we love with all our honest Flemish hearts." "I have no news for any of you," said Quentin impatiently. "I will drink no Rhenish, and I only desire of you, as men of account and respectability, to disperse this idle crowd, and allow a stranger to leave your town as quietly as he came into it." "Nay, then, sir," said Rouslayer, "since you stand so much on your incognito, and with us too, who are men of confidence, let me ask you roundly, wherefore wear you the badge of your company, if you would remain unknown in liege?" "What badge? and what order?" said Quentin. "You look like reverend men and grave citizens, yet on my soul you are either mad yourselves, or desire to drive me so." "Sapperment!" said the other burgher, "this youth would make Saint Lambert swear. Why, who wear bonnets with the Saint Andrew's cross and fleur de lis, save the Scottish archers of King Louis's guards? And supposing I am an archer of the Scottish guard, why should you make a wonder of my wearing the badge of my company?" said Quentin impatiently. "He has avowed it, he has avowed it," said Rouslayer and Pavillon, turning to the assembled burghers in attitudes of congratulation, with waving arms, extended palms, and large round faces radiating with glee. "He hath avowed himself an archer of Louis's guard, of Louis, the guardian of the liberties of liege." A general shout and cry now arose from the multitude, in which were mingled the various sounds of "Long live Louis of France! Long live the Scottish Guard! Long live the valiant archer! Our liberties, our privileges, or death! No imposts! Long live the valiant boar of Ardennes! Down with Charles of Burgundy, and confusion to Bourbon and his bishopric!" Half stunned by the noise, which began anew in one quarter so soon as it ceased in another, rising and falling like the billows of the sea, and augmented by thousands of voices, which roared in chorus from distant streets and market places, Quentin had yet time to form a conjecture concerning the meaning of the tumult, and a plan for regulating his own conduct. He had forgotten that, after his skirmish with Orleans and Dunois, one of his comrades had, at Lord Crawford's command, replaced the morion, cloven by the sword of the latter, with one of the steel-lined bonnets, which formed a part of the proper and well-known equipment of the Scottish guards. That an individual of this body, which was always kept very close to Louis's person, should have appeared in the streets of a city whose civil discontents had been aggravated by the agents of that king, was naturally enough interpreted by the burghers of Liege into a determination on the part of Louis openly to assist their cause, and the apparition of an individual archer was magnified into a pledge of immediate and active support from Louis, nay, into an assurance that his auxiliary forces were actually entering the town at one or other, though no one could distinctly tell which, of the city gates. To remove a conviction so generally adopted, Quentin easily saw was impossible, nay, that any attempt to undeceive men so obstinately prepossessed in their belief would be attended with personal risk, which in this case he saw little use of incurring. He therefore hastily resolved to temporize, and to get free the best way he could, and this resolution he formed while they were in the act of conducting him to the Stadthouse, where the notables of the town were fast assembling, in order to hear the tidings which he was presumed to have brought, and to regale him with a splendid banquet. In spite of all his opposition, which was set down to modesty, he was on every side surrounded by the donors of popularity, the unsavoury tide of which now floated around him. His two burgomaster friends, who were Chopin, or syndics of the city, had made fast both his arms. Before him, Nicol Block, the chief of the Butchers' Incorporation, hastily summoned from his office in the shambles, brandished his death-doing axe, yet smeared with blood and brains, with a courage and grace which Brantwine alone could inspire. Behind him came the tall, lean, raw-boned, very drunk, and very patriotic figure of Claus Hammerlein, president of the Mystery of Workers in Iron, and followed by at least 1,000 unwashed artificers of his class, weavers, nailers, rope-makers, artisans of every degree and calling, thronged forward to join the procession from every gloomy and narrow street. Escape seemed a desperate and impossible adventure. In this dilemma, Quentin appealed to Rasleur, who held one arm, and to Pavillon, who had secured the other, and who were conducting him forward at the head of the ovation, of which he had so unexpectedly become the principal object. He hastily acquainted them with his having thoughtlessly adopted the bonnet of the Scottish Guard, on an accident having occurred to the headpiece in which he had proposed to travel. He regretted that, owing to this circumstance, and the sharp wit with which the liégeois drew the natural inference of his quality, and the purpose of his visit, these things had been publicly discovered, and he intimated that, if just now conducted to the State House, he might unhappily feel himself under the necessity of communicating to the assembled notables certain matters which he was directed by the King to reserve for the private ears of his excellent gossips, Mynheers Rasleur and Pavillon of Liege. This last hint operated like magic on the two citizens, who were the most distinguished leaders of the insurgent burghers, and were, like all demagogues of their kind, desirous to keep everything within their own management, so far as possible. They therefore hastily agreed that Quentin should leave the town for the time, and return by night to Liege, and converse with them privately in the house of Rasleur, near the gate opposite to Schwanwald. Quentin hesitated not to tell them that he was at present residing in the bishop's palace, under pretence of bearing dispatches from the French court, although his real errand was, as they had well conjectured, designed to the citizens of Liege, and this tortuous mode of conducting a communication, as well as the character and rank of the person to whom it was supposed to be entrusted, was so consonant to the character of Louis as neither to excite doubt nor surprise. Almost immediately after this éclaircissement was completed, the progress of the multitude brought them opposite to the door of Pavillon's house, in one of the principal streets, but which communicated from behind with the maze by means of a garden, as well as an extensive manufactory of tan pits and other conveniences for dressing hides, for the patriotic burgher was a felt dresser, or courier. It was natural that Pavillon should desire to do the honours of his dwelling to the supposed envoy of Louis, and a halt before his house excited no surprise on the part of the multitude, who, on the contrary, greeted Mynheer Pavillon with a loud vivat as he ushered in his distinguished guest. Quentin speedily laid aside his remarkable bonnet for the cap of a felt maker, and flung a cloak over his other apparel. Pavillon then furnished him with a passport to pass the gates of the city, and to return by night or day as should suit his convenience, and lastly committed him to the charge of his daughter, a fair and smiling Flemish lass, with instructions how he was to be disposed of, while he himself hastened back to his colleague to amuse their friends at the State House with the best excuses which they could invent for the disappearance of King Louis's envoy. We cannot, as the footman says in the play, recollect the exact nature of the lie which the bellwethers told the flock, but no task is so easy as that of imposing upon a multitude whose eager prejudices have more than half done the business ere the impostor has spoken a word. The worthy Burgess was no sooner gone than his plump daughter, Trudchen, with many a blush and many a wreathed smile, which suited very prettily with lips like cherries, laughing blue eyes, and a skin transparently pure, escorted the handsome stranger through the pleached alleys of the Sir Pavillon's garden, down to the water side, and there saw him fairly embarked on a boat, which two stout Flemings in their trunk hose, fur caps, and many button jerkins, had got in readiness with as much haste as their low country nature would permit. As the pretty Trudchen spoke nothing but German, Quentin, no disparagement to his loyal affection to the Countess of Croy, could only express his thanks by a kiss on those same cherry lips, which was very gallantly bestowed, and accepted with all modest gratitude, for gallants with a form and face like our Scottish archer were not of everyday occurrence among the bourgeoisie of Liege. While the boat was rowed up the sluggish waters of the Maze, and past the defences of the town, Quentin had time enough to reflect what account he ought to give of his adventure in Liege, when he returned to the bishop's palace of Schwanwald, and disdaining alike to betray any person who had reposed confidence in him, although by misapprehension, or to conceal from the hospitable prelate the mutinous state of his capital, he resolved to confine himself to so general an account as might put the bishop upon his guard, while it should point out no individual to his vengeance. He was landed from the boat within half a mile of the castle, and rewarded his rowers with a guilder, to their great satisfaction. Yet, short as was the space which divided him from Schwanwald, the castle bell had tolled for dinner, and Quentin found, moreover, that he had approached the castle on a different side from that of the principal entrance, and that to go round would throw his arrival considerably later. He therefore made straight towards the side that was nearest to him, as he discerned that it presented an embattled wall, probably that of the little garden already noticed, with a postern opening upon the moat, and a skiff moored by the postern, which might serve, he thought, upon summons, to pass him over. As he approached, in hopes to make his entrance this way, the postern opened, a man came out, and jumping into the boat, made his way to the farther side of the moat, and then, with a long pole, pushed the skiff back towards the place where he had embarked. As he came near, Quentin discerned that this person was the Bohemian, who, avoiding him, as was not difficult, held a different path towards Liege, and was presently out of his ken. Here was a new subject for meditation. Had this vagabond heathen been all this while with the ladies of Croy? And for what purpose should they so far have graced him with their presence? Tormented with this thought, Durward became doubly determined to seek an explanation with them, for the purpose at once of laying bare the treachery of Hayreddin, and announcing to them the perilous state in which their protector, the bishop, was placed by the mutinous state of his town of Liege. As Quentin thus resolved, he entered the castle by the principal gate, and found that part of the family who assembled for dinner in the great hall, including the bishop's attendant clergy, officers of the household, and strangers below the rank of the very first nobility, were already placed at their meal. A seat at the upper end of the board had, however, been reserved beside the bishop's domestic chaplain, who welcomed the stranger with the old college jest of Sero venientibus ossa, while he took care so to load his plate with dainties as to take away all appearance of that tendency to reality which in Quentin's country is said to render a joke either no joke, or at best an unpalatable one. In vindicating himself from the suspicion of ill breeding, Quentin briefly described the tumult which had been occasioned in the city by his being discovered to belong to the Scottish archer guard of Louis, and endeavoured to give a ludicrous turn to the narrative by saying that he had been with difficulty extricated by a fat burgher of Liege and his pretty daughter. But the company were too much interested in the story to taste the jest. All operations of the table were suspended while Quentin told his tale, and when he had ceased, there was a solemn pause, which was only broken by the major domo's saying in a low and melancholy tone, "I would to God that we saw those 100 lances of Burgundy." "Why should you think so deeply on it?" said Quentin. "You have many soldiers here, whose trade is arms, and your antagonists are only the rabble of a disorderly city, who will fly before the first flutter of a banner, with men at arms arrayed beneath it." "You do not know the men of Liege," said the chaplain, "of whom it may be said, that, not even excepting those of Ghent, they are at once the fiercest and the most untamable in Europe. Twice has the Duke of Burgundy chastised them for their repeated revolts against their bishop, and twice hath he suppressed them with much severity, abridged their privileges, taken away their banners, and established rights and claims to himself which were not before competent over a free city of the empire. Nay, the last time he defeated them with much slaughter near St. Tron, where Liege lost nearly 6,000 men, what with the sword, what with those drowned in the flight, and thereafter, to disable them from farther mutiny, Duke Charles refused to enter at any of the gates which they had surrendered, but beating to the ground 40 cubits breadth of their city wall, marched into Liege as a conqueror with visor closed, and lance in rest, at the head of his chivalry, by the breach which he had made. Nay, well were the Liegeois then assured, that, but for the intercession of his father, Duke Philip the Good, this Charles, then called Count of Charleroi, would have given their town up to spoil. And yet, with all these fresh recollections, with their breaches unrepaired, and their arsenals scarcely supplied, the sight of an archer's bonnet is sufficient again to stir them to uproar. May God amend all, but I fear there will be bloody work between so fierce a population and so fiery a sovereign, and I would my excellent and kind master had a see of lesser dignity and more safety, for his mitre is lined with thorns instead of ermine. This much I say to you, Signor Stranger, to make you aware that, if your affairs detain you not at Schwanwald, it is a place from which each man of sense should depart as speedily as possible. I apprehend that your ladies are of the same opinion, for one of the grooms who attended them on the route has been sent back by them to the court of France with letters, which doubtless are intended to announce their going in search of a safer asylum. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Quentin Durward by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 20. The Billet. Go to, thou art made, if thou desirest to be so. If not, let me see thee still the fellow of servants, and not fit to touch fortune's fingers. 12th Night. When the tables were drawn, the chaplain, who seemed to have taken a sort of attachment to Quentin Durward's society, or who perhaps desired to extract from him farther information concerning the meeting of the morning, led him into a withdrawing apartment, the windows of which on one side projected into the garden, and as he saw his companion's eye gaze rather eagerly upon the spot, he proposed to Quentin to go down and take a view of the curious foreign shrubs with which the bishop had enriched its parterres. Quentin excused himself as unwilling to intrude, and therewithal communicated the check which he had received in the morning. The chaplain smiled, and said that there was indeed some ancient prohibition respecting the bishop's private garden, but this, he added with a smile, was when our reverend father was a princely young prelate of not more than 30 years of age, and when many fair ladies frequented the castle for ghostly consolation. Need there was, he said, with a downcast look and a smile, half simple and half intelligent, that these ladies, pained in conscience, who were ever lodged in the apartments now occupied by the noble canoness, should have some space for taking the air, secure from the intrusion of the profane. But of late years, he added, this prohibition, although not formally removed, has fallen entirely out of observance, and remains but as the superstition which lingers in the brain of a superannuated gentleman usher. If you please, he added, we will presently descend, and try whether the place be haunted or no. Nothing could have been more agreeable to Quentin than the prospect of a free entrance into the garden, through means of which, according to a chance which had hitherto attended his passion, he hoped to communicate with, or at least obtain sight of, the object of his affections, from some such turret or balcony window, or similar coign of vantage, as at the hostelry of the Fleur de Lis near Plessis, or the Dauphin's Tower within that castle itself. Isabel seemed still destined, wherever she made her abode, to be the lady of the turret. When Durward descended with his new friend into the garden, the latter seemed a terrestrial philosopher, entirely busied with the things of the earth, while the eyes of Quentin, if they did not seek the heavens like those of an astrologer, ranged at least all around the windows, balconies, and especially the turrets, which projected on every part from the inner front of the old building, in order to discover that which was to be his cynosure. While thus employed, the young lover heard with total neglect, if indeed he heard at all, the enumeration of plants, herbs, and shrubs which his reverend conductor pointed out to him, of which this was choice, because of prime use in medicine, and that more choice for yielding a rare flavour to pottage, and a third, choicest of all, because possessed of no merit but its extreme scarcity. Still it was necessary to preserve some semblance at least of attention, which the youth found so difficult, that he fairly wished at the devil, the officious naturalist, and the whole vegetable kingdom. He was relieved at length by the striking of a clock, which summoned the chaplain to some official duty. The reverend man made many unnecessary apologies for leaving his new friend, and concluded by giving him the agreeable assurance that he might walk in the garden till supper, without much risk of being disturbed. "It is," said he, "the place where I always study my own homilies, as being most sequestered from the resort of strangers. I am now about to deliver one of them in the chapel, if you please to favour me with your audience. I have been thought to have some gift, but the glory be where it is due." Quentin excused himself for this evening under pretence of a severe headache, which the open air was likely to prove the best cure for, and at length the well-meaning priest left him to himself. It may be well imagined that in the curious inspection which he now made, at more leisure, of every window or aperture which looked into the garden, there did not escape which were in the immediate neighbourhood of the small door by which he had seen Marthon admit Hayradin, as he pretended, to the apartment of the countesses. But nothing stirred or showed itself which could either confute or confirm the tale which the Bohemian had told, until it was becoming dusky, and Quentin began to be sensible, he scarce knew why, that his sauntering so long in the garden might be subject of displeasure or suspicion. Just as he had resolved to depart, and was taking what he had destined for his last turn under the windows which had such attraction for him, he heard above him a slight and cautious sound like that of a cough, as intended to call his attention, and to avoid the observation of others. As he looked up in joyful surprise, a casement opened, a female hand was seen to drop a billet, which fell into a rosemary bush that grew at the foot of the wall. The precaution used in dropping this letter prescribed equal prudence and secrecy in reading it. The garden, surrounded, as we have said, upon two sides by the buildings of the palace, was commanded, of course, by the windows of many apartments, but there was a sort of grotto of rock work which the chaplain had shown Durward with much complacency. To snatch up the billet, thrust it into his bosom, and hie to this place of secrecy, was the work of a single minute. He there opened the precious scroll, and blessed at the same time the memory of the monks of Aberbrothick, whose nurture had rendered him capable of deciphering its contents. The first line contained the injunction, "Read this in secret," and the contents were as follows: "What your eyes have too boldly said, mine have perhaps too rashly understood, but unjust persecution makes its victims bold, and it were better to throw myself on the gratitude of one, than to remain the object of pursuit to many. Fortune has her throne upon a rock, but brave men fear not to climb. If you dare do aught for one that hazards much, you need but pass into this garden at prime to-morrow, wearing in your cap a blue and white feather, but expect no farther communication. Your stars have, they say, destined you for greatness, and disposed you to gratitude. Farewell, be faithful, prompt, and resolute, and doubt not thy fortune. Within this letter was enclosed a ring with a table diamond, on which were cut, in form of a lozenge, the ancient arms of the house of Croy. The first feeling of Quentin upon this occasion was unmingled ecstasy, a pride and joy which seemed to raise him to the stars, a determination to do or die, influenced by which he treated with scorn the thousand obstacles that placed themselves betwixt him and the goal of his wishes. In this mood of rapture, and unable to endure any interruption which might withdraw his mind, were it but for a moment, from so ecstatic a subject of contemplation, Durward, retiring to the interior of the castle, hastily assigned his former pretext of a headache for not joining the household of the bishop at the supper meal, and lighting his lamp, betook himself to the chamber which had been assigned him, to read, and to read again and again, the precious billet, and to kiss 1,000 times the no less precious ring. But such high-wrought feelings could not remain long in the same ecstatic tone. A thought pressed upon him, though he repelled it as ungrateful, as even blasphemous, that the frankness of the confession implied less delicacy on the part of her who made it, than was consistent with the high romantic feeling of adoration with which he had hitherto worshipped the Lady Isabel. No sooner did this ungracious thought intrude itself than he hastened to stifle it, as he would have stifled a hissing and hateful adder that had intruded itself into his couch. Was it for him the favoured, on whose account she had stooped from her sphere, to ascribe blame to her for the very act of condescension, without which he dared not have raised his eyes towards her? Did not her very dignity of birth and of condition reverse, in her case, the usual rules which impose silence on the lady until her lover shall have first spoken? To these arguments, which he boldly formed into syllogisms, and avowed to himself, his vanity might possibly suggest one which he cared not to embody even mentally with the same frankness, that the merit of the party beloved might perhaps warrant, on the part of the lady, some little departure from common rules, and, after all, as in the case of Malvolio, there was example for it in chronicle. The squire of low degree, of whom he had just been reading, was, like himself, a gentleman void of land and living, and yet the generous princess of Hungary bestowed on him, without scruple, more substantial marks of her affection than the billet he had just received. "Welcome," she said, "my sweet squire, my heart's roots, my soul's desire. I will give thee kisses 3, and all's £500 in fee." And again the same faithful history made the King of Hungary himself avouch, "I have known many a page come to be prince by marriage." So that, upon the whole, Quentin generously and magnanimously reconciled himself to a line of conduct on the Countess's part, by which he was likely to be so highly benefited. But this scruple was succeeded by another doubt, harder of digestion. The traitor Hayradin had been in the apartments of the ladies, for aught Quentin knew, for the space of 4 hours, and considering the hints which he had thrown out of possessing an influence of the most interesting kind over the fortunes of Quentin Durward, what should assure him that this train was not of his laying? And if so, was it not probable that such a dissembling villain had set it on foot to conceal some new plan of treachery, perhaps to seduce Isabel out of the protection of the worthy bishop? This was a matter to be closely looked into, for Quentin felt a repugnance to this individual proportioned to the unabashed impudence with which he had avowed his profligacy, and could not bring himself to hope that anything in which he was concerned could ever come to an honourable or happy conclusion. These various thoughts rolled over Quentin's mind like misty clouds, to dash and obscure the fair landscape which his fancy had at first drawn, and his couch was that night a sleepless one. At the hour of prime, ay, and an hour before it, was he in the castle garden, where no one now opposed either his entrance or his abode, with a feather of the assigned colour, as distinguished as he could by any means procure in such haste. No notice was taken of his appearance for nearly 2 hours. At length he heard a few notes of the lute, and presently the lattice opened right above the little postern door at which Marthon had admitted Hayradin, and Isabel, in maidenly beauty, appeared at the opening, greeted him half kindly, half shyly, coloured extremely at the deep and significant reverence with which he returned her courtesy, shut the casement, and disappeared. Daylight and champagne could discover no more. The authenticity of the billet was ascertained. It only remained what was to follow, and of this the fair writer had given him no hint. But no immediate danger impended. The Countess was in a strong castle, under the protection of a prince, at once respectable for his secular and venerable for his ecclesiastical authority. There was neither immediate room nor occasion for the exulting squire interfering in the adventure, and it was sufficient if he kept himself prompt to execute her commands whensoever they should be communicated to him. But fate purposed to call him into action sooner than he was aware of. It was the 4th night after his arrival at Schwanwald, when Quentin had taken measures for sending back on the morrow to the court of Louis the remaining groom who had accompanied him on his journey, with letters from himself to his uncle and Lord Crawford, renouncing the service of France, for which the treachery to which he had been exposed by the private instructions of Hayradin gave him an excuse, both in honour and prudence, and he betook himself to his bed with all the rosy coloured ideas around him which flutter about the couch of a youth when he loves dearly, and thinks his love is as sincerely repaid. But Quentin's dreams, which at first partook of the nature of those happy influences under which he had fallen asleep, began by degrees to assume a more terrific character. He walked with the Countess Isabel beside a smooth and inland lake, such as formed the principal characteristic of his native glen, and he spoke to her of his love, without any consciousness of the impediments which lay between them. She blushed and smiled when she listened, even as he might have expected from the tenor of the letter, which, sleeping or waking, lay nearest to his heart. But the scene suddenly changed from summer to winter, from calm to tempest. The winds and the waves rose with such a contest of surge and whirlwind, as if the demons of the water and of the air had been contending for their roaring empires in rival strife, the rising waters seemed to cut off their advance and their retreat. The increasing tempest, which dashed them against each other, seemed to render their remaining on the spot impossible, and the tumultuous sensations produced by the apparent danger awoke the dreamer. He awoke, but although the circumstances of the vision had disappeared and given place to reality, the noise which had probably suggested them still continued to sound in his ears. Quentin's first impulse was to sit erect in bed and listen with astonishment to sounds which, if they had announced a tempest, might have shamed the wildest that ever burst down from the Grampians, and again in a minute he became sensible that the tumult was not excited by the fury of the elements, but by the wrath of men. He sprang from bed and looked from the window of his apartment, but it opened into the garden, and on that side all was quiet, though the opening of the casement made him still more sensible, from the shouts which reached his ears, that the outside of the castle was beleaguered and assaulted, and that by a numerous and determined enemy. Hastily collecting his dress and arms, and putting them on with such celerity as darkness and surprise permitted, his attention was solicited by a knocking at the door of his chamber. As Quentin did not immediately answer, the door, which was a slight one, was forced open from without, and the intruder, announced by his peculiar dialect to be the Bohemian, Hayradin Magraben, entered the apartment. A phial, which he held in his hand, touched by a match, produced a dark flash of ruddy fire, by means of which he kindled a lamp, which he took from his bosom. "The horoscope of your destinies," he said energetically to Durward, without any farther greeting, "now turns upon the determination of a minute." "Caitiff," said Quentin in reply, "there is treachery around us, and where there is treachery thou must have a share in it." "You are mad," answered Magraben. "I never betrayed any one but to gain by it, and wherefore should I betray you, by whose safety I can take more advantage than by your destruction? Hearken for a moment, if it be possible for you, to one note of reason, ere it is sounded into your ear by the death shut of ruin. The Lejoy are up. William de la Marck with his band leads them. Were there means of resistance, their numbers and his fury would overcome them. But there are next to none. If you would save the Countess and your own hopes, follow me, in the name of her who sent you a table diamond with 3 leopards engraved on it." "Lead the way," said Quentin hastily. "In that name I dare every danger." "As I shall manage it," said the Bohemian, "there is no danger, if you can but withhold your hand from strife which does not concern you. For, after all, what is it to you whether the bishop, as they call him, slaughters his flock, or the flock slaughters the shepherd? Ha, ha, ha! Follow me, but with caution and patience. Subdue your own courage, and confide in my prudence, and my debt of thankfulness is paid. And you have a countess for your spouse. Follow me." "I follow," said Quentin, drawing his sword, "but the moment in which I detect the least sign of treachery, thy head and body are 3 yards separate." Without more conversation, the Bohemian, seeing that Quentin was now fully armed and ready, ran down the stairs before him, and winded hastily through various side passages until they gained the little garden. Scarce a light was to be seen on that side, scarce any bustle was to be heard, but no sooner had Quentin entered the open space, than the noise on the opposite side of the castle became 10 times more stunningly audible, and he could hear the various war cries of Liege, Liege, Sanglier, Sanglier, the shouted by the assailants, while the feebler cry of Our Lady for the Prince Bishop was raised in a faint and faltering tone by those of the prelate's soldiers who had hastened, though surprised and at disadvantage, to the defence of the walls. But the interest of the fight, notwithstanding the martial character of Quentin Durward, was indifferent to him, in comparison with the fate of Isabel of Croy, which he had reason to fear would be a dreadful one, unless rescued from the power of the dissolute and cruel freebooter who was now, as it seemed, bursting the gates of the castle. He reconciled himself to the aid of the Bohemian, as men in a desperate illness refuse not the remedy prescribed by quacks and mountebanks, and followed across the garden with the intention of being guided by him until he should discover symptoms of treachery, and then piercing him through the heart, or striking his head from his body. Hayradin seemed himself conscious that his safety turned on a feather weight, for he forbore, from the moment they entered the open air, all his wonted jibes and quirks, and seemed to have made a vow to act at once with modesty, courage, and activity. At the opposite door, which led to the ladies' apartments, upon a low signal made by Hayradin, appeared 2 women, muffled in the black silk veils which were then, as now, worn by the women in the Netherlands. Quentin offered his arm to one of them, who clung to it with trembling eagerness, and indeed hung upon him so much, that had her weight been greater, she must have much impeded their retreat. The Bohemian, who conducted the other female, took the road straight for the postern, which opened upon the moat through the garden wall, close to which the little skiff was drawn up, by means of which Quentin had formerly observed Hayradin himself retreating from the castle. As they crossed, the shouts of storm and successful violence seemed to announce that the castle was in the act of being taken, and so dismal was the sound in Quentin's ears that he could not help swearing aloud, "But that my blood is irretrievably devoted to the fulfilment of my present duty, I would back to the wall, take faithful part with the hospitable bishop, and silence some of those knaves whose throats are full of mutiny and robbery." The lady, whose arm was still folded in his, pressed it lightly as he spoke, as if to make him understand that there was a nearer claim on his chivalry than the defence of Schonwald, while the Bohemian exclaimed, loud enough to be heard, "Now that I call right Christian frenzy, which would turn back to fight, when love and fortune both demand that we should fly. On, on, with all the haste you can make. Horses wait us in yonder thicket of willows." "There are but 2 horses," said Quentin, who saw them in the moonlight. "All that I could procure without exciting suspicion, and enough," replied the Bohemian. "You 2 must ride for Tongres ere the way becomes unsafe. Marthon will abide with the women of our horde, with whom she is an old acquaintance. No, she is a daughter of our tribe, and only dwelt among you to serve our purpose as occasion should fall." "Marthon!" exclaimed the Countess, looking at the veiled female with a shriek of surprise. "Is not this my kinswoman?" "Only Marthon," said Hayradin. "Excuse me that little piece of deceit. I dared not carry off both the ladies of Croy from the wild boar of Ardennes." "Wretch!" said Quentin emphatically, "but it is not, shall not be too late. I will back to rescue the Lady Hamelin." Hamelin, whispered the lady, in a disturbed voice, hangs on thy arm, to thank thee for her rescue. Ha! What? How is this? said Quentin, extricating himself from her hold, and with less gentleness than he would at any other time have used towards a female of any rank. Is the Lady Isabel then left behind? Farewell, farewell. As he turned to hasten back to the castle, Hayradin laid hold of him. Nay, hear you, hear you. You run upon your death. What the foul fiend did you wear the colours of the old one for? I will never trust blue and white silk again. But she has almost as large a dower, has jewels and gold, hath pretensions too upon the earldom. While he spoke thus, panting on in broken sentences, the Bohemian struggled to detain Quentin, who at length laid his hand on his dagger in order to extricate himself. Nay, if that be the case, said Hayradin, unloosing his hold, go, and the devil, if there be one, go along with you. And soon as he freed from his hold, the Scot shot back to the castle with the speed of the wind. Hayradin then turned round to the Countess Hamelin, who had sunk down on the ground between shame, fear, and disappointment. Here has been a mistake, he said. Up, lady, and come with me. I will provide you, ere morning comes, a gallanter husband than this smock-faced boy, and if one will not serve, you shall have 20. The Lady Hamelin was as violent in her passions as she was vain and weak in her understanding. Like many other persons, she went tolerably well through the ordinary duties of life, but in a crisis like the present she was entirely incapable of doing aught, save pouring forth unavailing lamentations, and accusing Hayradin of being a thief, a base slave, an impostor, a murderer. Call me Zingaro, returned he composedly, and you have said all at once. Monster, you said the stars had decreed our union, and caused me to write. O wretch that I was! exclaimed the unhappy lady. And so they had decreed your union, said Hayradin, had both parties been willing. But think you the blessed constellations can make any one wed against his will? I was led into error with your accursed Christian gallantries, and fopperies of ribbons and favours, and the youth prefers veal to beef, I think. That's all. Up and follow me, and take notice I endure neither weeping nor swooning. I will not stir a foot, said the Countess obstinately. By the bright welkin, but you shall, though, exclaimed Hayradin. I swear to you, by all that ever fools believed in, that you have to do with one who would care little to strip you naked, bind you to a tree, and leave you to your fortune. Nay, said Marthon, interfering, by your favour she shall not be misused. I wear a knife as well as you, and can use it. She is a kind woman, though a fool. And you, madam, rise up and follow us. Here has been a mistake, but it is something to have saved life and limb. There are many in yonder castle who would give all the wealth in the world to stand where we do. As Marthon spoke, a clamour, in which the shouts of victory were mingled with screams of terror and despair, was wafted to them from the castle of Schwanwald. Hear that, lady, said Hayradin, and be thankful you are not adding your treble pipe to yonder concert. Believe me, I will care for you honestly, and the stars shall keep their words, and find you a good husband. Like some wild animal, exhausted and subdued by terror amid fatigue, the Countess Hamelin yielded herself up to the conduct of her guides, and suffered herself to be passively led whichever way they would. Nay, such was the confusion of her spirits and the exhaustion of her strength, that the worthy couple, who half bore, half led her, carried on their discourse in her presence, without her even understanding it. "I ever thought your plan was folly," said Marthon. "Could you have brought the young people together? Indeed, we might have had a hold on their gratitude, and a footing in their castle. But what chance of so handsome a youth wedding this old fool?" "Rizpah," said Hayreddin, "you have borne the name of a Christian, and dwelt in the tents of those besotted people, till thou hast become a partaker in their follies. How could I dream that he would have made scruples about a few years' youth or age, when the advantages of the match were so evident? And thou knowest there would have been no moving yonder coy wench to be so frank as this coming countess here, who hangs on our arms as dead a weight as a wool pack. I loved the lad too, and would have done him a kindness. To wed him to this old woman was to make his fortune. To unite him to Isabel were to have brought on him de la Mark, Burgundy, France, every one that challenges an interest in disposing of her hand. And this silly woman's wealth being chiefly in gold and jewels, we should have had our share. But the bowstring has burst, and the arrow failed. Away with her! We will bring her to William with the beard. By the time he has gorged himself with wassail, as is his wont, he will not know an old countess from a young one. Away, Rizpah! Bear a gallant heart. The bright Aldebaran still influences the destinies of the children of the desert. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Quentin Durward by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 21. The Sack. The gates of mercy shall be all shut up, and the fleshed soldier, rough and hard of heart, in liberty of bloody hand, shall range, with conscience wide as hell. Henry V. The surprised and affrighted garrison of the castle of Schwanwald had, nevertheless, for some time made good the defence of the place against the assailants, but the immense crowds which, issuing from the city of Liege, thronged to the assault like bees, distracted their attention and abated their courage. There was also disaffection, at least, if not treachery, among the defenders, for some called out to surrender, and others, deserting their posts, tried to escape from the castle. Many threw themselves from the walls into the moat, and such as escaped drowning flung aside their distinguishing badges, and saved themselves by mingling among the motley crowd of assailants. Some few, indeed, from attachment to the bishop's person, drew around him, and continued to defend the great keep to which he had fled, and others, doubtful of receiving quarter, or from an impulse of desperate courage, held out other detached bulwarks and towers of the extensive building. But the assailants had got possession of the courts and lower parts of the edifice, and were busy pursuing the vanquished, and searching for spoil, while one individual, as if he sought for that death from which all others were flying, endeavoured to force his way into the scene of tumult and horror, under apprehensions still more horrible to his imagination than the realities around were to his sight and senses. Whoever had seen Quentin Durward that fatal night, not knowing the meaning of his conduct, had accounted him a raging madman. Whoever had appreciated his motives had ranked him nothing beneath a hero of romance. Approaching Schwanwald, On the same side from which he had left it, the youth met several fugitives making for the wood, who naturally avoided him as an enemy, because he came in an opposite direction from that which they had adopted. When he came nearer, he could hear, and partly see, men dropping from the garden wall into the castle fosse, and others who seemed precipitated from the battlements by the assailants. His courage was not staggered even for an instant. There was not time to look for the boat, even had it been practicable to use it, and it was in vain to approach the postern of the garden, which was crowded with fugitives, who ever and anon, as they were thrust through it by the pressure behind, fell into the moat, which they had no means of crossing. Avoiding that point, Quentin threw himself into the moat, near what was called the little gate of the castle, and where there was a drawbridge which was still elevated. He avoided with difficulty the fatal grasp of more than one sinking wretch, and swimming to the drawbridge, caught hold of one of the chains which was hanging down, and by a great exertion of strength and activity swayed himself out of the water, and attained the platform from which the bridge was suspended. As with hands and knees he struggled to make good his footing, a lanzknecht, with his bloody sword in his hand, made towards him, and raised his weapon for a blow which must have been fatal. "How now, fellow," said Quentin, in a tone of authority, "is that the way in which you assist a comrade? Give me your hand." The soldier, in silence, and not without hesitation, reached him his arm, and helped him upon the platform, when, without allowing him time for reflection, the Scot continued in the same tone of command, "To the western tower, if you would be rich. The priest's treasury is in the western tower." The words were echoed on every hand. "To the western tower. The treasure is in the western tower." And the stragglers who were within, hearing of the cry, took, like a herd of raging wolves, the direction opposite to that which Quentin, come life, come death, was determined to pursue. Bearing himself as if he were one, not of the conquered, but of the victors, he made a way into the garden, and pushed across it with less interruption than he could have expected, for the cry of "To the western tower" had carried off one body of the assailants, and another was summoned together by war cry and trumpet sound to assist in repelling a desperate sally attempted by the defenders of the keep, who had hoped to cut their way out of the castle, bearing the bishop along with them. Quentin, therefore, crossed the garden with an eager step and throbbing heart, commending himself to those heavenly powers which had protected him through the numberless perils of his life, and bold in his determination to succeed or leave his life in this desperate undertaking. Ere he reached the garden, 3 men rushed on him with levelled lances, crying, "Liege! Liege!" Putting himself in defence, but without striking, he replied, "France! France! Friend to Liege!" "Vivat France!" cried the burghers of Liege, and passed on. The same signal proved a talisman to avert the weapons of 4 or 5 of Lamarck's followers, whom he found straggling in the garden, and who set upon him crying, "Sanglier!" In a word, Quentin began to hope that his character as an emissary of King Louis, the private instigator of the insurgents of Liege, and the secret supporter of William de la Marck, might possibly bear him through the horrors of the night. On reaching the turret, he shuddered when he found that the little side door, through which Marthon and the Countess Hamelin had shortly before joined him, was now blockaded with more than one dead body. 2 of them he dragged hastily aside, and was stepping over the 3rd body, in order to enter the portal, when the supposed dead man laid hand on his cloak and entreated him to stay and assist him to rise. Quentin was about to use rougher methods than struggling to rid himself of this untimely obstruction, when the fallen man continued to exclaim, "I am stifled here in mine own armour. I am the Syndic Pavillon of Liege. If you are for us, I will enrich you. If you are for the other side, I will protect you. But do not leave me to die the death of a smothered pig." In the midst of this scene of blood and confusion, the presence of mind of Quentin suggested to him that this dignitary might have the means of protecting their retreat. He raised him on his feet, and asked him if he was wounded. "Not wounded, at least I think not," answered the burgher, "but much out of wind." "Sit down, then, on this stone, and recover your breath," said Quentin. "I will return instantly." "For whom are you?" said the burgher, still detaining him. "For France, answered Quentin, studying to get away. "What, my lively young archer?" said the worthy syndic. "Nay, if it has been my fate to find a friend in this fearful night, I will not quit him, I promise you. Go where you will, I follow, and could I get some of the tight lads of our gildry together, I might be able to help you in turn. But they are all squandered abroad like so many peas. Oh, it is a fearful night." During this time he was dragging himself on after Quentin, who, aware of the importance of securing the countenance of a person of such influence, slackened his pace to assist him, although cursing in his heart the encumbrance that retarded his pace. At the top of the stair was an anteroom with boxes and trunks, which bore marks of having been rifled, as some of the contents lay on the floor. A lamp, dying in the chimney, shed a feeble beam on a dead or senseless man who lay across the hearth. Bounding from Pavillon like a greyhound from his keeper's leash, and with an effort which almost overthrew him, Quentin sprang through a second and a third room, the last of which seemed to be the bedroom of the Ladies of Croy. No living mortal was to be seen in either of them. He called upon the Lady Isabel's name, at first gently, then more loudly, and then with an accent of despairing emphasis, but no answer was returned. He wrung his hands, tore his hair, and stamped on the earth with desperation. At length a feeble glimmer of light, which shone through a crevice in the wainscoting of a dark nook in the bedroom, announced some recess or concealment behind the arras. Quentin hasted to examine it. He found there was indeed a concealed room, but it resisted his hurried efforts to open it. Heedless of the personal injury he might sustain, he rushed at the door with the whole force and weight of his body, and such was the impetus of an effort made betwixt hope and despair, that it would have burst much stronger fastenings. He thus forced his way almost headlong into a small oratory, where a female figure, which had been kneeling in agonizing supplication before the holy image, now sank at length on the floor under the new terrors implied in this approaching tumult. He hastily raised her from the ground, and, joy of joys, it was she whom he sought to save, the Countess Isabel. He pressed her to his bosom. He conjured her to awake, entreated her to be of good cheer, for that she was now under protection of one who had heart and hand enough to defend her against armies. "Durward," she said, as she at length collected herself, "is it indeed you? Then there is some hope left. I thought all living and mortal friends had left me to my fate. Do not again abandon me." "Never, never," said Durward. "Whatever shall happen, whatever danger shall approach, may I forfeit the benefits purchased by yonder blessed sign, if I be not the sharer of your fate until it is again a happy one." "Very pathetic and touching, truly," said a rough, broken, asthmatic voice behind. "A love affair, I see, and from my soul I pity the tender creature as if she were my own trudchen." "You must do more than pity," said Quentin, turning towards the speaker. "You must assist in protecting us, Mynheer Pavillon. Be assured this lady was put under my especial charge by your ally the King of France, and if you aid me not to shelter her from every species of offence and violence, your city will lose the favour of Louis of Valois. Above all, she must be guarded from the hands of William de la Marck." "That will be difficult," said Pavillon, "for these skelms of lanzknechts are very devils at rummaging out the wenches, but I'll do my best. We will to the other apartment, and there I will consider. It is but a narrow stair, and you can keep the door with a pike, while I look from the window and get together some of my brisk boys of the Couriers' Gildry of Liege, that are as true as the knives they wear in their girdles. But first undo me these clasps, for I have not worn this corslet since the battle of St. Tron, and I am 3 stone heavier since that time, if there be truth in Dutch beam and scale." The undoing of the iron enclosure gave great relief to the honest man, who in putting it on had more considered his zeal to the cause of Liege than his capacity of bearing arms. It afterwards turned out that being, as it were, borne forward involuntarily and hoisted over the walls by his company, as they thronged to the assault, the magistrate had been carried here and there as the tide of attack and defence flowed or ebbed, without the power latterly of even uttering a word, until, as the sea casts a log of driftwood ashore in the first creek, he had been ultimately thrown in the entrance to the Ladies of Croy's apartments, where the encumbrance of his own armour, with the superincumbent weight of 2 men slain in the entrance, and who fell above him, might have fixed him down long enough, had he not been relieved by Durward. The same warmth of temper which rendered Herman Pavillon a hot-headed and intemperate zealot in politics had the more desirable consequence of making him, in private, a good-tempered, kind-hearted man, who, if sometimes a little misled by vanity, was always well-meaning and benevolent. He told Quentin to have an especial care of the poor pretty young Frau, and after this unnecessary exhortation, began to halloo from the window, "Liege, Liege, for the gallant Skinners' Guild of Couriers." 1 or 2 of his immediate followers collected at the summons, and at the peculiar whistle with which it was accompanied, each of the crafts having such a signal among themselves, and more joining them, established a guard under the window from which their leader was bawling, and before the postern door. Matters seemed now settling into some sort of tranquillity. All opposition had ceased, and the leaders of the different classes of assailants were taking measures to prevent indiscriminate plunder. The great bell was tolled, a summons to a military council, and its iron tongue communicating to Liege the triumphant possession of Schonwald by the insurgents, was answered by all the bells in that city, whose distant and clamorous voices seemed to cry, "Hail to the victors!" It would have been natural that Mynheer Pavillon should now have sallied from his fastness, but either in reverent care of those whom he had taken under his protection, or perhaps for the better assurance of his own safety, He contented himself with dispatching messenger on messenger to command his lieutenant, Peterkin Geislayer, to attend him directly. Peterkin came at length, to his great relief, as being the person upon whom, in all pressing occasions, whether of war, politics, or commerce, Pavillon was most accustomed to repose confidence. He was a stout, squat figure, with a square face and broad black eyebrows, that announced him to be opinionative and disputatious, an advice-giving countenance, so to speak. He was endued with a buff jerkin, wore a broad belt and cutlass by his side, and carried a halberd in his hand. "Peterkin, my dear lieutenant," said the commander, "this has been a glorious day, night, I should say. I trust thou art pleased for once." "I am well enough pleased that you are so," said the doughty lieutenant, "though I should not have thought of your celebrating the victory, if you call it one, up in this garret by yourself, when you are wanted in council." "But am I wanted there?" said the syndic. "Ay, marry are you, to stand up for the rights of liege, that are in more danger than ever," announced the lieutenant. "Pshaw, Peterkin," answered his principal, "thou art ever such a frambold grumbler." "Grumbler, not I," said Peterkin. "What pleases other people will always please me. Only I wish we have not got King Stork instead of King Log, like the Fableau that the clerk of St. Lambert's used to read us out of Meister Aesop's book." "I cannot guess your meaning," said the syndic. "Why, then, I tell you, Master Pavillon, that this boar or bear is like to make his own den of Schwanwald, and is probable to turn out as bad a neighbour to our town as ever was the old bishop, and worse. Here has he taken the whole conquest in his own hand, and is only doubting whether he should be called prince or bishop, and it is a shame to see how they have mishandled the old man among them." "I will not permit it, Peterkin," said Pavillon, hustling up. "I disliked the mitre, but not the head that wore it. We are 10 to 1 in the field, Peterkin, and will not permit these courses." "Ay, 10 to 1 in the field, but only man to man in the castle, besides that Nicol Block the butcher, and all the rabble of the suburbs, take part with William de la Mark, partly for sauce and bras, for he has broached all the ale tubs and wine casks, and partly for old envy towards us, who are the craftsmen, and have privileges." "Peter," said Pavillon, "we will go presently to the city. I will stay no longer in Schwanwald." "But the bridges of this castle are up, master," said Geislayer, "the gates locked and guarded by these lanzknechts, and if we were to try to force our way, these fellows, whose everyday business is war, might make wild work of us that only fight of a holy day." "But why has he secured the gates?" said the alarmed burgher, "or what business hath he to make honest men prisoners?" "I cannot tell, not I," said Peter. "Some noise there is about the ladies of Croy, who have escaped during the storm of the castle. That first put the man with the beard beside himself with anger, and now he's beside himself with drink also." The burgomaster cast a disconsolate look towards Quentin, and seemed at a loss what to resolve upon. Durward, who had not lost a word of the conversation, which alarmed him very much, saw nevertheless that their only safety depended on his preserving his own presence of mind, and sustaining the courage of Pavillon. He struck boldly into the conversation, as one who had a right to have a voice in the deliberation. "I am ashamed," he said, "Mynheer Pavillon, to observe you hesitate what to do on this occasion. Go boldly to William de la Mark, and demand free leave to quit the castle, you, your lieutenant, your squire, and your daughter, he can have no pretence for keeping you prisoner. For me and my lieutenant, that is myself and Peter. Good, but who is my squire? I am for the present, replied the undaunted Scot. You, said the embarrassed burgess, but are you not the envoy of King Louis of France? True, but my message is to the magistrates of Liege, and only in Liege will I deliver it. Were I to acknowledge my quality before William de la Marck, must I not enter into negotiations with him? I, and it is like, be detained by him. You must get me secretly out of the castle in the capacity of your squire. Good, my squire, but you spoke of my daughter. My daughter is, I trust, safe in my house in Liege, where I wish her father was, with all my heart and soul. This lady, said Durward, will call you father while we are in this place, and for my whole life afterwards, said the Countess, throwing herself at the citizen's feet and clasping his knees, never shall the day pass in which I will not honour you, love you, and pray for you as a daughter for a father, if you will but aid me in this fearful strait. Oh, be not hard-hearted. Think your own daughter may kneel to a stranger to ask him for life and honour. Think of this, and give me the protection you would wish her to receive. In troth, said the good citizen, much moved with her pathetic appeal, I think, Peter, that this pretty maiden hath a touch of our trudgeon's sweet look. I thought so from the first, and that this brisk youth here, who is so ready with his advice, is somewhat like trudgeon's bachelor. I wager a groat, Peter, that this is a true love matter, and it is a sin not to further it. It were shame and sin both, said Peter, a good-natured Fleming, notwithstanding all his self-conceit, and as he spoke he wiped his eyes with the sleeve of his jerkin. She shall be my daughter then, said Pavillon, well wrapped up in her black silk veil, and if there are not enough of true-hearted skinners to protect her, being the daughter of their syndic, it were pity they should ever tug leather more. But hark ye, questions must be answered. How, if I am asked, what should my daughter make here at such an onslaught? What should half the women in Liege make here when they followed us to the castle? Said Peter. They had no other reason, sure, but that it was just the place in the world that they should not have come to. Our young Fra Trudgeon has come a little farther than the rest. That is all. Admirably spoken, said Quentin. Only be bold, and take this gentleman's good counsel, noble Mynheer Pavillon, and at no trouble to yourself you will do the most worthy action since the days of Charlemagne. Here, sweet lady, wrap yourself close in this veil. For many articles of female apparel lay scattered about the apartment. Be but confident, and a few minutes will place you in freedom and safety. Noble sir, he added, addressing Pavillon, set forward. Hold a minute, said Pavillon. My mind misgives me. This de la Marck is a fury, a perfect boor in his nature as in his name. What if the young lady be one of those of Croy? And what if he discover her and be addicted to wrath? And if I were one of those unfortunate women, said Isabel, again attempting to throw herself at his feet, could you, for that, reject me in this moment of despair? Oh, that I had been indeed your daughter, or the daughter of the poorest burgher. Not so poor neither, young lady. We pay as we go, said the citizen. Forgive me, noble sir. again began the unfortunate maiden. "Not noble, nor sir neither," said the syndic, "a plain burgher of liege, that pays bills of exchange in ready guilders. But that is nothing to the purpose. Well, say you be a countess, I will protect you nevertheless." "You are bound to protect her were she a duchess," said Peter, "having once passed your word." "Right, Peter, very right," said the syndic. "It is our old Low Dutch fashion, ein Wort, ein Man. And now let us to this gear. We must take leave of this William de la Mark, and yet I know not, my mind misgives me when I think of him, and were it a ceremony which could be waived, I have no stomach to go through it. Were you not better, since you have a force together, to make for the gate and force the guard?" said Quentin. But with united voice Pavillon and his adviser exclaimed against the propriety of such an attack upon their allies' soldiers, with some hints concerning its rashness, which satisfied Quentin that it was not a risk to be hazarded with such associates. They resolved, therefore, to repair boldly to the great hall of the castle, where, as they understood, the wild boar of Ardennes held his feast, and demand free egress for the syndic of Liege and his company, a request too reasonable, as it seemed, to be denied. Still the good burgomaster groaned when he looked on his companions, and exclaimed to his faithful Peter, "See what it is to have too bold and too tender a heart. Alas, Peterkin, how much have courage and humanity cost me, and how much may I yet have to pay for my virtues, before heaven makes us free of this damned castle of Schwanwald." As they crossed the courts, still strewed with the dying and dead, Quentin, while he supported Isabel through the scene of horrors, whispered to her courage and comfort, and reminded her that her safety depended entirely on her firmness and presence of mind. "Not on mine, she said, "but on yours only. Oh, if I but escape this fearful night, never shall I forget him who saved me. One favour more only, let me implore at your hand, and I conjure you to grant it, by your mother's fame and your father's honour." "What is it you can ask that I could refuse?" said Quentin in a whisper. "Plunge your dagger in my heart," said she, "rather than leave me captive in the hands of these monsters." Quentin's only answer was a pressure of the young countess's hand, which seemed as if, but for terror, it would have returned the caress, and leaning on her youthful protector, she entered the fearful hall, preceded by Pavillon and his lieutenant, and followed by a dozen of the Kirchenschaft, or Skinner's trade, who attended as a guard of honour on the syndic. As they approached the hall, the yells of acclamation and bursts of wild laughter which proceeded from it seemed rather to announce the revel of festive demons, rejoicing after some accomplished triumph over the human race, than of mortal beings who had succeeded in a bold design. An emphatic tone of mind, which despair alone could have inspired, supported the assumed courage of the Countess Isabel. Undaunted spirits, which rose with the extremity, maintained that of Durward, while Pavillon and his lieutenant made a virtue of necessity, and faced their fate like bears bound to a stake, which must necessarily stand the dangers of the course. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Quentin Durward by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 22. The Revelers. Cade. "Where's Dick, the butcher of Ashford?" Dick. "Here, sir." Cade. "They fell before thee like sheep and oxen, and thou behavest thyself as if thou hadst been in thine own slaughter house." Second Part of King Henry V. There could hardly exist a more strange and horrible change than had taken place in the castle hall of Schwanwald, since Quentin had partaken of the noontide meal there, and it was indeed one which painted, in the extremity of their dreadful features, the miseries of war, more especially when waged by those most relentless of all agents, the mercenary soldiers of a barbarous age, men who, by their habit and profession, had become familiarized with all that was cruel and bloody in the art of war, while they were devoid alike of patriotism and of the romantic spirit of chivalry. Instead of the orderly, decent, and somewhat formal meal at which civil and ecclesiastical officers had, a few hours before, sat mingled in the same apartment, where a light jest could only be uttered in a whisper, and where even amid superfluity of feasting and of wine, there reigned a decorum which almost amounted to hypocrisy, there was now such a scene of wild and roaring debauchery as Satan himself, had he taken the chair as founder of the feast, could scarcely have improved. At the head of the table sat, in the bishop's throne and state, which had been hastily brought thither from his great council chamber, the redoubted boar of Ardennes himself, well deserving that dreaded name in which he affected to delight, and which he did as much as he could think of to deserve. His head was unhelmeted, but he wore the rest of his ponderous and bright armour, which indeed he rarely laid aside. Over his shoulders hung a strong surcoat, made of the dressed skin of a huge wild boar, the hoofs being of solid silver, and the tusks of the same. The skin of the head was so arranged that, drawn over the casque when the baron was armed, or over his bare head in the fashion of a hood, as he often affected when the helmet was laid aside, and as he now wore it, the effect was that of a grinning, ghastly monster, and yet the countenance which it overshadowed scarce required such horrors to improve those which were natural to its ordinary expression. The upper part of de la Marck's face, as nature had formed it, almost gave the lie to his character, for though his hair, when uncovered, resembled the rude and wild bristles of the hood he had drawn over it, yet an open, high, and manly forehead, broad ruddy cheeks, large sparkling light-coloured eyes, and a nose which looked like the beak of the eagle, promised something valiant and generous. But the effect of these more favourable traits was entirely overpowered by his habits of violence and insolence, which, joined to debauchery and intemperance, had stamped upon the features a character inconsistent with the rough gallantry which they would otherwise have exhibited. The former had, from habitual indulgence, swollen the muscles of the cheeks, and those around the eyes, in particular the latter. Evil practices and habits had dimmed the eyes themselves, reddened the part of them that should have been white, and given the whole face a hideous likeness of the monster which it was the terrible baron's pleasure to resemble. But from an odd sort of contradiction, de la Marck, while he assumed in other respects the appearance of the wild boar, and even seemed pleased with the name, yet endeavoured, by the length and growth of his beard, to conceal the circumstance that had originally procured him that denomination. This was an unusual thickness and projection of the mouth and upper jaw, which, with the huge projecting side teeth, gave that resemblance to the bestial creation which joined to the delight that de la Mark had in hunting the forest so called, originally procured for him the name of the boar of Ardennes. The beard, broad, gristly, and uncombed, neither concealed the natural horrors of the countenance, nor dignified its brutal expression. The soldiers and officers sat around the table, intermixed with the men of liege, some of them of the very lowest description, among whom Nicol Block, the butcher, placed near de la Mark himself, was distinguished by his tucked-up sleeves, which displayed arms smeared to the elbows with blood, as was the cleaver which lay on the table before him. The soldiers wore, most of them, their beards long and grizzly, in imitation of their leader, had their hair plaited and turned upwards, in the manner that ought best improve the natural ferocity of their appearance, and intoxicated, as many of them seemed to be, partly with the sense of triumph, and partly with the long libations of wine which they had been quaffing, presented a spectacle at once hideous and disgusting. The language which they held, and the songs which they sang, without even pretending to pay each other the compliment of listening, were so full of licence and blasphemy, that Quentin blessed God that the extremity of the noise prevented them from being intelligible to his companion. It only remains to say of the better class of burghers who were associated with William de la Mark's soldiers in this fearful revel, that the wan faces and anxious mien of the greater part showed that they either disliked their entertainment or feared their companions, while some of lower education or a nature more brutal saw only in the excesses of the soldier a gallant bearing, which they would willingly imitate, and the tone of which they endeavoured to catch so far as was possible, and stimulated themselves to the task by swallowing immense draughts of wine and Schwarzbier, indulging a vice which at all times was too common in the Low Countries. The preparations for the feast had been as disorderly as the quality of the company. The whole of the bishop's plate, nay, even that belonging to the service of the church, for the boar of Ardennes regarded not the imputation of sacrilege, was mingled with black jacks, or huge tankards made of leather, and drinking horns of the most ordinary description. One circumstance of horror remains to be added and accounted for, and we willingly leave the rest of the scene to the imagination of the reader. Amidst the wild licence assumed by the soldiers of de la Mark, one who was excluded from the table, a Langsnecht, remarkable for his courage and for his daring behaviour during the storm of the evening, had impudently snatched up a large silver goblet, and carried it off, declaring it should atone for his loss of the share of the feast. The leader laughed till his sides shook at a jest so congenial to the character of the company. But when another, less renowned, it would seem, for audacity in battle, ventured on using the same freedom, de la Mark instantly put a check to a jocular practice, which would soon have cleared his table of all the more valuable decorations. "Ho, by the spirit of the thunder!" he exclaimed, "those who dare not be men when they face the enemy must not pretend to be thieves among their friends. What, thou frontless dastard, thou who didst wait for opened gate and lowered bridge when Conrad Horst forced his way over moat and wall, Must thou be malapert? Knit him up to the stanchions of the hall window. He shall beat time with his feet, while we drink a cup to his safe passage to the devil." The doom was scarce sooner pronounced than accomplished, and in a moment the wretch wrestled out his last agonies, suspended from the iron bars. His body still hung there when Quentin and the others entered the hall, and intercepting the pale moonbeam, threw on the castle floor an uncertain shadow, which dubiously, yet fearfully, intimated the nature of the substance that produced it. When the syndic Pavillon was announced from mouth to mouth in this tumultuous meeting, he endeavoured to assume, in right of his authority and influence, an air of importance and equality, which a glance at the fearful object at the window, and at the wild scene around him, rendered it very difficult for him to sustain, notwithstanding the exhortations of Peter, who whispered in his ear with some perturbation, "Up, heart, master, or we are but gone men." The syndic maintained his dignity, however, as well as he could, in a short address, in which he complimented the company upon the great victory gained by the soldiers of De la Mark and the good citizens of Liege. "Ay," answered De la Mark, sarcastically, "we have brought down the game at last," quoth my lady's Brock to the wolfhound. "But ho, Sir Burgomaster, you come like Mars, with beauty by your side. Who is this fair one? Unveil, unveil. No woman calls her beauty her own to-night." "It is my daughter, noble leader," answered Pavillon, "and I am to pray your forgiveness for her wearing a veil. She has a vow for that effect to the three blessed kings." "I will absolve her of it presently," said De la Mark, "for here, with one stroke of a cleaver, will I consecrate myself Bishop of Liege, and I trust one living bishop is worth three dead kings." There was a shuddering and murmur among the guests, for the community of Liege, and even some of the rude soldiers, reverenced the kings of Cologne, as they were commonly called, though they respected nothing else. "Nay, I mean no treason against their defunct majesties," said De la Mark, "only bishop I am determined to be, a prince both secular and ecclesiastical, having power to bind and loose, will best suit a band of reprobates such as you, to whom no one else would give absolution. But come hither, noble Burgomaster, sit beside me, when you shall see me make a vacancy for my own preferment. Bring in our predecessor in the holy seat." A bustle took place in the hall, while Pavillon, excusing himself from the proffered seat of honour, placed himself near the bottom of the table, his followers keeping close behind him, not unlike a flock of sheep, which, when a stranger dog is in presence, may be sometimes seen to assemble in the rear of an old bellwether, who is, from office and authority, judged by them to have rather more courage than themselves. Near the spot sat a very handsome lad, a natural son, as was said, of the ferocious De la Mark, and towards whom he sometimes showed affection and even tenderness. The mother of the boy, a beautiful concubine, had perished by a blow dealt her by the ferocious leader in a fit of drunkenness or jealousy, and her fate had caused her tyrant as much remorse as he was capable of feeling. His attachment to the surviving orphan might be partly owing to these circumstances. Quentin, who had learned this point of the leader's character from the old priest, planted himself as close as he could to the youth in question, determined to make him, in some way or other, either a hostage or a protector, should other means of safety fail them. While all stood in a kind of suspense, waiting the event of the orders which the tyrant had issued, one of Pavillon's followers whispered Peter, "Did not our master call that wench his daughter? Why, it cannot be our trudgeon. This strapping lass is taller by 2 inches, and there is a black lock of hair peeps forth yonder from under her veil. By Saint Michael of the marketplace, you might as well call a black bullock's hide a white heifer's." "Hush, hush," said Peter, with some presence of mind. "What if our master hath a mind to steal a piece of doe venison out of the bishop's parks here, without our good dame's knowledge? And is it for thee or me to be a spy on him?" "That will not I," answered the other, "though I would not have thought of his turning deer stealer at his years. Sapperment! What a shy fairy it is! See how she crouches down on yonder seat, behind folks' backs, to escape the gaze of the markers. But hold, hold, what are they about to do with the poor old bishop?" As he spoke, the Bishop of Liege, Louis of Bourbon, was dragged into the hall of his own palace by the brutal soldiery. The dishevelled state of his hair, beard, and attire bore witness to the ill treatment he had already received, and some of his sacerdotal robes, hastily flung over him, appeared to have been put on in scorn and ridicule of his quality and character. By good fortune, as Quentin was compelled to think it, the Countess Isabel, whose feelings at seeing her protector in such an extremity might have betrayed her own secret and compromised her safety, was so situated as neither to hear nor see what was about to take place, and Durward sedulously interposed his own person before her, so as to keep her from observing alike and from observation. The scene which followed was short and fearful, when the unhappy prelate was brought before the footstool of the savage leader. Although in former life only remarkable for his easy and good-natured temper, he showed in this extremity a sense of his dignity and noble blood, well becoming the high race from which he was descended. His look was composed and undismayed. His gesture, when the rude hands which dragged him forward were unloosed, was noble, and at the same time resigned, somewhat between the bearing of a feudal noble and of a Christian martyr; and so much was even de la Mark himself staggered by the firm demeanour of his prisoner, and recollection of the early benefits he had received from him, that he seemed irresolute, cast down his eyes, and it was not until he had emptied a large goblet of wine that, resuming his haughty insolence of look and manner, he thus addressed his unfortunate captive. "Louis of Bourbon," said the truculent soldier, drawing hard his breath, clenching his hands, setting his teeth, and using the other mechanical actions to rouse up and sustain his native ferocity of temper, "I sought your friendship, and you rejected mine. What would you now give that it had been otherwise? Nicol, be ready." The butcher rose, seized his weapon, and stealing round behind de la Mark's chair, stood with it uplifted in his bare and sinewy hands. "Look at that man, Louis of Bourbon," said de la Mark again. "What terms wilt thou now offer to escape this dangerous hour?" The bishop cast a melancholy but unshaken look upon the grisly satellite, who seemed prepared to execute the will of the tyrant; and then he said with firmness, "Hear me, William de la Mark, and good men all, if there be any here who deserve that name, hear the only terms I can offer to this ruffian. William de la Mark, thou hast stirred up to sedition an imperial city, hast assaulted and taken the palace of a prince of the Holy German Empire, slain his people, plundered his goods, maltreated his person. For this thou art liable to the ban of the empire, hast deserved to be declared outlawed and fugitive, landless and rightless. Thou hast done more than all this. More than mere human laws hast thou broken. More than mere human vengeance hast thou deserved. Thou hast broken into the sanctuary of the Lord, laid violent hands upon a father of the church, defiled the house of God with blood and rapine, like a sacrilegious robber. Hast thou yet done? Said de la Mark, fiercely interrupting him, and stamping with his foot. No, answered the prelate, for I have not yet told thee the terms which you demanded to hear from me. Go on, said de la Mark, and let the terms please me better than the preface, or woe to thy grey head. And flinging himself back in his seat, he grinded his teeth till the foam flew from his lips, as from the tusks of the savage animal whose name and spoils he wore. Such are thy crimes, resumed the bishop with calm determination. Now hear the terms, which as a merciful prince and a Christian prelate, setting aside all personal offence, forgiving each peculiar injury, I condescend to offer. Fling down thy heading staff, renounce thy command, unbind thy prisoners, restore thy spoil, distribute what else thou hast of goods, to relieve those whom thou hast made orphans and widows. Array thyself in sackcloth and ashes. Take a palmer's staff in thy hand, and go barefooted on pilgrimage to Rome, and we will ourselves be intercessors for thee with the imperial chamber at Ratisbon for thy life, with our holy father the Pope for thy miserable soul. While Louis of Bourbon proposed these terms, in a tone as decided as if he still occupied his episcopal throne, and as if the usurper kneeled a suppliant at his feet, the tyrant slowly raised himself in his chair, the amazement with which he was at first filled giving way gradually to rage, until, as the bishop ceased, he looked to Nicol Block and raised his finger without speaking a word. The ruffian struck as if he had been doing his office in the common shambles, and the murdered bishop sunk without a groan at the foot of his own episcopal throne. The Ligois, who were not prepared for so horrible a catastrophe, and who had expected to hear the conference end in some terms of accommodation, started up unanimously with cries of execration mingled with shouts of vengeance. But William de la Mark, raising his tremendous voice above the tumult, and shaking his clenched hand and extended arm, shouted aloud, "How now, ye porkers of Liege, ye wallowers in the mud of the Maze, do ye dare to mate yourselves with the wild boar of Ardennes? Up, ye boar's brood!" an expression by which he himself and others often designated his soldiers. "Let these Flemish hogs see your tusks." Every one of his followers started up at the command, and mingled as they were among their late allies, prepared too for such a surprisal, each had in an instant his next neighbour by the collar, while his right hand brandished a broad dagger that glimmered against lamplight and moonshine. Every arm was uplifted, but no one struck, for the victims were too much surprised for resistance, and it was probably the object of de la Mark only to impose terror on his civic confederates. But the courage of Quentin Durward, prompt and alert in resolution beyond his years, and stimulated at the moment by all that could add energy to his natural shrewdness and resolution, gave a new turn to the scene. Imitating the action of the followers of de la Marck, he sprang on Karl Eberson, the son of their leader, and mastering him with ease, held his dirk at the boy's throat, while he exclaimed, "Is that your game? Then here I play my part." "Hold, hold," exclaimed de la Marck, "it is a jest, a jest. Think you I would injure my good friends and allies of the city of Liege? Soldiers, unloose your holds. Sit down, take away the carrion," giving the bishop's corpse a thrust with his foot, "which hath caused this strife among friends, and let us drown unkindness in a fresh carouse." All unloosened their holds, and the citizens and the soldiers stood gazing on each other, as if they scarce knew whether they were friends or foes. Quentin Durward took advantage of the moment. "Hear me," he said, "William de la Marck, and you, burghers and citizens of Liege, and do you, young sir, stand still, for the boy Karl was attempting to escape from his grip. No harm shall befall you unless another of these sharp jests shall pass around." "Who art thou, in the fiend's name," said the astonished de la Marck, "who art come to hold terms and take hostages from us in our own lair, from us, who exact pledges from others, but yield them to no one?" "I am a servant of King Louis of France," said Quentin boldly, "an archer of his Scottish guard, as my language and dress may partly tell you. I am here to behold and to report your proceedings, and I see with wonder that they are those of heathens rather than Christians, of madmen rather than men possessed of reason. The hosts of Charles of Burgundy will be instantly in motion against you all, and if you wish assistance from France, you must conduct yourself in a different manner. For you, men of Liege, I advise your instant return to your own city, and if there is any obstruction offered to your departure, I denounce those by whom it is so offered, foes to my master, his most gracious Majesty of France." "France and Liege! France and Liege!" cried the followers of Pavillon, and several other citizens whose courage began to rise at the bold language held by Quentin. "France and Liege! And long live the gallant archer! We will live and die with him." De la Marck's eyes sparkled, and he grasped his dagger as if about to launch it at the heart of the audacious speaker, but glancing his eye around, he read something in the looks of his soldiers which even he was obliged to respect. Many of them were Frenchmen, and all of them knew the private support which William had received, both in men and in money, from that kingdom. Nay, some of them were rather startled at the violent and sacrilegious action which had been just committed. The name of Charles of Burgundy, a person likely to resent to the utmost the deeds of that night, had an alarming sound, and the extreme impolicy of at once quarrelling with the Liégeois and provoking the monarch of France made an appalling impression on their minds, confused as their intellects were. De la Marck, in short, saw he would not be supported, even by his own band, in any farther act of immediate violence, and relaxing the terrors of his brow and eye, declared that he had not the least design against his good friends of Liege, all of whom were at liberty to depart from Schonwald at their pleasure, although he had hoped they would revel one night with him at least, in honour of their victory. He added, with more calmness than he commonly used, that he would be ready to enter into negotiation concerning the partition of spoil and the arrangement of measures for their mutual defence, either the next day or as soon after as they would. Meantime, he trusted that the Scottish gentleman would honour his feast by remaining all night at Schonwald. The young Scot returned his thanks, but said his motions must be determined by those of Pavillon, to whom he was directed particularly to attach himself, but that unquestionably he would attend him on his next return to the quarters of the valiant William de la Marck. "If you depend on my motions," said Pavillon hastily and aloud, "you are likely to quit Schonwald without an instant's delay; and if you do not come back to Schonwald, save in my company, you are not likely to see it again in a hurry." The last part of the sentence the honest citizen muttered to himself, afraid of the consequences of giving audible vent to feelings which, nevertheless, he was unable altogether to suppress. "Keep close about me, my brisk Kirchner lads," he said to his bodyguard, "and we will get as fast as we can out of this den of thieves." Most of the better classes of the Lejoy seemed to entertain similar opinions with the syndic, and there had been scarce so much joy amongst them at the obtaining possession of Schonwald as now seemed to arise from the prospect of getting safe out of it. They were suffered to leave the castle without opposition of any kind, and glad was Quentin when he turned his back on those formidable walls. For the first time since they had entered that dreadful hall, Quentin ventured to ask the young Countess how she did. "Well, well," she answered in feverish haste, "excellently well. Do not stop to ask a question. Let us not lose an instant in words. Let us fly. Let us fly." She endeavoured to mend her pace as she spoke, but with so little success that she must have fallen from exhaustion had not Durward supported her. With the tenderness of a mother when she conveys her infant out of danger, the young Scot raised his precious charge in his arms, and while she encircled his neck with one arm, lost to every other thought save the desire of escaping, he would not have wished one of the risks of the night unencountered, since such had been the conclusion. The honest burgomaster was, in his turn, supported and dragged forward by his faithful counsellor Peter, and another of his clerks, and thus, in breathless haste, they reached the banks of the river, encountering many strolling bands of citizens, who were eager to know the event of the siege, and the truth of certain rumours already afloat that the conquerors had quarrelled among themselves. Evading their curiosity as they best could, the exertions of Peter and some of his companions at length procured a boat for the use of the company, and with it an opportunity of enjoying some repose, equally welcome to Isabel, who continued to lie almost motionless in the arms of her deliverer, and to the worthy burgomaster, who, after delivering a broken string of thanks to Durward, whose mind was at the time too much occupied to answer him, began a long harangue, which he addressed to Peter, upon his own courage and benevolence, and the dangers to which these virtues had exposed him on this and other occasions. "Peter, Peter," he said, resuming the complaint of the preceding evening, "if I had not had a bold heart, I would never have stood out against paying the burghers 20ths, when every other living soul was willing to pay the same. Ay, and then a less stout heart had not seduced me into that other battle of St. Tron, where a Hainault man at arms thrust me into a muddy ditch with his lance, which neither heart nor hand that I had could help me out of till the battle was over. Ay, and then, Peter, this very night my courage seduced me, moreover, into too strait a corselet, which would have been the death of me, but for the aid of this gallant young gentleman, whose trade is fighting, whereof I wish him heartily joy. And then for my tenderness of heart, Peter, it has made a poor man of me. That is, it would have made a poor man of me, if I had not been tolerably well to pass in this wicked world, and heaven knows what trouble it is likely to bring on me yet, with ladies, countesses, and keeping of secrets, which, for aught I know, may cost me half my fortune, and my neck into the bargain. Quentin could remain no longer silent, but assured him that whatever danger or damage he should incur on the part of the young lady now under his protection should be thankfully acknowledged, and as far as was possible repaid. "I thank you, young Master Squire Archer, I thank you," answered the citizen of Liege. "But who was it told you that I desired any repayment at your hand for doing the duty of an honest man? I only regretted that it might cost me so and so, and I hope I may have leave to say so much to my lieutenant, without either grudging my loss or my peril." Quentin accordingly concluded that his present friend was one of the numerous class of benefactors to others, who take out their reward in grumbling, without meaning more than, by showing their grievances, to exalt a little the idea of the valuable service by which they have incurred them, and therefore prudently remained silent, and suffered the syndic to maunder on to his lieutenant concerning the risk and the loss he had encountered by his zeal for the public good, and his disinterested services to individuals, until they reached his own habitation. The truth was, that the honest citizen felt that he had lost a little consequence by suffering the young stranger to take the lead at the crisis which had occurred at the castle hall of Schwanwald, and however delighted with the effect of Durward's interference at the moment, it seemed to him, on reflection, that he had sustained a diminution of importance, for which he endeavoured to obtain compensation by exaggerating the claims which he had upon the gratitude of his country in general, his friends in particular, and more especially still on the Countess of Croy and her youthful protector. But when the boat stopped at the bottom of his garden, and he had got himself assisted on shore by Peter, it seemed as if the touch of his own threshold had at once dissipated those feelings of wounded self-opinion and jealousy, and converted the discontented and obscured demagogue into the honest, kind, hospitable, and friendly host. He called loudly for Trudchen, who presently appeared, for fear and anxiety would permit few within the walls of Liege to sleep during that eventful night. She was charged to pay the utmost attention to the care of the beautiful and half-fainting stranger, and admiring her personal charms, while she pitied her distress, Gertrude discharged the hospitable duty with the zeal and affection of a sister. Late as it now was, and fatigued as the syndic appeared, Quentin, on his side, had difficulty to escape a flask of choice and costly wine, as old as the battle of Azincourt, and must have submitted to take his share, however unwilling, but for the appearance of the mother of the family, whom Pavilon's loud summons for the keys of the cellar brought forth from her bedroom. She was was a jolly little roundabout woman, who had been pretty in her time, but whose principal characteristics for several years had been a red and sharp nose, a shrill voice, and a determination that the syndic, in consideration of the authority which he exercised when abroad, should remain under the rule of due discipline at home. So soon as she understood the nature of the debate between her husband and his guest, she declared roundly that the former, instead of having occasion for more wine, had got too much already, and far from using, in furtherance of his request, any of the huge bunch of keys which hung by a silver chain at her waist, she turned her back on him without ceremony, and ushered Quentin to the neat and pleasant apartment in which he was to spend the night, amid such appliances to rest and comfort as probably he had till that moment been entirely a stranger to, so much did the wealthy Flemings excel not merely the poor and rude Scots, but the French themselves, in all the conveniences of domestic life. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Quentin Durward by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 23. The Flight. Now bid me run, and I will strive with things impossible, yet get the better of them. Set on your foot, and with a heart new fired, I follow you, to do I know not what. Julius Caesar. In spite of a mixture of joy and fear, doubt, anxiety, and other agitating passions, the exhausting fatigues of the preceding day were powerful enough to throw the young Scot into a deep and profound repose, which lasted until late on the day following, when his worthy host entered the apartment with looks of care on his brow. He seated himself by his guest's bedside, and began a long and complicated discourse upon the domestic duties of a married life, and especially upon the awful power and right supremacy which it became married men to sustain in all differences of opinion with their wives. Quentin listened with some anxiety. He knew that husbands, like other belligerent powers, were sometimes disposed to sing Te Deum, rather to conceal a defeat than to celebrate a victory, and he hastened to probe the matter more closely, by hoping their arrival had been attended with no inconvenience to the good lady of the household. Inconvenience, no, answered the burgomaster. No woman can be less taken unawares than Mother Mabel, always happy to see her friends, always a clean lodging and a handsome meal ready for them, with God's blessing on bed and board. No woman on earth so hospitable, only 'tis pity her temper is something particular. Our residence here is disagreeable to her, in short, said the Scot, starting out of bed and beginning to dress himself hastily. Were I but sure the Lady Isabel were fit for travel after the horrors of the last night, we would not increase the offence by remaining here an instant longer. Nay, said Pavillon, that is just what the young lady herself said to Mother Mabel, and truly I wish you saw the colour that came to her face as she said it. A milkmaid that has skated 5 miles to market against the frost wind is a lily compared to it. I do not wonder Mother Mabel may be a little jealous, poor dear soul. Has the Lady Isabel then left her apartment? said the youth, continuing his toilet operations with more dispatch than before. "Yes," replied Pavillon, "and she expects your approach with much impatience, to determine which way you shall go, since you are both determined on going. But I trust you will tarry breakfast?" "Why did you not tell me this sooner?" said Durward impatiently. "Softly, softly," said the syndic. "I have told it you too soon, I think, if it puts you into such a hasty fluster. Now I have some more matter for your ear, if I saw you had some patience to listen to me." "Speak it, worthy sir, as soon and as fast as you can. I listen devoutly." "Well," resumed the burgomaster, "I have but one word to say, and that is that Trudchen, who is as sorry to part with yonder pretty lady as if she had been some sister of hers, wants you to take some other disguise, for there is word in the town that the Ladies of Croy travel the country in pilgrims' dresses, attended by a French life guardsman of the Scottish archers, and it is said one of them was brought into Schonwald last night by a Bohemian after we had left it, and it was said still farther that this same Bohemian had assured William de la Marck that you were charged with no message either to him or to the good people of Liege, and that you had stolen away the young countess, and travelled with her as her paramour. And all this news hath come from Schonwald this morning, and it has been told to us and the other councillors, who know not well what to advise, for though our own opinion is that William de la Marck has been a thought too rough both with the bishop and with ourselves, yet there is a great belief that he is a good-natured soul at bottom, that is, when he is sober, and that he is the only leader in the world to command us against the Duke of Burgundy, and in truth, as matters stand, it is partly my own mind that we must keep fair with him, for we have gone too far to draw back. "Your daughter advises well," said Quentin Durward, abstaining from reproaches or exhortations, which he saw would be alike unavailing to sway a resolution which had been adopted by the worthy magistrate in compliance at once with the prejudices of his party and the inclination of his wife. "Your daughter counsels well. We must part in disguise, and that instantly. We may, I trust, rely upon you for the necessary secrecy, and for the means of escape." "With all my heart, with all my heart," said the honest citizen, who, not much satisfied with the dignity of his own conduct, was eager to find some mode of atonement. "I cannot but remember that I owed you my life last night, both for unclasping that accursed steel doublet, and helping me through the other scrape, which was worse, for yonder boar and his brood look more like devils than men. So I will be true to you as blade to haft, as our cutlers say, who are the best in the whole world. Nay, now you are ready, come this way, you shall see how far I can trust you." The syndic led him from the chamber in which he had slept to his own counting room, in which he transacted his affairs of business, and after bolting the door and casting a piercing and careful eye around him, he opened a concealed and vaulted closet behind the tapestry, in which stood more than one iron chest. He proceeded to open one which was full of guilders, and placed it at Quentin's discretion to take whatever sum he might think necessary for his companion's expenses and his own. As the money with which Quentin was furnished on leaving Plessis was now nearly expended, he hesitated not to accept the sum of 200 guilders, and by doing so took a great weight from the mind of Pavillon, who considered the desperate transaction in which he thus voluntarily became the creditor as an atonement for the breach of hospitality which various considerations in a great measure compelled him to commit. Having carefully locked his treasure chamber, the wealthy Fleming next conveyed his guest to the parlour, where, in full possession of her activity of mind and body, though pale from the scenes of the preceding night, he found the Countess attired in the fashion of a Flemish maiden of the middling class. No other was present excepting Trudchen, who was sedulously employed in completing the Countess's dress, and instructing her how to bear herself. She extended her hand to him, which, when he had reverently kissed, she said to him, "Signor Quentin, we must leave our friends here, unless I would bring on them a part of the misery which has pursued me ever since my father's death. You must change your dress and go with me, unless you also are tired of befriending a being so unfortunate." "I tired of being your attendant? To the end of the earth will I guard you. But you yourself, are you equal to the task you undertake? Can you, after the terrors of last night?" "Do not recall them to my memory," answered the Countess. "I remember but the confusion of a horrid dream. Has the excellent Bishop escaped?" "I trust he is in freedom," said Quentin, making a sign to Pavillon, who seemed about to enter on the dreadful narrative, to be silent. "Is it possible for us to rejoin him? Hath he gathered any power?" said the lady. "His only hopes are in heaven," said the Scot. "But wherever you wish to go, I stand by your side, a determined guide and guard." "We will consider," said Isabel, and after a moment's pause, she added, "A convent would be my choice, but that I fear it would prove a weak defence against those who pursue me." "Hem, said the syndic, "I could not well recommend a convent within the district of Liege, because the Boar of Ardennes, though in the main a brave leader, a trusty confederate, and a well-wisher to our city, has, nevertheless, rough humours, and payeth on the whole little regard to cloisters, convents, nunneries, and the like. Men say that there are a score of nuns, that is, such as were nuns, who march always with his company." "Get yourself in readiness hastily, Signor Durward," said Isabel, interrupting this detail, "since to your faith I must needs commit myself." No sooner had the syndic and Quentin left the room, than Isabel began to ask of Gertrude various questions concerning the roads, and so forth, with such clearness of spirit and pertinence, that the latter could not help exclaiming, "Lady, I wonder at you. I have heard of masculine firmness, but yours appears to me more than belongs to humanity." "Necessity," answered the Countess. "Necessity, my friend, is the mother of courage, as of invention. No long time since I might have fainted when I saw a drop of blood shed from a trifling cut. I have since seen life blood flow around me, I may say, in waves, yet I have retained my senses and my self-possession. Do not think it was an easy task," she added, laying on Gertrude's arm a trembling hand, although she still spoke with a firm voice. "The little world within me is like a garrison besieged by 1,000 foes, whom nothing but the most determined resolution can keep from storming it on every hand, and at every moment. Were my situation one whit less perilous than it is, were I not sensible that my only chance to escape a fate more horrible than death is to retain my recollection and self-possession. Gertrude, I would at this moment throw myself into your arms, and relieve my bursting bosom by such a transport of tears and agony of terror as never rushed from a breaking heart." "Do not do so, lady," said the sympathizing Fleming. "Take courage. Tell your beads, throw yourself on the care of Heaven, and surely, if ever Heaven sent a deliverer to one ready to perish, that bold and adventurous young gentleman must be designed for yours. There is one too," she added, blushing deeply, "in whom I have some interest. Say nothing to my father, but I have ordered my bachelor, Hans Glover, to wait for you at the eastern gate, and never to see my face more, unless he brings word that he has guided you safe from the territory." To kiss her tenderly was the only way in which the young Countess could express her thanks to the frank and kind-hearted city maiden, who returned the embrace affectionately, and added with a smile, "Nay, if two maidens and their devoted bachelors cannot succeed in a disguise and an escape, the world is changed from what I am told it wont to be." A part of this speech again called the colour into the Countess's pale cheeks, which was not lessened by Quentin's sudden appearance. He entered completely attired as a Flemish boor of the better class, in the holyday suit of Peter, who expressed his interest in the young Scot by the readiness with which he parted with it for his use, and swore at the same time that were he to be curried and tugged worse than ever was bullock's hide, they should make nothing out of him to the betraying of the young folks. 2 stout horses had been provided by the activity of Mother Mabel, who really desired the Countess and her attendant no harm, so that she could make her own house and family clear of the dangers which might attend upon harbouring them. She beheld them mount and go off with great satisfaction, after telling them that they would find their way to the east gate by keeping their eye on Peter, who was to walk in that direction as their guide, but without holding any visible communication with them. The instant her guests had departed, Mother Mabel took the opportunity to read a long practical lecture to Trudchen upon the folly of reading romances, whereby the flaunting ladies of the court were grown so bold and venturous, that instead of applying to learn some honest housewifery, they must ride, forsooth, a damsel erranting through the country, with no better attendant than some idle squire, debauched page, or rake belly archer from foreign parts, to the great danger of their health, the impoverishing of their substance, and the irreparable prejudice of their reputation. All this Gertrude heard in silence and without reply, but considering her character, it might be doubted whether she derived from it the practical inference which it was her mother's purpose to enforce. Meantime, the travellers had gained the eastern gate of the city, traversing crowds of people who were fortunately too much busied in the political events and rumours of the hour to give any attention to a couple who had so little to render their appearance remarkable. They passed the guards in virtue of a permission obtained for them by Pavillon, but in the name of his colleague Rouslayer, and they took leave of Peter Geislayer with a friendly though brief exchange of good wishes on either side. Immediately afterwards they were joined by a stout young man riding a good grey horse, who presently made himself known as Hans Glover, the bachelor of Trudchen Pavillon. He was a young fellow with a good Flemish countenance, not indeed of the most intellectual cast, but arguing more hilarity and good humour than wit, and, as the Countess could not help thinking, scarce worthy to be bachelor to the generous trudgeon. He seemed, however, fully desirous to second the views which she had formed in their favour, for, saluting them respectfully, he asked of the Countess, in Flemish, on which road she desired to be conducted. "Guide me," said she, "towards the nearest town on the frontiers of Brabant." "You have then settled the end and object of your journey," said Quentin, approaching his horse to that of Isabel, and speaking French, which their guide did not understand. "Surely," replied the young lady, "for situated as I now am, it must be of no small detriment to me, if I were to prolong a journey in my present circumstances, even though the termination should be a rigorous prison." "A prison," said Quentin. "Yes, my friend, a prison; but I will take care that you shall not share it." "Do not talk, do not think of me," said Quentin. "Saw I you but safe, my own concerns are little worth minding." "Do not speak so loud," said the Lady Isabel. "You will surprise our guide. You see he has already rode on before us." For, in truth, the good-natured Fleming, doing as he desired to be done by, had removed from them the constraint of a third person, upon Quentin's first motion towards the lady. "Yes," she continued, when she noticed they were free from observation, "to you, my friend, my protector, why should I be ashamed to call you what heaven has made you to me? To you it is my duty to say that my resolution is taken to return to my native country, and to throw myself on the mercy of the Duke of Burgundy. It was mistaken, though well meant advice, which induced me ever to withdraw from his protection, and place myself under that of the crafty and false Louis of France. And you resolve to become the bride, then, of the Count of Campo Basso, the unworthy favourite of Charles?" Thus spoke Quentin, with a voice in which internal agony struggled with his desire to assume an indifferent tone, like that of the poor condemned criminal, when, affecting a firmness which he is far from feeling, he asks if the death warrant be arrived. "No, Durward, no," said the Lady Isabel, sitting up erect in her saddle. "To that hated condition all Burgundy's power shall not sink a daughter of the house of Croy. Burgundy may seize on my lands and fiefs, he may imprison my person in a convent, but that is the worst I have to expect, and worse than that I will endure ere I give my hand to Campo Basso." "The worst," said Quentin; "and what worse can there be than plunder and imprisonment? Oh, think, while you have God's free air around you, and one by your side who will hazard life to conduct you to England, to Germany, even to Scotland, in all of which you shall find generous protectors. Oh, while this is the case, do not resolve so rashly to abandon the means of liberty, the best gift that heaven gives. Oh, well sang a poet of my own land, 'Ah, freedom is a noble thing, freedom makes men to have liking. Freedom the zest to pleasure gives, he lives at ease who freely lives. Grief, sickness, poorth, want, are all summed up within the name of thrall.'" From Barber's Bruce. She listened with a melancholy smile to her guide's tirade in praise of liberty, and then answered, after a moment's pause, "Freedom is for man alone. Woman must ever seek a protector, since nature made her incapable to defend herself. And where am I to find one? In that voluptuary Edward of England? In the inebriated Wenceslaus of Germany? in Scotland? Ah, Durward, were I your sister, and could you promise me shelter in some of those mountain glens which you love to describe, where for charity, or for the few jewels I have preserved, I might leave an unharassed life, and forget the lot I was born to, could you promise me the protection of some honoured matron of the land, of some baron whose heart was as true as his sword, that were indeed a prospect for which it were worth the risk of farther censure to wander farther and wider. There was a faltering tenderness of voice with which the Countess Isabel made this admission, that at once filled Quentin with a sensation of joy, and cut him to the very heart. He hesitated a moment ere he made an answer, hastily reviewing in his mind the possibility there might be that he could procure her shelter in Scotland. But the melancholy truth rushed on him, that it would be alike base and cruel to point out to her a course which he had not the most distant power or means to render safe. "Lady," he said at last, "I should act foully against my honour and oath of chivalry, did I suffer you to ground any plan upon the thoughts that I have the power in Scotland to afford you other protection than that of the poor arm which is now by your side. I scarce know that my blood flows in the veins of an individual who now lives in my native land. The knight of Inverquharity stormed our castle at midnight, and cut off all that belonged to my name. Were I again in Scotland, our feudal enemies are numerous and powerful, I single and weak, and even had the king a desire to do me justice, he dared not, for the sake of redressing the wrongs of a poor individual, provoke a chief who rides with 500 horse. Alas," said the Countess, "there is then no corner of the world safe from oppression, since it rages as unrestrained amongst those wild hills, which afford so few objects to covet as in our rich and abundant lowlands. It is a sad truth, and I dare not deny it," said the Scot, "that for little more than the pleasure of revenge and the lust of bloodshed, our hostile clans do the work of executioners on each other, and Ogilvies and the like act the same scenes in Scotland as de la Mark and his robbers do in this country." "No more of Scotland, then," said Isabel, with a tone of indifference, either real or affected. "No more of Scotland, which indeed I mentioned but in jest, to see if you really dared to recommend to me as a place of rest the most distracted kingdom in Europe. It was but a trial of your sincerity, which I rejoice to see may be relied on, even when your partialities are most strongly excited. So once more, I will think of no other protection than can be afforded by the first honourable baron holding of Duke Charles, to whom I am determined to render myself. And why not rather betake yourself to your own estates, and to your own strong castle, as you designed when at Tours?" said Quentin. "Why not call around you the vassals of your father, and make treaty with Burgundy, rather than surrender yourself to him? Surely there must be many a bold heart that would fight in your cause, and I know at least of one who would willingly lay down his life to give example." "Alas," said the Countess, "that scheme, the suggestion of the crafty Louis, and, like all which he ever suggested, designed more for his advantage than for mine, has become practicable, since it was betrayed to Burgundy by the double traitor Zamet Hayradin. My kinsman was then imprisoned, and my houses garrisoned. Any attempt of mine would but expose my dependants to the vengeance of Duke Charles, and why should I occasion more bloodshed than has already taken place on so worthless an account? No, I will submit myself to my sovereign as a dutiful vassal in all which shall leave my personal freedom of choice uninfringed, the rather that I trust my kinswoman, the Countess Hamelin, who first counselled and indeed urged my flight, has already taken this wise and honourable step." "Your kinswoman," repeated Quentin, awakened to recollections to which the young Countess was a stranger, and which the rapid succession of perilous and stirring events had, as matters of nearer concern, in fact banished from his memory. "I, my aunt, the Countess Hamelin of Croy. Know you aught of her?" said the Countess Isabel. "I trust she is now under the protection of the Burgundian banner. You are silent. Know you aught of her?" The last question, urged in a tone of the most anxious inquiry, obliged Quentin to give some account of what he knew of the Countess's fate. He mentioned that he had been summoned to attend her in a flight from Liege, which he had no doubt the Lady Isabel would be partaker in. He mentioned the discovery that had been made after they had gained the forest, and finally he told his own return to the castle and the circumstances in which he found it, but he said nothing of the views with which it was plain the Lady Hamelin had left the castle of Schwanwald, and as little about the floating report of her having fallen into the hands of William de la Marck. Delicacy prevented his even hinting at the one, and regard for the feelings of his companion, at a moment when strength and exertion were most demanded of her, prevented him from alluding to the latter, which had besides only reached him as a mere rumour. This tale, though abridged of those important particulars, made a strong impression on the Countess Isabel, who, after riding some time in silence, said at last, with a tone of cold displeasure, "And so you abandoned my unfortunate relative in a wild forest, at the mercy of a vile Bohemian and a traitorous waiting woman? Poor kinswoman, thou wert wont to praise this youth's good faith." "Had I not done so, madam," said Quentin, not unreasonably offended at the turn thus given to his gallantry, "what had been the fate of one to whose service I was far more devotedly bound? Had I not left the Countess Hamelin of Croy to the charge of those whom she had herself selected as counsellors and advisers, the Countess Isabel had been ere now the bride of William de la Marck, the wild boar of Ardennes." "You are right," said the Countess Isabel, in her usual manner, "and I, who have the advantage of your unhesitating devotion, have done you foul and ungrateful wrong. But oh, my unhappy kinswoman, and the wretch Marthon, who enjoyed so much of her confidence, and deserved it so little! It was she that introduced to my kinswoman the wretched Zamet and Hayradin Magraban, who, by their pretended knowledge of soothsaying and astrology, obtained a great ascendancy over her mind. It was she who, strengthening their predictions, encouraged her in, I know not what to call them, delusions concerning matches and lovers, which my kinswoman's age rendered ungraceful and improbable. I doubt not that, from the beginning, we had been surrounded by these snares by Louis of France, in order to determine us to take refuge at his court, or rather to put ourselves into his power, after which rash act on our part, how unkingly, unknightly, ignobly, ungentlemanlike he hath conducted himself towards us, you, Quentin Durward, can bear witness. But, alas, my kinswoman, what think you will be her fate?" Endeavouring to inspire hopes which he scarce felt, Durward answered that the avarice of these people was stronger than any other passion, that Marthon, even when he left them, seemed to act rather as the Lady Hamelin's protectress, and, in fine, that it was difficult to conceive any object these wretches could accomplish by the ill usage or murder of the Countess, whereby they might be gainers by treating her well, and putting her to ransom. To lead the Countess Isabel's thoughts from this melancholy subject, Quentin frankly told her the treachery of the Margravine, which he had discovered in the night quarter near Namur, and which appeared the result of an agreement betwixt the King and William de la Marck. Isabel shuddered with horror, and then recovering herself said, "I am ashamed, and I have sinned in permitting myself so far to doubt of the saint's protection, as for an instant to have deemed possible the accomplishment of a scheme so utterly cruel, base, and dishonourable, while there are pitying eyes in heaven to look down on human miseries. It is not a thing to be thought of with fear or abhorrence, but to be rejected as such a piece of incredible treachery and villainy, as it were atheism to believe could ever be successful. But I now see plainly why that hypocritical Marthon often seemed to foster every seed of petty jealousy or discontent betwixt my poor kinswoman and myself, whilst she always mixed with flattery, addressed to the individual who was present, whatever could prejudice her against her absent kinswoman. Yet never did I dream she could have proceeded so far as to have caused my once affectionate kinswoman to have left me behind in the perils of Schwanwald, while she made her own escape." "Did the Lady Hamelin not mention to you then," said Quentin, "her intended flight?" "No," replied the Countess, "but she alluded to some communication which Marthon was to make to me. To say truth, my poor kinswoman's head was so turned by the mysterious jargon of the miserable Hayradin, whom that day she had admitted to a long and secret conference, and she threw out so many strange hints, that, in short, I cared not to press on her, when in that humour, for any explanation. Yet it was cruel to leave me behind her. I will excuse the Lady Hamelin from intending such unkindness," said Quentin, "for such was the agitation of the moment, and the darkness of the hour, that I believe the Lady Hamelin as certainly conceived herself accompanied by her niece, as I at the same time, deceived by Marthon's dress and demeanour, supposed I was in the company of both the Ladies of Croy, and of her especially," he added, with a low but determined voice, "without whom the wealth of worlds would not have tempted me to leave." Isabel stooped her head forward, and seemed scarce to hear the emphasis with which Quentin had spoken, but she turned her face to him again when he began to speak of the policy of Louis, and it was not difficult for them, by mutual communication, to ascertain that the Bohemian brothers, with their accomplice Marthon, had been the agents of that crafty monarch, although Zamet, the elder of them, with a perfidy peculiar to his race, had attempted to play a double game, and had been punished accordingly. In the same humour of mutual confidence, and forgetting the singularity of their own situation, as well as the perils of the road, the travellers pursued their journey for several hours, only stopping to refresh their horses at a retired dorf or hamlet, to which they were conducted by Hans Glover, who, in all other respects, as well as in leaving them much to their own freedom in conversation, conducted himself like a person of reflection and discretion. Meantime, the artificial distinction which divided the two lovers, for such we may now term them, seemed dissolved or removed by the circumstances in which they were placed. For if the Countess boasted the higher rank, and was by birth entitled to a fortune incalculably larger than that of the youth whose revenue lay in his sword, it was to be considered that, for the present, she was as poor as he, and for her safety, honour, and life, exclusively indebted to his presence of mind, valour, and devotion. They spoke not indeed of love, for though the young lady, her heart full of gratitude and confidence, might have pardoned such a declaration, yet Quentin, on whose tongue there was laid a check, both by natural timidity and by the sentiments of chivalry, would have held it an unworthy abuse of her situation, had he said anything which could have the appearance of taking undue advantage of the opportunities which it afforded them. They spoke not then of love, but the thoughts of it were on both sides unavoidable, and thus they were placed in that relation to each other, in which sentiments of mutual regard are rather understood than announced, and which, with the freedoms which it permits, and the uncertainties that attend it, often forms the most delightful hours of human existence, and as frequently leads to those which are darkened by disappointment, fickleness, and all the pains of blighted hope and unrequited attachment. It was 2 hours after noon when the travellers were alarmed by the report of the guide, who, with paleness and horror in his countenance, said that they were pursued by a party of de la Marck's Schwartz riders. These soldiers, or rather banditti, were bands levied in the lower circles of Germany, and resembled the lanzknechts in every particular, except that the former acted as light cavalry. To maintain the name of black troopers, and to strike additional terror into their enemies, they usually rode on black chargers, and smeared with black ointment their arms and accoutrements, in which operation their hands and faces often had their share. In morals and in ferocity, these Schwartz riders emulated their pedestrian brethren, the lanzknechts. On looking back and discovering along the long level road which they had traversed a cloud of dust advancing, with 1 or 2 of the headmost troopers riding furiously in front of it, Quentin addressed his companion. "Dearest Isabel, I have no weapon left save my sword, but since I cannot fight for you, I will fly with you. Could we gain yonder wood that is before us ere they come up, we may easily find means to escape." "So be it, my only friend," said Isabel, pressing her horse to the gallop. "And thou, good friend," she added, addressing Hans Glover, "get thee off to another road, and do not stay to partake our misfortune and danger." The honest Fleming shook his head, and answered her generous exhortation with "Nein, nein, das geht nicht," and continued to attend them, all three riding toward the shelter of the wood as fast as their jaded horses could go, pursued at the same time by the Schwartz riders, who increased their pace when they saw them fly. But notwithstanding the fatigue of the horses, still the fugitives, being unarmed, and riding lighter in consequence, had considerably the advantage of the pursuers, and were within about a quarter of a mile of the wood, when a body of men at arms, under a knight's pennon, was discovered advancing from the cover, so as to intercept their flight. "They have bright armour," said Isabel. "They must be Burgundians. Be they who they will, we must yield to them rather than to the lawless miscreants who pursue us." A moment after, she exclaimed, looking on the pennon, "I know the cloven heart which it displays. It is the banner of the Count of Crevecoeur, a noble Burgundian. To him I will surrender myself." Quentin Durward sighed, but what other alternative remained, and how happy would he have been but an instant before to have been certain of the escape of Isabel, even under worse terms. They soon joined the band of Crevecoeur, and the Countess demanded to speak to the leader, who had halted his party till he should reconnoitre the black troopers, and as he gazed on her with doubt and uncertainty, she said, "Noble Count, Isabel of Croy, the daughter of your old companion in arms, Count Reinald of Croy, renders herself and asks protection from your valour for her and hers. Thou shalt have it, fair kinswoman, were it against a host, always excepting my liege lord of Burgundy. But there is little time to talk of it. These filthy-looking fiends have made a halt, as if they intended to dispute the matter. By Saint George of Burgundy, they have the insolence to advance against the banner of Crevecoeur. What! Will not the knaves be ruled? Damian, my lance, advance, banner, lay your spears in the rest. Crevecoeur to the rescue." Crying his war cry, and followed by his men at arms, he galloped rapidly forward to charge the Schwarzreiters. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Quentin Durward by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 24. The Surrender. "Rescue or none, Sir Knight, I am your captive. Deal with me what your nobleness suggests, thinking the chance of war may one day place you where I must now be reckoned. I the roll of melancholy prisoners." Anonymous. The skirmish betwixt the Schwarzreiters and the Burgundian men at arms lasted scarcely 5 minutes, so soon were the former put to the rout by the superiority of the latter in armour, weight of horse, and military spirit. In less than the space we have mentioned, the Count of Crevecoeur, wiping his bloody sword upon his horse's mane, ere he sheathed it, came back to the verge of the forest, where Isabel had remained a spectator of the combat. One part of his people followed him, while the other continued to pursue the flying enemy for a little space along the causeway. "It is shame," said the Count, "that the weapons of knights and gentlemen should be soiled by the blood of those brutal swine." So saying, he returned his weapon to the sheath, and added, "This is a rough welcome to your home, my pretty cousin, but wandering princesses must expect such adventures, and well I came up in time, for let me assure you the black troopers respect a countess's coronet as little as a country wench's coif, and I think your retinue is not qualified for much resistance." "My Lord Count," said the Lady Isabel, without farther preface, "let me know if I am a prisoner, and where you are to conduct me." "You know, you silly child," answered the Count, "how I would answer that question, did it rest on my own will, but you and your foolish match-making, marriage-hunting aunt have made such wild use of your wings of late, that I fear you must be contented to fold them up in a cage for a little while. For my part, my duty, and it is a sad one, will be ended when I have conducted you to the court of the Duke at Peronne, for which purpose I hold it necessary to deliver the command of this reconnoitring party to my nephew, Count Stephen, while I return with you thither, and I think you may need an intercessor, and I hope the young giddy pate will discharge his duty wisely." "So please you, fair uncle," said Count Stephen, "if you doubt my capacity to conduct the men at arms, even remain with them yourself, and I will be the servant and guard of the Countess Isabel of Croy." "No doubt, fair nephew," answered his uncle, "this were a goodly improvement on my scheme, but methinks I like it as well in the way I planned it. Please you, therefore, to take notice that your business here is not to hunt after and stick these black hogs, for which you seemed but now to have felt an especial vocation, but to collect and bring to me true tidings of what is going forward in the country of Liege, concerning which we hear such wild rumours. Let some half score of lances follow me, and the rest remain with my banner under your guidance." "Yet one moment, cousin of Crevecoeur," said the Countess Isabel, "and let me, in yielding myself prisoner, stipulate at least for the safety of those who have befriended me in my misfortunes. Permit this good fellow, my trusty guide, to go back unharmed to his native town of Liege." "My nephew," said Crevecoeur, after looking sharply at Glover's honest breadth of countenance, "shall guard this good fellow, who seems indeed to have little harm in him, as far into the territory as he himself advances, and then leave him at liberty." "Fail not to remember me to the kind Gertrude," said the Countess to her guide, and added, taking a string of pearls from under her veil, "pray her to wear this in remembrance of her unhappy friend." Honest Glover took the string of pearls, and kissed with clownish gesture, but with sincere kindness, the fair hand which had found such a delicate mode of remunerating his own labours and peril. "Umph! Signs and tokens," said the Count. "Any farther bequest to make, my fair cousin? It is time we were on our way." "Only," said the Countess, making an effort to speak, "that you will be pleased to be favourable to this young gentleman." "Umph!" said Crevecoeur, casting the same penetrating glance on Quentin which he had bestowed on Glover, but apparently with a much less satisfactory result, and mimicking, though not offensively, the embarrassment of the Countess. "Humph! Ay, this is a blade of another temper. And pray, my cousin, what has this very young gentleman done to deserve such intercession at your hands?" "He has saved my life and honour," said the Countess, reddening with shame and resentment. Quentin also blushed with indignation, but wisely concluded that to give vent to it might only make matters worse. "Life and honour! Umph!" said again the Count Crevecoeur. "Methinks it would have been as well, my cousin, if you had not put yourself in the way of lying under such obligations to this very young gentleman. But let it pass. The young gentleman may wait on us, if his quality permit, and I will see he has no injury. Only I will myself take in future the office of protecting your life and honour, and may perhaps find for him some fitter duty than that of being a squire of the body to damsels errant." "My Lord Count," said Durward, unable to keep silence any longer, "lest you should talk of a stranger in slighter terms than you might afterwards think becoming, I will leave to tell you that I am Quentin Durward, an archer of the Scottish bodyguard, in which, as you well know, none but gentlemen and men of honour are enrolled. I thank you for your information, and I kiss your hands, Signor Archer," said Crevecoeur, in the same tone of raillery. "Have the goodness to ride with me to the front of the party." As Quentin moved onward at the command of the Count, who had now the power, if not the right, to dictate his motions, he observed that the Lady Isabel followed his motions with a look of anxious and timid interest, which amounted almost to tenderness, and the sight of which brought water into his eyes. But he remembered that he had a man's part to sustain before Crevecoeur, who, perhaps of all the chivalry in France or Burgundy, was the least likely to be moved to anything but laughter by a tale of true love sorrow. He determined, therefore, not to wait his addressing him, but to open the conversation in a tone which should assert his claim to fair treatment, and to more respect than the Count, offended perhaps at finding a person of such inferior note placed so near the confidence of his high-born and wealthy cousin, seemed disposed to entertain for him. "My Lord Count of Crevecoeur," he said, in a temperate but firm tone of voice, "may I request of you, before our interview goes farther, to tell me if I am at liberty, or am to account myself your prisoner?" "A shrewd question," replied the Count, "which at present I can only answer by another. Are France and Burgundy, think you, at peace or war with each other?" "That," replied the Scot, "you, my lord, should certainly know better than I. I have been absent from the court of France, and have heard no news for some time." "Look you there," said the Count, "you see how easy it is to ask questions, but how difficult to answer them. Why, I myself, who have been at Peronne with the Duke for this week and better, cannot resolve this riddle any more than you. And yet, Sir Squire, upon the solution of that question depends the said point, whether you are prisoner or free man, and for the present I must hold you as the former. Only, if you have really and honestly been of service to my kinswoman, and for you are candid in your answers to the questions I shall ask, affairs shall stand the better with you." "The Countess of Croy," said Quentin, "is best judge if I have rendered any service, and to her I refer you on that matter. My answers you will judge of when you ask me your questions." "Umph! haughty enough," muttered the Count of Crevecoeur, "and very like one that wears a lady's favour in his hat, and thinks he must carry things with a high tone, to honour the precious remnant of silk and tinsel. Well, sir, I trust it will be no abatement of your dignity if you answer me how long you have been about the person of the Lady Isabel of Croy." "Count of Crevecoeur," said Quentin Durward, "if I answer questions which are asked in a tone approaching towards insult, it is only lest injurious inferences should be drawn from my silence respecting one to whom we are both obliged to render justice. I have acted as escort to the Lady Isabel since she left France to retire into Flanders." "Ho, ho!" said the Count, "and that is to say, since she fled from Plessis les Tours? You, an archer of the Scottish Guard, accompanied her, of course, by the express orders of King Louis?" However little Quentin thought himself indebted to the King of France, who, in contriving the surprisal of the Countess Isabel by William de la Marck, had probably calculated on the young Scotchman's being slain in her defence, he did not yet conceive himself at liberty to betray any trust which Louis had reposed, or had seemed to repose, in him, and therefore replied to Count Crevecoeur's inference that it was sufficient for him to have the authority of his superior officer for what he had done, and he inquired no farther. "It is quite sufficient," said the Count. "We know the King does not permit his officers to send the archers of his guard to prance like paladins by the bridle rein of wandering ladies, unless he hath some politic purpose to serve. It will be difficult for King Louis to continue to aver so boldly that he knew not of the Ladies of Croy's having escaped from France, since they were escorted by one of his own life guard. And whither, Sir Archer, was your retreat directed?" "To Liege, my lord," answered the Scot, "where the ladies desired to be placed under the protection of the late bishop." "The late bishop!" exclaimed the Count of Crevecoeur. "Is Louis of Bourbon dead? Not a word of his illness had reached the Duke. Of what did he die?" "He sleeps in a bloody grave, my lord. That is, if his murderers have conferred one on his remains." "Murdered!" exclaimed Crevecoeur again. "Holy Mother of Heaven! Young man, it is impossible." "I saw the deed done with my own eyes, and many an act of horror besides." "Saw it, and made not in to help the good prelate," exclaimed the Count, "or to raise the castle against his murderers? Knowest thou not that even to look on such a deed without resisting it is profane sacrilege?" "To be brief, my lord," said Durward, "ere this act was done, the castle was stormed by the bloodthirsty William de la Marck, with help of the insurgent Lejoy." "I am struck with thunder," said Crevecoeur. "Liege in insurrection? Schwanwald taken? The bishop murdered? Messenger of sorrow, never did one man unfold such a packet of woes. Speak, knew you of this assault, of this insurrection, of this murder? Speak, thou art one of Louis's trusted archers, and it is he that has aimed this painful arrow. Speak, or I will have thee torn with wild horses. And if I am so torn, my lord, there can be nothing rent out of me that may not become a true Scottish gentleman. I know no more of these villainies than you, was so far from being partaker in them, that I would have withstood them to the uttermost, had my means in a 20th degree equalled my inclination. But what could I do? They were hundreds, and I but one. My only care was to rescue the Countess Isabel, and in that I was happily successful. Yet had I been near enough, when the ruffian deed was so cruelly done on the old man, I had saved his grey hairs, or I had avenged them, and as it was, my abhorrence was spoken loud enough to prevent other horrors. "I believe thee, youth," said the Count. "Thou art neither of an age nor nature to be trusted with such bloody work, however well fitted to be the squire of dames. But alas, for the kind and generous prelate, to be murdered on the hearth where he so often entertained the stranger with Christian charity and princely bounty, and that by a wretch, a monster, a portentous growth of blood and cruelty, bred up in the very hall where he has imbrued his hands in his benefactor's blood. But I know not Charles of Burgundy. Nay, I should doubt of the justice of heaven, if vengeance be not as sharp and sudden and severe as this villainy has been unexampled in atrocity, and if no other shall pursue the murderer." Here he paused, grasped his sword, then quitting his bridle, struck both gauntleted hands upon his breast until his corslet clattered, and finally held them up to heaven as he solemnly continued, "I, Philip Crevecoeur of Cords, make a vow to God, Saint Lambert, and the three kings of Cologne, that small shall be my thought of other earthly concerns, till I take full revenge on the murderers of the good Louis of Bourbon, whether I find them in forest or field, in city or in country, in hill or in plain, in King's court or in God's church, and thereto I pledge hands and living, friends and followers, life and honour. So help me God, and Saint Lambert of Liege, and the three kings of Cologne. When the Count of Crevecoeur had made his vow, his mind seemed in some sort relieved from the overwhelming grief and astonishment with which he had heard the fatal tragedy that had been acted at Schwanwald, and he proceeded to question Durward more minutely concerning the particulars of that disastrous affair, which the Scot, nowise desirous to abate the spirit of revenge which the Count entertained against William de la Marck, gave him at full length. But those blind, unsteady, faithless, fickle beasts, the Lejoy, said the Count, that they should have combined themselves with this inexorable robber and murderer, to put to death their lawful prince. Durward here informed the enraged Burgundian that the Lejoy, or at least the better class of them, however rashly they had run into the rebellion against their bishop, had no design, so far as appeared to him, to aid in the execrable deed of de la Marck, but, on the contrary, would have prevented it if they had had the means, and were struck with horror when they beheld it. Speak not of the faithless, inconstant, plebeian rabble, said Crevecoeur, when they took arms against a prince who had no fault, save that he was too kind and too good a master for such a set of ungrateful slaves. When they armed against him, and broke into his peaceful house, what could there be in their intention but murder? When they banded themselves with the wild boar of Ardennes, the greatest homicide in the marches of Flanders, what else could there be in their purpose but murder, which is the very trade he lives by? And again, was it not one of their own vile rabble who did the very deed? By thine own account, I hope to see their canals running blood by the flight of their burning houses. Oh, the kind, noble, generous lord whom they have slaughtered! Other vassals have rebelled under the pressure of imposts and penury, but the men of Liege in the fullness of insolence and plenty. He again abandoned the reins of his war horse, and wrung bitterly the hands, which his mail gloves rendered untractable. Quentin easily saw that the grief which he manifested was augmented by the bitter recollection of past intercourse and friendship with the sufferer, and was silent accordingly, respecting feelings which he was unwilling to aggravate, and at the same time felt it impossible to soothe. But the Count of Crevecoeur returned again and again to the subject, questioned him on every particular of the surprise of Schwanwald and the death of the bishop, and then suddenly, as if he had recollected something which had escaped his memory, demanded what had become of the Lady Hamelin, and why was she not with her kinswoman? Not, he added contemptuously, that I consider her absence as at all a loss to the Countess Isabel, for although she was her kinswoman, and upon the whole a well-meaning woman, yet the court of Cocan never produced such a fantastic fool, and I hold it for certain that her niece, whom I have always observed to be a modest and orderly young lady, was led into the absurd frolic of flying from Burgundy to France by that blundering, romantic old matchmaking and match-seeking idiot. What a speech for a romantic lover to hear, and to hear, too, when it would have been ridiculous in him to attempt what it was impossible for him to achieve, namely, to convince the Count by force of arms that he did foul wrong to the Countess, the peerless in sense as in beauty, in terming her a modest and orderly young woman, qualities which might have been predicated with propriety of the daughter of a sunburnt peasant, who lived by goading the oxen while her father held the plough, and then to suppose her under the dominion and supreme guidance of a silly and romantic aunt. The slander should have been repelled down the slanderer's throat, but the open though severe physiognomy of the Count of Crevecoeur, the total contempt which he seemed to entertain for those feelings which were uppermost in Quentin's bosom, overawed him, not for fear of the Count's fame in arms, that was a risk which would have increased his desire of making out a challenge, but in dread of ridicule, the weapon of all others most feared by enthusiasts of every description, and which, from its predominance over such minds, often checks what is absurd, and fully as often smothers that which is noble. Under the influence of this fear of becoming an object of scorn rather than resentment, Durward, though with some pain, confined his reply to a confused account of the Lady Hamelins having made her escape from Schwanwald before the attack took place. He could not, indeed, have made his story very distinct, without throwing ridicule on the near relation of Isabel, and perhaps incurring some himself, as having been the object of her preposterous expectations. He added to his embarrassed detail that he had heard a report, though a vague one, of the Lady Hamelins having again fallen into the hands of William de la Mark. "I trust in Saint Lambert that he will marry her," said Crevecoeur, "as indeed he is likely enough to do for the sake of her money bags, and equally likely to knock her on the head, so soon as these are either secured in his own grasp, or at farthest emptied." The Count then proceeded to ask so many questions concerning the mode in which both ladies had conducted themselves on the journey, the degree of intimacy to which they admitted Quentin himself, and other trying particulars, that, vexed and ashamed and angry, the youth was scarce able to conceal his embarrassment from the keen-sighted soldier and courtier, who seemed suddenly disposed to take leave of him, saying at the same time, "Umph! I see it is as I conjectured, on one side at least. I trust the other party has kept her senses better. Come, Sir Squire, spur on, and keep the van, while I fall back to discourse with the Lady Isabel. I think I have learned now so much from you, that I can talk to her of these sad passages without hurting her nicety, though I have fretted yours a little. Yet stay, young gallant, one word ere you go. You have had, I imagine, a happy journey through Fairyland, all full of heroic adventure and high hope, and wild minstrel-like delusion, like the gardens of Morgane le Fay. Forget it all, young soldier," he added, tapping him on the shoulder. "Remember yonder lady only as the honoured Countess of Croy. Forget her as a wandering and adventurous damsel, and her friends, one of them I can answer for, will remember on their part only the services you have done her, and forget the unreasonable reward which you have had the boldness to propose to yourself." Enraged that he had been unable to conceal from the sharp-sighted Crevecoeur feelings which the Count seemed to consider as the object of ridicule, Quentin replied indignantly, "My Lord Count, when I require advice of you, I will ask it. When I demand assistance of you, it will be time enough to grant or refuse it. When I set peculiar value on your opinion of me, it will not be too late to express it." "Hey day," said the Count, "I have come between Amadis and Oriana, and must expect a challenge to the lists." "You speak as if that were an impossibility," said Quentin. "When I broke a lance with the Duke of Orleans, it was against a head in which flowed better blood than that of Crevecoeur. When I measured swords with de Noailles, I engaged a better warrior." "Now Heaven nourish thy judgment, gentle youth," said Crevecoeur, still laughing at the chivalrous inamorado. "If thou speakest truth, thou hast had singular luck in this world, and truly, if it be the pleasure of Providence exposes thee to such trials, without a beard on thy lip, thou wilt be mad with vanity ere thou ridest thyself man. Thou canst not move me to anger, though thou mayest to mirth. Believe me, though thou mayest have fought with princes, and played the champion for countesses, by some of those freaks which fortune will sometimes exhibit, thou art by no means the equal of those of whom thou hast been either the casual opponent or more casual companion. I can allow thee like a youth who hath listened to romances till he fancied himself a paladin, to form pretty dreams for some time, but thou must not be angry at a well-meaning friend, though he shake thee something roughly by the shoulders to awake thee." "My Lord of Crevecoeur," said Quentin, "my family—" "Nay, it was not utterly of family that I spoke," said the Count, "but of rank, fortune, high station, and so forth, which place a distance between various degrees and classes of persons. As for birth, all men are descended from Adam and Eve." "My Lord Count," repeated Quentin, "my ancestors, the Durwards of Glenhullican." "Nay," said the Count, "if you claim a farther descent for them than from Adam, I have done. Good even to you." He reined back his horse, and paused to join the Countess, to whom, if possible, his insinuations and advices, however well meant, were still more disagreeable than to Quentin, who, as he rode on, muttered to himself, "Cold-blooded, insolent, overweening coxcomb! Would that the next Scottish archer who has his harquebus pointed at thee may not let thee off so easily as I did." In the evening they reached the town of Charleroi on the Sambre, where the Count of Crevecoeur had determined to leave the Countess Isabel, whom the terror and fatigue of yesterday, joined to a flight of 50 miles since morning, and the various distressing sensations by which it was accompanied, had made incapable of travelling farther with safety to her health. The Count consigned her, in a state of great exhaustion, to the care of the abbess of the Cistercian convent in Charleroi, a noble lady, to whom both the families of Crevecoeur and Croy were related, and in whose prudence and kindness he could repose confidence. Crevecoeur himself only stopped to recommend the utmost caution to the governor of a small Burgundian garrison who occupied the place, and required him also to mount a guard of honour upon the convent during the residence of the Countess Isabel of Croy, ostensibly to secure her safety, but perhaps secretly to prevent her attempting to escape. The Count only assigned as a cause for the garrisons being vigilant, some vague rumours which he had heard of disturbances in the bishopric of Liege. But he was determined himself to be the first who should carry the formidable news of the insurrection and the murder of the bishop in all their horrible reality to Duke Charles, and for that purpose, having procured fresh horses for himself and suite, he mounted with the resolution of continuing his journey to Peronne without stopping for repose, and informing Quentin Durward that he must attend him, he made at the same time a mock apology for parting fair company, but hoped that to so devoted a squire of dames a night's journey by moonshine would be more agreeable than supinely to yield himself to slumber like an ordinary mortal. Quentin, already sufficiently afflicted by finding that he was to be parted from Isabel, longed to answer this taunt with an indignant defiance, but aware that the Count would only laugh at his anger and despise his challenge, he resolved to wait some future time, when he might have an opportunity of obtaining some amends from this proud lord, who, though for very different reasons, had become nearly as odious to him as the wild boar of Ardennes himself. He therefore assented to Crevecoeur's proposal, as to what he had no choice of declining, and they pursued in company, and with all the dispatch they could exert, the road between Charleroi and Peronne. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Quentin Durward by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 25. The Unbidden Guest. No human quality is so well wove in warp and woof, but there's some flaw in it. I've known a brave man fly a shepherd's cur, a wise man so demean him, drivelling idiocy had well nigh been ashamed on it. For your crafty, your worldly wise man, he above the rest, weaves his own snares so fine, he's often caught in them. Old play. Quentin, during the earlier part of the night journey, had to combat with that bitter headache which is felt when youth parts, and probably forever, with her he loves. As pressed by the urgency of the moment and the impatience of Crevecoeur, they hasted on through the rich lowlands of Hainault, under the benign guidance of a rich and lustrous harvest moon. She shed her yellow influence over rich and deep pastures, woodland, and cornfields, from which the husbandmen were using her light to withdraw the grain. Such was the industry of the Flemings. Even at that period she shone on broad, level, and fructifying rivers, where glided the white sail in the service of commerce, uninterrupted by rock and torrent, beside lively quiet villages, whose external decency and cleanliness expressed the ease and comfort of the inhabitants. She gleamed upon the feudal castle of many a baron and knight, with its deep moat, battlemented court, and high belfry, for the chivalry of Hainault was renowned among the nobles of Europe, and her light displayed, at a distance, in its broad beam, the gigantic towers of more than one lofty minster. Yet all this fair variety, however, differing from the waste and wilderness of his own land, interrupted not the course of Quentin's regrets and sorrows. He had left his heart behind him when he departed from Charleroi, and the only reflection which the farther journey inspired was that every step was carrying him farther from Isabel. His imagination was taxed to recall every word she had spoken, every look she had directed towards him, and, as happens frequently in such cases, the impression made upon his imagination by the recollection of these particulars was even stronger than the realities themselves had excited. At length, after the cold hour of midnight was past, in spite alike of love and of sorrow, the extreme fatigue which Quentin had undergone the 2 preceding days began to have an effect on him, which his habits of exercise of every kind, and his singular alertness and activity of character, as well as the painful nature of the reflections which occupied his thoughts, had hitherto prevented his experiencing. The ideas of his mind began to be so little corrected by the exertions of his senses, worn out and deadened as the latter now were by extremity of fatigue, that the visions which the former drew superseded or perverted the information conveyed by the blunted organs of seeing and hearing, and Durward was only sensible that he was awake by the exertions which, sensible of the peril of his situation, he occasionally made to resist falling into a deep and dead sleep. Every now and then strong consciousness of the risk of falling from or with his horse roused him to exertion and animation, but ere long his eyes again were dimmed by confused shades of all sorts of mingled colours. The moonlight landscape swam before them, and he was so much overcome with fatigue, that the Count of Crevecoeur, observing his condition, was at length compelled to order 2 of his attendants, one to each rein of Durward's bridle, in order to prevent the risk of his falling from his horse. When at length they reached the town of Landrecy, the Count, in compassion to the youth, who had now been in a great measure without sleep for 3 nights, allowed himself and his retinue a halt of 4 hours for rest and refreshment. Deep and sound were Quentin's slumbers, until they were broken by the sound of the Count's trumpet and the cry of his furriers. Yet, unwelcomely early as the tones came, they awaked him a different being in strength and spirits from what he had fallen asleep. Confidence in himself and his fortunes returned with his reviving spirits, and with the rising sun. He thought of his love no longer as a desperate and fantastic dream, but as a high and invigorating principle, to be cherished in his bosom, although he might never purpose to himself, under all the difficulties by which he was beset, to bring it to any prosperous issue. The pilot, he reflected, steers his bark by the polar star, although he never expects to become possessor of it, and the thoughts of Isabel of Croy shall make me a worthy man at arms, though I may never see her more. When she hears that a Scottish soldier named Quentin Durward distinguished himself in a well-fought field, or left his body on the breach of a disputed fortress, she will remember the companion of her journey as one who did all in his power to avert the snares and misfortunes which beset it, and perhaps will honour his memory with a tear, his coffin with a garland. In this manly mood of bearing his misfortune, Quentin felt himself more able to receive and reply to the jests of the Count of Crevecoeur, who passed several on his alleged effeminacy and incapacity of undergoing fatigue. The young Scot accommodated himself so good-humouredly to the Count's raillery, and replied at once so happily and so respectfully, that the change of his tone and manner made obviously a more favourable impression on the Count than he had entertained from his prisoner's conduct during the preceding evening, when, rendered irritable by the feelings of his situation, he was alternately moodily silent or fiercely argumentative. The veteran soldier began at length to take notice of his young companion as a pretty fellow, of whom something might be made, and more than hinted to him that would he but resign his situation in the Archer Guard of France, he would undertake to have him enrolled in the household of the Duke of Burgundy in an honourable condition, and would himself take care of his advancement. And although Quentin, with suitable expressions of gratitude, declined this favour at present, until he should find out how far he had to complain of his original patron, King Louis, he nevertheless continued to remain on good terms with the Count of Crevecoeur, and while his enthusiastic mode of thinking, and his foreign and idiomatical manner of expressing himself often excited a smile on the grave cheek of the Count, that smile had lost all that it had of sarcastic and bitter, and did not exceed the limits of good humour and good manners. Thus travelling on with much more harmony than on the preceding day, the little party came at last within 2 miles of the famous and strong town of Peronne, near which the Duke of Burgundy's army lay encamped, ready, as was supposed, to invade France, and in opposition to which Louis XI had himself assembled a strong force near Saint Maxence, for the purpose of bringing to reason his over-powerful vassal. Peronne, situated upon a deep river, in a flat country, and surrounded by strong bulwarks and profound moats, was accounted in ancient as in modern times one of the strongest fortresses in France. The Count of Crevecoeur, his retinue, and his prisoner were approaching the fortress about the 3rd hour after noon, when, riding through the pleasant glades of a large forest, which then covered the approach to the town on the east side, they were met by 2 men of rank, as appeared from the number of their attendants, dressed in the habits worn in time of peace, and who, to judge from the falcons which they carried on their wrists, and the number of spaniels and greyhounds led by their followers, were engaged in the amusement of hawking. But on perceiving Crevecoeur, with whose appearance and liveries they were sufficiently intimate, they quitted the search which they were making for a heron along the banks of a long canal, and came galloping towards him. "News, news, Count of Crevecoeur," they cried both together. "Will you give news, or take news, or will you barter fairly?" "I would barter fairly, messieurs," said Crevecoeur, after saluting them courteously, "did I conceive you had any news of importance sufficient to make an equivalent for mine." The 2 sportsmen smiled on each other, and the elder of the 2, a fine baronial figure, with a dark countenance, marked with that sort of sadness which some physiognomists ascribe to a melancholy temperament, and some, as the Italian statuary augured of the visage of Charles I, considered as predicting an unhappy death, turning to his companion, said, "Crevecoeur has been in Brabant, the country of commerce, and he has learned all its artifices. He will be too hard for us if we drive a bargain." "Messieurs," said Crevecoeur, "the Duke ought in justice to have the first of my wares, as the Signor takes his toll before open market begins. But tell me, are your news of a sad or a pleasant complexion?" The person whom he particularly addressed was a lively looking man, with an eye of great vivacity, which was corrected by an expression of reflection and gravity about the mouth and upper lip, the whole physiognomy marking a man who saw and judged rapidly, but was sage and slow in forming resolutions or in expressing opinions. This was the famous Knight of Hainault, son of Cholera, or Nicholas de l'Elide, known in history and amongst historians by the venerable name of Philip de Comines, at this time close to the person of Duke Charles the Bold, and one of his most esteemed counsellors. He answered Crevecoeur's question concerning the complexion of the news, of which he and his companion, the Baron de Humbercourt, were the depositaries. They were, he said, like the colours of the rainbow, various in hue, as they might be viewed from different points, and placed against the black cloud or the fair sky. Such a rainbow was never seen in France or Flanders since that of Noah's Ark. My tidings, replied Crevecoeur, are altogether like the comet, gloomy, wild, and terrible in themselves, yet to be accounted the forerunners of still greater and more dreadful evils which are to ensue. We must open our bales, said Comines to his companion, or our market will be forestalled by some newcomers, for ours are public news. In one word, Crevecoeur, listen and wonder. King Louis is at Peronne. What? Said the Count in astonishment. Has the Duke retreated without a battle? And do you remain here in your dress of peace after the town is besieged by the French? For I cannot suppose it taken. No, surely, said de Humbercourt, the banners of Burgundy have not gone back a foot, and still King Louis is here. Then Edward of England must have come over the seas with his bowmen, said Crevecoeur, and, like his ancestors, gained a second field of Poictiers. Not so, said Comines. Not a French banner has been borne down, not a sail spread from England, where Edward is too much amused among the wives of the citizens of London to think of playing the Black Prince. Hear the extraordinary truth. You know, when you left us, that the conference between the commissioners on the parts of France and Burgundy was broken up without apparent chance of reconciliation. True, and we dreamt of nothing but war. What has followed has been indeed so like a dream, said Comines, that I almost expect to awake and find it so. Only 1 day since, the Duke had in council protested so furiously against farther delay, that it was resolved to send a defiance to the King, and march forward instantly into France. Toison d'Or, commissioned for the purpose, had put on his official dress, and had his foot in the stirrup to mount his horse, when, lo, the French herald Montjoy rode into our camp. We thought of nothing else than that Louis had been beforehand with our defiance, and began to consider how much the Duke would resent the advice which had prevented him from being the first to declare war. But a council being speedily assembled, what was our wonder when the herald informed us that Louis, King of France, was scarce an hour's riding behind, intending to visit Charles, Duke of Burgundy, with a small retinue, in order that their differences might be settled at a personal interview. You surprise me, messieurs, said Crevecoeur, yet you surprise me less than you might have expected, for when I was last at Plessis les Tours, the all-trusted Cardinal Balue, offended with his master, and Burgundian at heart, did hint to me that he could so work upon Louis's peculiar foibles as to lead him to place himself in such a position with regard to Burgundy, that the Duke might have the terms of peace of his own making. But I never suspected that so old a fox as Louis could have been induced to come into the trap of his own accord. What said the Burgundian councillors? As you may guess, answered de Humbercourt, talked much of faith to be observed, and little of advantage to be obtained by such a visit, while it was manifest they thought almost entirely of the last, and were only anxious to find some way to reconcile it with the necessary preservation of appearances. And what said the Duke? Continued the Count of Crevecoeur. Spoke brief and bold as usual, replied Commons. Which of you was it, he asked, who witnessed the meeting of my cousin Louis and me after the battle of Montelary, when I was so thoughtless as to accompany him back within the entrenchments of Paris with half a score of attendants, and so put my person at the king's mercy? I replied that most of us had been present, and none could ever forget the alarm which it had been his pleasure to give us. Well, said the Duke, you blamed me for my folly, and I confessed to you that I had acted like a giddy-pated boy, and I am aware, too, that my father of happy memory being then alive, my kinsman Louis would have had less advantage by seizing on my person than I might now have by securing his. But, nevertheless, if my royal kinsman comes hither on the present occasion, in the same singleness of heart under which I then acted, he shall be royally welcome. If it is meant by this appearance of confidence to circumvent and to blind me till he execute some of his politic schemes, by Saint George of Burgundy, let him to look to it. And so, having turned up his moustaches and stamped on the ground, he ordered us all to get on our horses and receive so extraordinary a guest. And you met the king accordingly? Replied the Count of Crevecoeur. Miracles have not ceased. How was he accompanied? As slightly as might be, answered de Humbercourt. Only a score or two of the Scottish guard, and a few knights and gentlemen of his household, among whom his astrologer Galeotti made the gayest figure. That fellow, said Crevecoeur, holds some dependence on the Cardinal Balou. I should not be surprised that he has had his share in determining the king to this step of doubtful policy. Any nobility of higher rank? There are Monsieur of Orleans and Dunois, replied Commons. I will have a rouse with Dunois, said Crevecoeur, wag the world as it will. But we heard that both he and the Duke had fallen into disgrace, and were in prison. They were both under arrest in the castle of Laux, that delightful place of retirement for the French nobility, said de Humbercourt. But Louis has released them in order to bring them with him, perhaps because he cared not to leave Orleans behind. For his other attendants, faith, I think his gossip, the hangman marshal, with 2 or 3 of his retinue, and Oliver his barber, may be the most considerable, and the whole bevy so poorly arrayed, that, by my honour, the king resembles most an old usurer, going to collect desperate debts, attended by a body of catchpoles. And where is he lodged? said Crevecoeur. Nay, that, replied the Commons, is the most marvellous of all. Our Duke offered to let the king's archer guard have a gate of the town, and a bridge of boats over the Somme, and to have assigned to Louis himself the adjoining house, belonging to a wealthy burgess, Giles Orthon. But in going thither, the king espied the banners of Delau and Pensil de Riviera, whom he had banished from France, and scared, as it would seem, with the thought of lodging so near refugees and malcontents of his own making, he craved to be quartered in the castle of Peronne, and there he hath his abode accordingly. "Why, God have mercy!" exclaimed Crevecoeur. "This is not only not being content with venturing into the lion's den, but thrusting his head into his very jaws. Nothing less than the very bottom of the rat trap would serve the crafty old politician." "Nay," said Commons, "de Humbercourt hath not told you the speech of Leglorio, which in my mind was the shrewdest opinion that was given." "And what said his most illustrious wisdom?" said the Count. "As the Duke," replied Commons, "was hastily ordering some vessels and ornaments of plate and the like to be prepared as presents for the King and his retinue, by way of welcome on his arrival." "Trouble not thy small brain about it, my friend Charles," said Leglorio. "I will give thy cousin Louis a nobler and a fitter gift than thou canst, and that is my cap and bells, and my bauble to boot, for, by the mass, he is a greater fool than I am for putting himself in thy power. But if I give him no reason to repent it, sirrah, how thou?" said the Duke. "Then truly, Charles, thou shalt have cap and bauble thyself, as the greatest fool of the three of us." I promise you this knavish quip touched the Duke closely. I saw him change colour and bite his lip. And now our news are told, noble Crevecoeur, and what think you they resemble? "A mine full charged with gunpowder," answered Crevecoeur, "to which, I fear, it is my fate to bring the kindled linstock. Your news and mine are like flax and fire, which cannot meet without bursting into flame, or like certain chemical substances, which cannot be mingled without an explosion. Friends, gentlemen, ride close by my rein, and when I tell you what has chanced in the bishopric of Liege, I think you will be of opinion that King Louis might as safely have undertaken a pilgrimage to the infernal regions as this ill-timed visit to Peronne." The two nobles drew up close on either hand of the Count, and listened, with half suppressed exclamations and gestures of the deepest wonder and interest, to his account of the transactions at Liege and Schonwald. Quentin was then called forward, and examined and re-examined on the particulars of the bishop's death, until at length he refused to answer any farther interrogatories, not knowing wherefore they were asked, or what use might be made of his replies. They now reached the rich and level banks of the Somme, and the ancient walls of the little town of Peronne la Pucelle, and the deep green meadows adjoining, now whitened with the numerous tents of the Duke of Burgundy's army, amounting to about 15,000 men. End of chapter 25.